were doing more of the trials. You did the labyrinth, and then after you did the labyrinth and had a couple of encounters, uh, you realized the importance of maybe taking a break in between trying to do 4 encounters in a very short span of time. Um, after you found out that you needed to pull a lever to get out of the labyrinth, you guys backtracked, found the lever, and then opened up the door leading into what looks to be like a laboratory. And the next part of the trials was to make a potion and a poison that you guys thought that you would be able to use on the final stage of the trials, which is called the hunt. So you guys, meaning mostly Vicar and Kai, went to work, started doing their things. I believe Kai got away with 0 problems making his, and Vicar had 1 minor detrimental property because he failed by 1. But it's still a poison that will work as intended, just with an additional effect.
Right.
So, there were also some interactions had between Dimitri and Katerina as they were talking to you guys throughout the process of making these potions and poisons. Each, the specialist in their field talking to each of you respectively. They also took Sid to an area to heal temporarily and then moved him up to one of the bedrooms in this massive, massive keep, so that Sid could recover from his scar. So we're going to this is wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. You guys have a span of, I think it was 2 weeks, where there's different stuff going on. So we're going to kind of jump around in terms of time. If you guys want to backtrack within this 2-week period or go more towards the end, we'll work accordingly. But sometime throughout this 2-week period, Kazir and Numad, you guys find yourself having a conversation, and as you're having a conversation, Katerina walks up to you. She's got a slight grin on her face, but her eyes have a sort of sadness to them. And she says to you, I can't help but... Russian accent. I can't help but think about how happy Aurora would have been to meet you both. She was always a little sad at how rare her kind was, but she loved Cassian with her whole heart, and she was just as much of a daughter to us as he is our son. But I think a small part of her was... she always longed to know more of her people. And she looks specifically at you now, Kaiser, and says, You know, I must be honest with you, Kaiser. A pale elf with long blonde hair. While you've been here, I caught glimpses of you out of the corner of my eye, and my heart would jump, because I see the slight resemblance to Aurora, and I know it was silly for me, but the weight of her absence is very heavy. And that something as small as blonde hair and something like that on an elf can trick my mind. She kind of gets a little flustered and says, Go ahead.
I can only imagine. Cassian's not one to talk about his feelings a lot, but whenever he speaks about her, it's always good things. I know he misses her greatly. But
Yes.
Did you say she looks like me? Like, just like me?
Not just like you. There is resemblance. I mean, you are both elves. You both have blonde hair, but it's just all the memories. Sometimes you see things that trigger them, and it makes you long for the past, or reminisce, I suppose. Losing Aurora has changed our son, and it's not difficult to see that the man who has returned to us is not the one that was forced to leave. I'm so thankful he has found a new family in all of you, and I'm sure that his friendship between the two of you is something extra special for him. Even if he doesn't show it, I mean, he is a stoic man, but he feels just as deeply as the rest of us.
I don't think anyone can fill that gap she left, but as long as we can give him somewhere to move forward to. We're a family now.
Yes, we are. But enough about my tragic feelings and missing of people. Let's hear about you. Where do you come from? How have you found yourselves in such company? I would be honored to hear each of your stories.
Well, actually, Me and Newmont and Kai, we met long before, and we traveled all the way from the west, and we had a long voyage getting across here, and we came to Penting, and that's where we met the rest of the group actually, and we've had quite the sequence of events that's led us all together. I'll be completely honest with you. I've almost lost track of time. So much has happened, but it seems our paths are all intertwined.
It seems that much is very obvious. And what about you, Numat? Where do you come from?
I come from the west as well. Kind of a small town nestled in a forest, but not really sure what's going on there anymore. Kind of kept my distance from it. However, did you in your time near Penting and up here around Norhaven, did you happen to ever hear of a person by the name Hotoka?
I don't believe that name rings a bell. Why? would I know this person?
I don't think so, but it's kind of the only lead I have and the only breadcrumbs I could go off of after leaving my home.
And what was the name of this person again? I'm sorry.
Hotoka, the
Hot-
Unbroken.
The Unbroken. Interesting. I don't know too much about this person. I mean, my husband and I, we are part of Norhaven. This land is something that is very familiar to us. We know vaguely of some of the other cities, mostly in Trelandir, but we have not been there for many, many, many years. So I couldn't tell you much of the political goings on but I promise you, Numat, I will keep my ears open, and if I hear anything, you will be the first to know.
Please do, it would be greatly appreciated.
And you see her take out this little notepad and jot something down and then put it back. Well, I hope that you both find your stay very comfortable. I know that as elves, you do not need to sleep like the rest of us do. I hope you've been finding fun ways to occupy yourselves in the small hours of the morning.
Of course. There's plenty to explore here. It's quite the mansion you have. It's a shame we couldn't see it in all its glory before it was stripped.
The possessions were never what made this place. What saddens me is that we have so many rooms that are empty. We always had a revolving door for all of the Greys, bloodline or no, that would come here and stay, then go off and hunt. It was always so full of life. It just feels like an empty shell at the moment. But I'm so glad to have you all here. You are really bringing back, she gets a little choked up, some old memories, and it's nice to see.
Well, thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Anytime. You are welcome here at any time. And she kind of nods to the two of you and then goes about the rest of your day. Sid, after you do some healing up a little bit and do some boosting up of yourself and you've recovered, you're a bit stiff. And Katerina comes over to you, checking in on you on occasion, just making sure you're all right and you're healing well. And Dimitri is obviously using some of his alchemical processes to expedite the healing process and make sure the wound is healing correctly. But when Katerina walks in on you on the final day of your healing process, she says, "You know, you've been out of action for quite some time. We don't want those muscles to atrophy. I'm thinking that perhaps it might be good for you to do some stretches, some light sparring, perhaps."
Yeah, absolutely. I can't. I can't think of a better way to occupy my time right now.
Excellent. I will be in the courtyard.
Against you?
Well, of course.
Okay.
You're not scared, are you?
Cassian, you are in the courtyard currently sparring, and as you are, doing some of your exercises and stretches, your basic routines, practicing some maneuvers, Your father comes over to you and says, "Wow, you have become quite strong. I remember some of these forms, but it looks like you're lacking a little bit. Perhaps you forgot some of the magical touch." And he's not looking at you and accusing you. He's got like this playful grin on his face, like a shit-eating grin.
He's busting your balls.
Cassian looks. If anyone's in the courtyard to notice this, you would notice that Cassian looks a little bit unsure of himself. He knows that his father's pressing him, but the expression on his face is not one of his. If you knew the history of Cassian, he would oftentimes go toe to toe with his father and always get his ass whooped. But it was one of those like a sensei training a fighter to be better, and it was joyous and smiling. But Cassian has spent over a year down on his luck pretty bad, and he looks a little worried that he might disappoint his dad with the truth.
Your dad sees this on your face, and his shit-eating grin kind of falls, and he says, "You know, son, I have become very proud of the man that you have become, because you keep fighting even when things are very difficult, and that is what truly matters. Form is important, discipline is necessary, and I think that is less important than always being able to stand back up, even if it requires a helping hand." And he puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "I think that your mother should be back just about." And then you see Katarina and Sid walk out. And then he gets this big smile on his face, and he kind of claps his hands and rubs them together, and he says, "All right, now the fun can begin. I want both of you to take up arms and stand about 5 feet that way. Prepare yourselves."
Cassian unfurls his whip, shrugs his shoulders a little bit, get the dust off.
All right. Roll for initiative, both of you.
Yeah. My initiative is a +2, and
1v1.
here we
1v1
go.
me,
I
bro.
got a fucking 2 + 2, a 4.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
Still need a
Lordy.
little bit of limber.
The rust is
I'm a little
showing.
He's
stiff
real
here.
stiff.
I'm a little stiff.
All right.
Man, it's
Cassian,
rock
what'd you get?
hard.
I rolled a 15.
Cassian's got a 15, and then I've got a roll for them. Just give me a second here. Katarina also got a 15. What is your dexterity score?
Dexterity's an 18.
All right. She's going to go before you.
Oh, damn, she dexterous.
Bum. Give me just a sec. This isn't like the normal combat structure, so it's not quite as smooth.
You're all good.
Okay.
Since it's been 2 weeks, should I have long rested?
Yeah, everyone has a long rest. Both of you are up to full max, though no penalties. Usually when you you're all good.
Cool.
And Dimitri. Fortunately for you, Dimitri's initiative is not good. Unfortunately, it's not as bad as getting a 4. All right. So, the structure of this looks very much like, and this is more of a theater of the mind battle. We're not going to need a map for this. It's very much like Katarina facing off against Sid and Cassian facing off against Dimitri. But you see Katarina, she unfurls a whip just like Cassian, but it's her belt. That thing that looked like a really fancy belt that didn't quite fit in, she unwraps it in a flourish and gives it a snap, and you hear this loud, ear-piercing crack. And Dimitri kind of hustles up, shrugs his shoulders, and you see him pull from behind his back this huge greatsword. And he looks down at you, Castian, with your unfurled whip. It's very much like opposite pairings. Sid looks a little like Dimitri, and Cassian looks a little bit like Katerina here. And she's going to go for Sid, because that is who is in front of her right now. So she gets a nat 20 on you for her first attack.
Instantly
Fortunately for
kills
you,
you.
it's just a whip, so it's 2d4 plus 8. So you're not gonna, Oh wait, no, this isn't. This is it is 44 because this is
It's a shotgun, and you just
It's a
died.
shotgun.
it's a shotgun and you just die.
It's a prop gun.
Oh.
All right, so you take 18 points of damage as she cuts into you with this, like, just piercing
Bitch.
pain.
I think I'll limber your ass up. God.
I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Poison whip, you say?
It's a D20 plus the modifier, right?
It is a D20 plus your Constitution saving throw. It should be upper left.
12.
12. You also take, because this is a natural 20, an additional 10 points of damage.
I run back inside. Vicar, quick! Sid's getting his ass kicked.
Again?
Oh my god.
Sid, you get
Jacob-
the feeling that this is this is like there's holding back, but it's not meant to be like an easy thing to do here.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a good idea to use your shape change if you want to, stay sparring.
No, that's what I'm gonna do.
Jacob, can I use Sentinel in this situation?
Yeah,
Oh.
absolutely.
I'm gonna use my reaction to make a Sentinel attack against Katerina.
All right, go for it.
Okay, it's going to be a 21 to hit.
That is definitely going to hit. And for the sake of just story work here, these blows are actual blows, but it's not enough to like actually cause permanent harm of any kind. Just an intense spar.
So that is 7 points of damage, and as she does that for flavor, right as she strikes him, I will take the whip and, while looking at my father, crack it over my head and hit her right in the hand, and I'll say, "Now, mother, we're on the same team."
As you crack her in her hand, you can see a little bit of like a blood streak just across her wrist, and her grip on the whip tightens, and she goes, "Well, I guess we're not playing fair, are we? We're not going against our team ups. You know what that means, Dimitri." And she looks at him, and they both smile, and they both look at you, Cassian. All right, so that's gonna end her turn. Who's up next? Boom. Cassian, you are up next.
Okay, I will attack with my whip on my father. Does a 15 hit?
I don't believe that hits. No, that does not hit.
Okay, then I will use my second action to attack again.
All
And
right.
that one is much better. That is a 24.
24 is definitely going to hit.
Okay, that's standard whip attack. That is 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. All right.
What? No 28 then?
Okay, it was a nat 20 to open it strong.
In my head, I'm imagining this is looking a lot like a dance between the four of us. It's
Oh yeah, 100%. Like it's, she struck Sid, and just as she struck Sid, you struck her, and your dad used his shield to bend around the whip. It's very much like flow.
Mhm.
So is that the end of your turn?
that would be the end of my turn.
All right.
It's like a waterfall roll. I'm just at the bottom getting pummeled by all the water.
Dimitri looks at you, Cassian, and he is going to. I should have reviewed more of his abilities sooner, but that's fine. He's going to take a swing at you with his great sword. That is definitely going to hit. You take.
How close are we in proximity to each other?
Very close. You guys are. You're about 10 feet away from them, and you guys are like 5 to 10 feet close to each other.
Could I take a reaction?
What would you like your reaction to be?
Protection?
Yeah. Tell me what it does.
I have my shield equipped with my Sword of Vengeance, so anyone within 5 feet, I can use my reaction to impose disadvantage on attack rolls.
Awesome. All right, let me roll again. Well, it's still going to hit, but it's not a nat 20, which that was a nat 20 for the second roll. So
What the heck?
Thank you, Sid.
It'll be one of those days. Get him
If
out of
it
the way
was-
now.
it was disadvantaged. So it's still the first roll, but you only take 12 points of slashing damage as he cuts into you. And you see that he's in a perfect maneuver right now to do another slash upwards, and he is going to action surge and do exactly that. And as he is doing this, he says, Cassian, remember your footing. Whenever someone swings down, the easiest thing is to have circular motion. And you get this split memory in your head. It's like, I know my dad's maneuver when he does this, and you slip your foot back slightly with like this sort of speed that you forgot that you could have, and that's going to miss you for his second attack. And that is going to, you know what? He's going to use his bonus action to second wind. Why not? So you see he takes just as flavor, so it's not just like he just yells and gets more health. He takes this really small vial out of this the shoulder strap where his greatsword hangs. There's all these little small vials. He takes one out, just pops the cork, and then he splashes it on the wound and then throws the vial. And he is now back up to max. Oh wait, no, he only gets 6 points from that, so he's not max.
I think he took 6 from me.
Oh yeah, no, he is max, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, works out then. And that is going to end his turn. Sid, it's your turn.
Word. I'm trying to find if the change thing is an action, bonus action, or what, and I can't find it.
I believe it is. Let me look at your character sheet. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I don't either. I
Should
see
be-
everything but that.
Yeah. Bum. Not my characters. It's my campaigns. It should be in under your features and traits. If you click on shape change, it will tell you all of that over on the side. Symbiotic form. As an action on your turn, you can convince your symbiote to cover your form for 10 minutes, granting some level of protection. So it's an action.
I see it. Okay.
It's an action to do that, but then you could use your bite attack as a bonus action if you wanted to, or second.
Yeah. So I'm gonna step up within 5 feet of both of them, and I'm gonna grin and say, "I bet you've never seen this." And then I'm gonna change shape with my action.
All right.
Upon doing so, they must pass a check or become frightened for 1 minute.
Wisdom.
It is a DC 8 plus my proficiency, which is 3 plus charisma.
That's
Oh, that's what I have to roll. Hold on.
No. That's your. Give me a second here. You don't roll anything. They have to roll. It's based on your saving throw. So for you, it would be 8 plus your proficiency bonus. Your proficiency bonus is 3, so that would be 11. What's your charisma 2? So
2.
they have to make a DC 13 saving throw, and the saving throw is a wisdom saving throw, I believe.
I don't see it in here, but I believe that's
Yeah,
right.
I'll need to modify that. It's supposed to be a wisdom saving throw on their part. So DC 13 wisdom. You see Katarina goes, that's a really nice party trick. I mean, that is truly impressive. Kind of horrifying, but and Dimitri goes, "What the fuck is that?" And he is frightened. and that's gonna end your turn. You're using bonus action for something.
I am going to bonus action.
Bornus.
Boris. Frick. Action surge is. Okay, there it is. So
Action
I'm gonna.
surge is its own thing. It's free use.
I am going to second wind.
All right.
Which is a DC 10.
It's a D10 plus your, so it'd be a D10 plus 5. No, D10 plus 3 for you.
3. I think that's a 10. Oh, that is actually a 10. Plus 3 is 13.
All right.
Nice.
So you get 13 points of healing back.
And then I'm going to action surge.
Very nice.
And I am going to can't I attack?
Yep. If you action surge, you get your attack.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking for. I'm gonna divine smite Katarina.
Ooh, is this your first time using divine smite?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Ooh.
So it says when you hit with melee, I can expend a spell slot to deal 2d8 extra radiant damage.
Yep.
Additional action.
Excellent. So first I'm gonna swing to attack to make life easy. Is a 21.
21's definitely gonna hit.
I'm gonna I'm gonna roll for damage. Which is the base damage is 7, and then it's 2d8.
Base damage is 7 plus 2d8. Okay, go ahead and roll the 2d8.
First one is a 6. And the second one is a 1.
So 14 points of damage total?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see, this is your first time using Divine Smite. How does it look? What's the flavor of this?
So swinging with the Sword of Vengeance, naturally it has like a greenish hue, but you feel like this vibration coming from Sid, and it glows like this radiant yellowish gold, and he comes down almost like a hammer onto Katarina.
Yeah. And you see she blocks it with her arm, but the blade sinks like a good inch in, and she goes, "Ow." She then kind of parries the blade off, and you can see her arm is bleeding pretty bad, and she goes, "That's good technique, but next time angle the blade slightly." And she gives you like a quick angle with her fingers, so you get the idea of what she's talking about, saying instead of coming straight down, come for the slash more to the neck. And then she has this grin, and she's like, she's been hungry for a fight for a while. And she's going to look at you and say, "My turn." And try to hit you. All right. That is definitely going to hit. And best not 20.
I was waiting for the other net
I was waiting for another nat friggin' 20.
All right.
It's more than 19, bro. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, she has a plus 10 to hit. This is a magical whip.
God damn.
So this does 2d4 plus 8. So that's going to be 13 points of damage as she comes into you, and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
A con throw. 12.
12. All right. You take an additional 3 points of poison damage. As you can see, and you guys are all watching this sparring happening because, you need breaks from your potion making or poison making. This is the first interesting thing that's happened in a little while, so everyone's naturally curious kind of watching this. Vicar, you notice as with lightning speed, she's able to flurry a whip so that it draws across this small contraption that she has on the side. And you can see as the whip comes across, there's like this liquid that comes with the whip, like a sheen on it. And you can see when it hits Sid, the liquid disperses and does additional harm to him, but it needs to be recoated again. And that is going to end her turn. Cassian, you're up.
All right, I'm going to make a whip attack against Dimitri again.
All right.
That is a 20, non-natural.
20 is definitely going to hit.
Okay, and then I'm going to expend a superiority die for combat experience.
Okay.
And I would like to learn a vulnerability of Dimitri's.
A vulnerability of Dimitri's. There are no vulnerabilities, but I will tell you that he is immune to critical hits, and you know this because as you hit him with your slash attack, you can see it cuts into his fabric, and you can see a gleam, and very quickly, you're like, there's only two things that gleam can be. It's either adamantine or mithril, and very quickly, you're like, that's mithril, or that's adamantine armor. A serious hit won't affect him as hard. So you do learn that piece of information, and you do additional damage too, correct?
No, not on combat experience.
Okay.
At least the way it's written here.
Yeah.
I get to learn one of the 3 categories, that's all.
Yes, he doesn't have any vulnerabilities.
Okay. The damage for that attack will be an additional 6 points. I'm going to attack him again with my second attack. That'll be an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay. That will be for 7 points of damage.
7 points. All right.
And as I strike him, I'm going to look to Sid and say, the old man is still as strong as an ox. We're going to have to chip away at him.
You can see that both of them are playing very well off of each other, working as a unit, and you notice that you guys kind of stepped in too as well. That as opposed to them, they're more focused on syncing up in terms of which targets they're attacking. You guys have figured out a way to blend that better. So, like Sid with your protection with the shield coming out, and Cassian with your sentinel feet. And you can see that in their eyes, they're very impressed with how you guys are working off of each other. And they're throwing out little tidbits and tricks here. I don't want to have this be a super long, drawn out combat, but I will do one more round of this to see how it goes.
Yeah, doggy.
Dimitri going to look at you, Cassian, and says, I'm impressed with your speed with the whip. It has not slowed you at all to travel and gain new experiences. And he is going to try to hit you with his sword again. That is a 17.
Do I keep my reactions in symbiote form?
Yes.
I'm going to use protection again.
All right. Go for it. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
You see, he comes down with a perfect blow on you, Cassian. That angle that Katarina was talking about is just there. And Sid, you know what to look for because Katarina literally just told you, hey, when you come down slash like this, it gives a deeper cut. So you come in with your your shield perfectly and just block that attack from happening, throwing off his sword. And give him a little grin. And he's still scared of you, so he should have had disadvantage anyways. But
Double disadvantage.
double disadvantage.
He has to roll 4 times.
With that miss, I'm gonna burn another superiority die and hit him with a riposte.
Awesome. Go for it.
That is another 17 to hit.
No, a 17 does not hit.
Ah,
18.
I missed him. Fuck.
But I will say that the parry was perfect, and you come out for a whip attack, and Katarina is the one, for flavor's sake here, that with her whip snatches yours out of the air, throwing the angle off slightly,
Bone down.
just so it misses. This is a really good use of your features, guys. Like out of game, good work here, knowing what the shit you can do.
Let's go, baby.
Sid, you're up.
My turn. I'm going to swing for the
Okay.
fences here.
All right.
It is a 23 to hit.
Which one are you trying to hit?
Katarina, still.
All right. That's definitely going to hit.
And the damage is a 9.
9 points of damage.
And then bonus action, I'm going to bite this woman.
All right. Interesting. Go for an attack.
Kinky.
It is a 12.
12 is going to miss. You see, as you go in for a bite, she does this ducking maneuver that's been very well rehearsed for fighting against maybe lizards or other creatures that have bite attacks as well. So it seems like it's not her first time when someone tries to bite her. Is that going to end your turn?
Daddy, you freak.
Sid.
That's it. Oh, yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Good stuff. She is going to try to do a precision attack on Cassian.
Is this top of the order again?
This is just top of the order. Yep. So you can try to impose disadvantage if you wish.
I am going to.
Okay. Do actions. Does a 14 hit you, Cassian?
I believe that a 14 just misses.
All right. So again, with you coming in with your shield, you guys working like a perfect ballet, sinking in behind and around one another. Whenever Sid gets hit, Cassian gets a quick whip in. Whenever Cassian is about to get hit, Sid, you come in with a shield. Perfect dance in terms of choreography here. And this goes on for a little while longer as you guys keep sparring. And you get a few good licks in, but eventually you guys are looking like you could use a break. And they got some sweat going and maybe a couple of good cuts here and there, but everybody looks pretty fine. And then they come over to you afterwards, and Cassian, you see your dad hold out his hand in front of you, like for a handshake.
I reach beyond his hand and grab his forearm
Yep.
and look him dead in the eyes. You know, this whip is the only thing that has kept me alive besides my friends. I appreciate the tune-up. It's sorely needed, but my confidence is regained.
Well, you are welcome to spar with me anytime. And then he brings you in for a hug and he says, I am proud of you, Cassian. You have not lost your touch. And Katarina walks over to you, Sid, and you're still in your monster form?
He after he recognizes the fight is done, he changes back.
All right. She walks over to you and says, things make a lot more sense now from before when you were talking to yourself in the corner. I can see that you have a very complicated existence. But you fight well. You fight very well.
Sid grins as he's also spitting blood out of his mouth. He says, thanks.
Dimitri walks over to you guys, and he has the healer feat, so he's gonna. And Kai, he shows you some tips and tricks here on how to patch up some of these wounds. Make sure that bruises heal a little bit quicker, so you don't have those ugly blemishes on your beautiful faces as you go headlong into combat after combat. And that's going to wrap up that interaction. So a while goes on, and some more little conversations here and there happen, but at some point, Newmont, Dimitri
Yes.
approaches you when you're kind of off on your own, just lost in your thoughts. And he says, I'm impressed, Newmont, the way that you can move and the ways that you did move during that that trial in the labyrinth. It was very intuitive and creative. You have a natural disposition towards dexterous abilities, and it shows. Where did you learn it?
Kind of just self-taught. Everybody in my town kind of used magic in fights, and I could never wield any, so I kind of had to think on my feet if I wanted to keep up.
Well, it's very impressive. It is. Self-taught is something that I have never been forced to experience. I've always had mentors or people to help guide me. I mean, this family has existed for a very long time. It shows a certain amount of intelligence or wisdom, I don't know which, but that you can teach yourself these skills is perhaps beyond what I would have been able to do by myself. And you see, as he's speaking to you, his eyes haven't left you once, and he's fully invested in everything that you're saying. He smiles warmly at you. I must say, Numat, when I remember the trials first began and how nervous you were to come in and give it your all because of your past, I mean, seeing you perform as these trials have gone on, I can honestly say that I am proud of how you've conducted yourself. You are undeniably chaotic in terms of personality, but that's not the bad thing at all. You just must learn to use it to your advantage and not at the expense of your family. And he gestures to some of the rest of the party that's malingering behind you or having some food. He continues, "You're a fine man, Numat. Your friends are lucky to have you and to call you one of their own. I'm honored to have met you and do what I can to mentor you and help you continue to grow." He puts his hand on your shoulder and looks you square in the eyes with a look of pride and acknowledgement, and then he moves on to find his wife.
Bye.
When you say it like that, he turns back around and he says, I'm so sorry. Was there something that you would like to talk about? Is there something that you need to get off your chest? I'm here to listen."
No, that was all. I appreciate the kind words. And as he kind of shifts his focus away and starts to leave, Numat kind of looks back at the table where everybody is kind of staying, and he just kind of murmurs to himself, "Huh. Family."
Before Dimitri walks away, he says, "I didn't mean to disturb your thought process. I just, I wanted to make sure that you knew how we thought. Sometimes when people stand off in the corner and become quiet thinking, they tend to lose sight of what people truly think about them, get lost in their own head. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't happening with you and let you continue to think."
I appreciate that because it does happen quite often.
Well, I will let you get back to your thinking. Just positive thoughts. And he kind of like gives you a wink,
I give him a smirk.
walks away. Sid,
Yeah.
before you guys left Penting, you said that you wrote a note and left it on Alan's desk. What was in the note?
I forget.
All right.
Oh, bore.
You guys wanted to tell him something about Gideon, I believe. because this was during the confrontation where Cassian was.
Yes, we couldn't speak, right? And it was just
Yes.
somebody. We were all like silence, and somebody was given a chance to speak, but it wasn't me. Right. It was what's his name? You just said Gideon. Gideon wasn't who we thought he was, and I have a feeling you knew. I think we're owed answers.
It's about a week that passes, and you, in your head, hear Owen's voice. Answers will come. I have a lot to fix at the moment. I will be in touch when the time is right. But he has a much more calm and measured tone, like how you used to know him, as opposed to that whole confrontation. It seems like having some time to think and adjust himself has probably been going well.
Mhm.
Otherwise, he would not have responded to you. So, moving again, it's kind of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff here. Vicar, as you are sitting there crafting the poisons, you have this idea that strikes you. You really want to modify something, and would you like to describe what you do?
Yes. So, Vicar is, while developing these poisons, just thinking of ways that he can use them effectively in combat, and he goes to the Gray's garden and notices some very thin, fibrous thorns on these plants, almost too small to see, very fine but very sharp. And he collects a good number of them and embeds them into one of his leather bracers on his forearms. And the idea is to coat that in a certain type of poison as a way to apply it, and to make sure that he doesn't accidentally poison himself. He covers it with another patch of leather that he has a fabric tie to hold it against his arm, but can be quickly released in combat to brush against somebody.
Very cool. And Katarina comes in and checks on you, obviously, throughout the course of you making these poisons. During one of the times where it's just brewing and it needs some time to rest, but you still need to be there actively attending it, kind of like stirring food in the kitchen. In between those little stirs, you're working on this. She comes down and notices almost immediately what you're going for here and says, "That is an absolutely brilliant idea. This is a fantastic way to administer contact poisons.
Thank you.
Very, very creative. Can I take a look, please?"
Yeah, please.
And she picks it up and just kind of examines it. It's like, this could potentially be enchanted, modified to have other properties as well. We could look into this at some point if you would like to take it somewhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome. Well, I will let you get back to work. Keep that brain active.
Will do.
And she smells your potion, gives it a stir, makes sure everything's still going well, and then walks away. So, after all of that has happened, within those different little time frames, you guys have finally made your potion and your poison, and Dimitri and Katerina come down and say, "It is the moment of truth." And Dimitri sticks his pinky in the potion that you made, potion of gentle repose, right, Dave?
Yep.
Yep. Takes his finger in, tastes it, and then he just, "Yes, it is brewed perfectly. That is an amazing concoction. Could not have done better myself. Very well done."
Thank you.
You want to
I
taste
will-
mine?
Yeah.
Roll deception.
Yeah. He and Katerina both laugh when you say that. I'm gonna say, Dave, for yours.
Yep.
It is considered a splash potion of gentle repose, which means you could throw it up to 20 feet, I believe, and you could use it as a bonus action. That's one of the reasons it took so much longer to make, is because it's double the time to make a splash potion. But now you know the secret ingredient is gunpowder, or as he calls it, black powder, because guns don't exist in this world yet. Right. So, Vicar, as he comes over to you, and this is me explaining as the DM how you guys learn the different things from your guilds that you haven't technically learned yet. So, Cassian and Sid, you guys learned Elven fighting, which is your passive that you get from the Forge Guild through sparring with Katarina and Dimitri. They were teaching you Elven fighting techniques. Obviously taught you how to make a splash potion. And Vicar, when it comes to you, you have learned how to make these poisons more effectively and more efficiently than anyone else would be able to normally. And Katarina walks over and gives it a sniff. She takes a small leaf and dips it into the poison, pulls it back out. Which poison did you make again?
The Frost Bloom.
You see, as she pulls it back out, the leaf itself is completely frozen at the tip, and she gives it a flick, and just like something you stick in liquid nitrogen, it shatters. And she goes, "Excellent. Very well done. Very well done. Both of these will, I'm sure, help you in the hunt. But before we have the hunt, there's the next stage of the trials. Are you ready to perform?"
Always.
Born ready.
That just
Go.
nods.
All right. We will have to wait until nighttime. Until then, rest. Make sure you get some food. It's going to be a long night. And they just kind of bow their head a little bit and walk out of the room. Several hours pass. It becomes dark outside, and they come to find you all, gather you up in a place by the circular table. And Dimitri says, "Now, this next part of the trials, Cassian, you have not had to do this for quite some time, and I'm sorry, but it is necessary from the trials. I'm sure you remember. But this next stage of the trials is meant to test your mental acuity, not your intellect, but your ability to withstand dark thoughts. This trial is called the Night of Whispers. I will need you all to come with me." And he takes you all to this section of the manor that looks different. It looks like they're rooms that are designed for like almost people to sleep in, but you can see the walls are very heavily padded to keep the room quiet. So if you were to like scream in here, or if someone outside were to scream, you wouldn't be able to hear it because of how thick the insulation is. And he looks at all of you, and there's enough rooms for everyone here. There's more than necessary. And he says, "The Night of Whispers will be challenging, and if it should prove too much for you to handle, we will pull you out before you become too far gone. But this is out of all the trials, this is the one that is hardest to moderate, because it all happens in your mind. That being said, I will need each of you to step into one of these rooms, and all you need to do to complete the trial is remain there for the entire night."
What's the catch?
That is part of the trial. You will figure it out. But I will tell you, it will not be easy.
Sid just walks into a room, not saying anything.
Dimitri closes the door behind you. It's pitch black. You don't hear a lock or anything like that. The door can be opened at any time. But the trial's challenge is to stay in the entire night. And I'm assuming, do you guys follow suit and go to the other rooms, or are you?
Yeah.
Cassian
Yes.
walks up to Newmont before he goes in,
Ooh, never mind.
and he puts his hand on his shoulder and stares very deeply into his eyes, almost like he's looking at his soul. Numot, we have come a long way together, but we can't help each other beyond that door. It's important for you to remember that we will be here when that door opens again. This is not forever. It may feel like an eternity in there by yourself, and each of us have our own demons, but we will be together again. We are family.
You could kind of see Numad get taken aback, but he's kind of used to this since Dimitri already kind of spoke with him about this. He kind of gives a big sigh of relief and then goes, bites his finger, does a little drawing of blood on his hand, and I cast false life on myself and enter a room.
Right. Did everyone go into one of the rooms, or did someone not go into a room?
Nah, I walk in.
I waited for everyone to go into their rooms, and then I turned to my parents. You know how to break me. But it's not going to work. And Cassian turns quickly and walks to the room.
They just look at you with this serious look. The warmth hasn't left their faces, but they know that this is going to be a very, very hard challenge for you. So, everyone walks into one of these rooms, closes the door behind them. You hear a click, but no locks are clicked after that. All of the rooms are pitch black. You start to think to yourself, this is an easy challenge, just staying in a black room all night. And, an hour or two passes by and you start feeling yourself, getting tired. Another couple hours go by and you're getting more tired. And then you start to see things. Bad things. Who would like to start off telling what their character's worst fear is and what they begin to see in detail?
Quick on your feet, boys.
Does it have to be a fear? Can it be a recount of a bad experience?
That is fine. It's not like a clown. Like, I'm not looking for
Right. No,
clowns.
like no. I'll go first.
All right.
So, the room goes from dark to like almost like a meadowy transition with a sole wooden shack, and Sid's kind of walking through this beaten trail. It's been walked on a lot, clearly going from the main road to the house. And he walks inside and he hears sobbing coming from one of the rooms, and he opens the door and there's a woman with an infant in her hand. You can see the infant's legs kind of sticking out of the side of the woman's frame, and her back is to him. And as he approaches, he starts to notice finer details. Furniture in the room is broken. The woman is covered in blood. And as he looks over, she's holding the dagger on the baby, and the baby's mutilated, but not dead. And right as he approaches her, she finishes off the baby. And then at first he was uncertain of who this was, and then it's a flood of memories coming through, and it's his wife killing his firstborn child. And in shock, he can't move, paralyzed in fear. She gets up and she has white eyes, no pupils, just blank white, as she stares at him. And with like a slight grin, she places the dagger on his chest and walks out. And then the room goes black again.
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
19.
Attaboy.
19. You can feel this absolute flood of just horror and sadness come over you. And then you hear another voice in your head. Remember why we fight. And you can feel this surge of hatred and vengeance coursing through you. And although the room is dark, light begins radiating from your sword. Divine light, a divine hatred, a divine vengeance. And you stand up and you know that you're going to make it through this night just fine. Who would like to go next?
I'll do it. So, as the bad memories and visions start to swirl, the corners of the room, you can see catch fire from the bottom, and Figure is transported to his childhood home, which is engulfed in flames. And when he walks up to the door to save his family, he opens the door to find the members of his party trapped inside, incapacitated in one way or the other, smoke inhalation, trapped underneath a fallen support beam or something like that. And being so small in stature, Figure's unable to remove any of the debris from on top of them and can't save them as the room fills with smoke, and he's forced to do what he did last time, which is the only thing he can, and that is to leave and lose yet another family.
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Is that just like a D20 or
Yep,
with
it's a D20 plus. If you look on your character sheet, top left, you should see saving throws, and click the one that's for wisdom.
wisdom? Okay, so it's just a 0. Got it. So I get a 4.
Roll a D100 for me.
All right. That is a 50.
50.
Right in the middle.
You find yourself clutching to something. Tell me something that you have from your childhood. Anything, just something small.
Cloaca.
Let's say the bow was my a family heirloom.
You're holding on to this bow, and you start looking at it. You start rocking back and forth, and you're like, it's a lucky bow. It's never failed me. It's a lucky bow. I need to have it on me at all times. The character becomes attached to a quote lucky charm, such as a person or an object, and has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws while more than 30 feet from it. Considering that you chose your bow, it's convenient, but you can't think of anything else but the fact that this is the only thing left. It's the only thing left. You just keep rocking back and forth. Who would like to go next?
I can go. I have a couple ideas. So Kai sat, at least somewhat peacefully in the darkness, feeling somewhat confident due to his mental constitution from recent events. He feels pretty confident. He feels pretty relaxed. But as he sat there in the darkness, it took time. But he slowly started to slouch, started to even hallucinate a smell. It was an odd smell. It was weird. He's like, he's never smelled that before. A putrid smell, even if you guys can ever smell rotten eggs, it starts to kind of overwhelm the room. He's like, wow, that's really strong smell. He's like, what the fuck is that? And to where he tries to open his eyes, but he's still black. He's like, what the fuck is happening? So he kind of feels around. Nothing's really happening. He finds the door, but in actuality, he doesn't actually open the door. But in his mind, he opens the door, and he just opens the door to his village, burning. All of the people that he knowed, he grew up with, he loved, his families. That's his first question: is where the fuck's my family? Like, oh, I understand what the smell is. It's burning corpses. He sees his hometown burning. So he starts flailing. He starts running, freaking out. Like, where is my family? He looked back at him. He don't know where he just came from. He saw the room that he just came from, but he's not really sure what happened. So he's running around trying to find his family. He thinks he hears his brother, but he never finds them. Everything's collapsed. He runs towards his old home that he would at least think they were at, but he doesn't find anybody there. He sees all of the people he knew, but he can't find his family. But he smells everything on fire and burning. And the entire time, he still never finds his family.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
I feel like I'd be ready for this since it just happened. Okie dokie. Oh, we got wisdom. I think I'd be proficient in that. I got a 4 plus a 4, so an 8.
8. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
Mm-hmm. So do I do a 10 with that too, or just the 100?
You do. There's one that has 2 numbers, like a 0, 6, 0, 7, and then there's one that just has like 6, 7. So
Yeah,
you
mine
roll
has
both.
like just 0, 0 to like 90.
Yeah, that's what I had too.
Yeah, like do I do a like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
'Cause it doesn't have the like.
So
1, 2, 3, 4.
the 0,
100.
9 is just 9. So if you rolled 0, 0, 9, that's just 9.
Well,
It's a little bit more complicated. It's harder to explain over when I can't see it, but
there is there's only like 0. It's like it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Like it's only the 10s. There is no in between.
Right.
yeah. So
Yeah,
go
so
ahead
that
and
represents the 10, right?
roll
Yeah.
and tell me what you get. The one that has single digits on it is the tens place. The one that has 2 numbers is the ones place.
Yeah, there isn't one
There-
of those
yeah, I
in
don't have
mine
that.
either.
Same.
It's just the 2 values.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was like, I think I roll a D.
So a 0, 0,
Tens?
0 is 100.
I only have 0, 0.
But you don't
Okay,
have a
just-
D10.
That's what I was saying. Oh, that goes away.
You can roll it twice.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
what I was
roll it
gonna do. I was gonna do
Yeah.
like
Okay, yeah. If
Yeah.
yours didn't come with the
Yeah.
full thing, then
I'll do both. I'll do a
oh
D100,
no.
which
So I see. So you have 2 D10s.
Yeah.
You're rolling both of them.
yeah, I'll roll a D100 which I rolled an 80 on, and then I roll a 10 which has a 4, so 84.
84. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. 84.
Nice.
The
specific
character
number.
suffers partial amnesia. The character knows who or she is and retains all your characteristics and traits, but doesn't recognize other people or remembering anything that happened before the madness took effect. So, in your mind, you are in this city. It is real. You have convinced yourself that this is where you are. And while in actuality, your hand is on the door handle of the room and you're just frozen in place staring blankly, in your mind you're still running, you're still trying to find everything. We'll come back to this. Who would like to go next?
I can try. So Kazur sat there and he kind of overheard the conversation between Cassian and Newmont going in, so he's aware something might be trying to happen. So he's staying very aware of his surroundings, and then slowly the room transforms into the concrete room he grew up in, with a cage door on the front. And all of a sudden he looks down. He's starving. He's frail. He's weak. He's covered in whip marks. He's got blood on his hands. He looks and people are at the bars laughing at him, pointing fingers. He's there with his brother. And slowly, his brother gets overtaken by the same black swords we've seen in the city and lays down, withers away into nothing. And then the floor gives away into like a black abyss. And Kazur falls into a cage in a cave. It's dark, it's not well illuminated. Next to him is his brother, laid there dead. People come into the room, they beat him, they whip him, they chain him up. And then finally someone comes through to rescue him, and they're slain in front of him. They throw his body into the cage, and Kazur just sits there next to his brother and his attempted savior. Do that.
All right. Go ahead and roll wisdom saving throw for me.
My wisdom's so bad. There's a D20.
Yep. D20 plus your
Modifier.
wisdom saving throw modifier.
14.
14. In your mind's eye, you're seeing this happen. Guy, I need you to roll me a D100.
Okay. So 40, 44.
44. The character experiences a powerful delusion. Choose an option. The character imagines that he or she is under its effects. I'm going to say, for the purposes of this, you look down at your hands. Then you look at the dead body of your savior, attempted savior, and your brother. And you see the black sores on your brother. And you see the black sores spread to the dead body next to you. And they just get bigger and bigger. And you look down back at your hands again. And you see black sores on your hands. And you look on your arms and you see black sores on your arms. And you start to freak out. Your madness is that you believe you are under this black sickness and only have a few weeks left to live at most.
Damn. Okay.
Who would like to go next?
I guess I will go.
Wait, sorry, really? Can I use inspiration to like re-roll my wisdom check? Or no?
You
Can we use it for that?
I'm gonna say
I
not
haven't used
for,
any.
not for this specifically.
Okay.
You'll see why I say that, but just trust me on this.
All right.
Go ahead, Numa.
Numat's kind of sitting in the room, just in a meditation stance and trance, I mean. And all of a sudden, he finds himself in the training grounds in his hometown. And he's doing well in battle. He's keeping up, but he keeps hearing comments from the peanut gallery. Just cast the spell. It's easy. Just do it, Numat. Why? Why can't you? So then Numat kind of avoids this and kind of goes into the woods where he finds solace being alone. He hunts, he gathers, he takes down some information about land surveying, and he comes back. And as he's walking through his hometown, he stops by all the common folk and distributes rabbits, couple squirrels, pieces of leather he skinned off of some dead carcasses. And these common people are kind of the complete opposite. They're kind of praising him, giving him hugs, and he feels good about that. And then as soon as he starts to feel good, he kind of gets sucked through time, and now all of a sudden it's night, and he's looking down on this little crater he calls home, and he feels a hand clasp on his shoulder, and he knows that his father's standing behind him, and he just hears in his ear, "Do it, Numat. This is Judgment Day. Do it." And you see Numat kind of grabs his quarterstaff and it glows a green, and he kind of looks down on Godric's Hollow that's kind of nestled in this vast forest, and he picks it up, but before he slams it, he kind of hesitates and stops, and he goes, "What are you going to do, Numat? Avoid your problems? Run away?" And then he slams his quarterstaff, and you see this kind of green glow kind of disperse throughout the city. And it kind of starts with small animals, birds nestled on the sides of buildings, kind of just stop chirping and kind of fall over and fall to the ground. Then you see the common folk that had been praising Numat kind of give this shocked expression as they kind of become frail and wrinkly, and they fall over too. And as Numat is kind of absorbing all this power, he feels like he's getting stronger, but the hand on his shoulder kind of grasps him even more and turns him around, and he finally sees his father staring before him. And kind of like in Harry Potter, like the Dementor sucking soul from you, his father kind of just opens his mouth, and Numat is just kind of feeling his own life force be drained from him and being taken by his father.
I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
14.
14. Just not quite enough.
Buns.
Go ahead and roll a D100.
48.
48. All right. Okay. The character is blinded 25% or deafened 75%. I don't like that one. Reroll.
All right. God, I'm deaf, blind, and dumb, and I can't read. Oh my god, bro!
Keller.
Newmont's
can't
old school
roll
for the blind.
Stupid any more than I am. All right. 59.
The character loses the ability to speak. You feel as your father is sucking this life force from you, the first thing to go is your screaming. Because you want to scream. You want someone to help you, and you just can't make a sound. And I believe that leaves Cassian.
Yes, it does. Cassian, being relatively familiar with what is going on, doesn't waste any time. He goes to the corner of the room and lays on his back with one knee bent, his head kind of propped up on the edge of the wall. With no light in the room, it's hard to see anything, but he takes his amulet out of his shirt and clicks down the wolf ear to reveal what he knows but cannot see to be a picture of Aurora. And he whispers to himself quietly, "You're gone. You are not here." And he closes his eyes quietly. And he drifts off to what he believes is sleep. He's quickly awoken, what feels only moments later, by a knock on the cell door. Strange. Nothing bad's happened yet. But a hopeful Cassian gets to his feet and walks to the door and places his hand on the handle. Before turning the handle to open the door, he gets the better sense to realize that this is just part of the challenge. And on the other side of the door, he hears an undeniable voice. The voice of his best friend and his true love. "Cassian, you did it. It's over." Cassian takes a deep breath, knowing that he's about to see someone who is not here. Still, the urge to see his best friend and his wife can't be denied, and he opens the door. What he finds on the other side of the door is whirling winds of snow, a sheer cliff looking over the face of a valley, covered in snow, sub-zero temperatures, freezing, the harshest of Norhaven winters. Teetering on the edge, he almost loses his balance, but not before he hears a voice behind him. The voice behind him is that of his father. He turns back into the dark room with his back to the cliff, and he sees his father's armor. He sees his father's cape, his father's greatsword. But wearing his father's garb is a grotesque miscalculation of what his father should be. Covered in black sores, very familiar the whole party would be with what this looks like. Before Cassian can utter a word, he's kicked square in the chest, backwards falling down into the deep ravine, covered in snow, the wind howling loud enough that he can't even hear his own thoughts. He falls hard. The type of fall that would knock any normal person unconscious. As he realizes that he's still awake, he gets to his feet and he begins to look around, and he finds not sheer, but damn near sheer mountain cliff. And there's something at the top of the cliff. There's something at the top of the mountain. It's a black, shadowy figure. Not unfamiliar, but not necessarily familiar either. Cassian, realizing how cold it is, tucks his hood over his head and begins the long trek. At this point, all the preparation in the world, telling himself that he knows what was coming, telling himself that Aurora wouldn't be here, it's all faded away. He believes truly in his heart of heart that this is real, that this is something that he's experiencing. He begins the slow ascent of this mountain, unsure why he needs to go to the top, but convinced he needs to be there. And he's climbing through waist-high snow, And after just a few minutes of trekking, he sees a small campfire, and the wind begins to settle. Around the campfire are 2 logs. Sat on one of the logs is a cloaked figure. He walks up to the cloaked figure, and he says, "It's cold out here. Would you mind if I have a rest?" And before the cloaked figure can answer, the wind begins to howl and pick up again. The cloaked figure flicks off their hood, only to reveal a grotesque misrepresentation of one of the portraits that you saw in the Grey Manor when we were first sitting around the strategy table. Scenes like this occur for the next, what feels like 24 hours. Cassian continues to climb to the top of the mountain, and every time he sees what could be a familiar face or someone that would be helpful to him, he sees another figure covered in this black sickness. And every time it scares him out of his spine, but still he's drawn to the top of the mountain. Every time one of the figures tries to tempt him with something, whether it's alcohol, his pipe weed, the accompaniment of Aurora. Aurora appears several times along the mountain. Up and up still he pushes. Finally, he gets to the peak of the mountain where he finds a grassy clearing. All of a sudden, the sun becomes very warm. A perfect spring day in Norhaven, which to most would be frigidly cold and unwelcoming, but to him, it feels like home. When he gets to the top, he peaks the mountain and looks over into the grassy field. Somehow, the snow and the blizzard has fallen away, and he sees the characteristic, iconic green cloak of Aurora. And next to her is a small boy and a small girl, splashing in what seems to be a stream. He seems to be awash with feelings of joy, completion, happiness, purpose. He quickly runs as fast as he can over to what he believes to be Aurora, puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "Finally, my love, we're back together." As she turns around, the cloak falls from her golden hair, which quickly turns to black. Her eyes bleeding, the same black ichor. And from her bodily form comes a black dragon with beating red eyes, looks deeply into Cassian's soul and says, "You will never have her again." Cassian falls faint.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
A 4.
Seems fitting. Go ahead and roll a D100 for me.
It's 3 4s on this.
95.
I'm thinking for this one. You keep having these hallucinations over and over again, different variations, different settings. You realize as you're at the top of this mountain peak and you see this grotesque visage in front of you that isn't Aurora but is pretending to be. When you look up, you were definitely on the top of the mountain, but this clearing, this little area is actually at the bottom of the mountain. And you continue to climb again. The character experiences vivid hallucinations and has disadvantage on ability checks. So I'm going to say that you're going to continue to have visions like this over and over again. Now, I am going to need all of you to roll a d10 and let me know what the result is. We'll start with, let's do it in the order that everyone just did their speeches. So
A D10. I was first.
D10.
I just gotta find my tenor. That's 8. That's 20. That's a 10. Okay.
Oh wait, no, you don't have to. You were the only one who succeeded. You
Yeah, I
actually
was
Ha,
like,
get
right.
wrecked. Get wrecked.
I was like, does he have to do it if he succeeded?
The DC, by the way, for that was 15, and you had 2 people roll 14s.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I rolled a 6 on my D10.
You experience that rocking back and forth. I need this bow. I need this bow for 6 hours.
Darn.
Up next, who went second?
Ooh. I got a 2. That was almost a 1.
2. You have your hand frozen on the handle of this door, convinced that you are in this reality, and you don't remember your friends. You don't remember anything that led you to this point, and that happens for 2 hours, and then you blink and you open your eyes, and your hand is on the handle of the door like you're about to leave. And you can still like replay those memories in your head, but you know that those are not that's not what's happening right now. That I'm here, and you get over it. Third place, or the third person, goes Joe.
Thought I was 4th, but I will roll. So I got a 7.
7.
7.
You would go ahead.
Yeah, no, I got a 7.
You sit in crippling fear for the next 7 hours, believing that any second could be the second that this sickness takes you, before you look down for a final time on the 8th hour, and your hands are shaking, but you don't see any black spots. Newmont.
3.
3. You attempt to scream and scream and scream, and nothing's coming out. And eventually, after several hours go by where you're just trying to yell for help, you hear a voice in your head say, "It's all right, I'm here with you." And you recognize the voice to be your grandmother's. And it's almost like she helps you find your voice again. And you choke on your words as you try to get them out. But you find yourself able to speak once more. Cassian, go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
I rolled a 10.
10. As morning rolls around, Sid, you are kneeling in this room with your head down, shaking in rage, and you calm yourself, but you still feel the hatred and the vengeance coursing through you, just illuminating the area around you. You hear a door open behind you, and you see Dimitri and Katerina, and the sun has come up. And they say, or Dimitri walks over to you, puts a hand on your shoulder, and says, "I do not know the specifics of what you have seen or what drives you, but one thing is very apparent, and that is that you have a very strong drive. I hope that you achieve whatever it is that you seek, for vengeance, or for glory, or conquest." And then he reaches down his hand to help you up. Do like that bro, this type of thing. Lifts you up and says, "Remember to keep family first, and remember to protect yourself and those that you can call friends." And you walk out. You have successfully completed the trial. Next, he goes to Vicar. You see the door open up in front of you, and you think it might be a trick being played on your eyes, but you can see that you're holding the bow in your hand, and you don't feel the need. You don't feel the need to keep rocking over it, keep stroking it, making sure it's there. You find yourself able to put it on your back. Katerina walks in, offers you a hand with your little bird feathers to help you up. And as she helps you up, she says, "It was difficult to watch you with that bow. I hope that whatever it is that you saw, you are able to get past it. Seems like a traumatic memory."
I reach back and kind of touch it one more time, and say, it was difficult for you. Imagine. But hopefully those visions don't come to pass. Not again.
With your friends at your side, I doubt that anything that happened to you that was in poor circumstance will happen to you again. Next, they go over to Kai. Did we do you already? I don't think we did you.
Not yet.
Okay. I meant to do you first. Kai,
Yeah.
you find yourself with your hand on the handle, looking down at it, but you are able to remember your friends now, and you know you have a purpose here, and you let go of the handle. And just as you let go, the door opens up in front of you, and Katerina and Dmitri are standing there, and they just say, "You had your hand on that door for the last several hours, but you never once left. It takes a strong will to not go through. Well done." And
Thanks. That
Dmitri,
was not pleasant at all. I didn't like that.
I'm sorry, it is meant to test the mental acuity, the will to keep, the will to remain, despite traumatic memories or fear. You need to stay grounded so that you can be with your friends. They could be the reason that you live or die. And Dmitri claps you on the shoulder and says, "I've never seen anybody with their hand on the handle for that long and not go through it, so well done." Um, they move on to Kazir. As you're looking down at your hands, you blink away the vision that you have of these black sores and your hands being clean, and you're left in the darkness, not able to see your hands because it's just pitch black. And as the door opens in front of you, you breathe a sigh of relief to see that the last part of your vision is true. You don't have this sickness. You're fine. You're okay. Still leaves you a little bit shaky, though. Katerina walks over to you and does the same thing with the others. She offers you a hand to help you get up.
So I'm just sat there, just like still staring at my hands. And then Kazir looks up and sees her hand and just kind of shakes his head and gets up on his own.
She looks at you and withdraws the hand. And then just not as like heavy clap as Dimitri did with Kai, but a more gentle hand on the shoulder. Says, "You strike me as someone who has never wanted to rely on people."
I always do just fine on my own, usually. Not by choice, but it was the path I was given.
I think there is a new path for you now. I think you have more choices than you realize. Let your friends help you. There's no shame in needing assistance.
Kazir just like looks at her and just like gently nods. And then
She gives you a nod too.
kind of walks out of the room.
Numat, you're sat there and you're trying to speak to yourself. You can speak in your mind, but you're having trouble choking on the words. And as the door opens up, you see Dmitri and Katerina. The light fills the room. And what do you say when you see them as the light spills into the room?
Before they say anything, I get up and immediately run and kind of collapse into Dimitri's arms and give him a hug. And I kind of look up at him and wipe snot from my nose, and I just say, "Please, please don't be like him." And I walk away.
Before you walk away,
Mm-hmm.
you can feel a strong arm at your back as he pulls you in for like like a semi-awkward dad hug. And he says, I don't know what it is that you saw. I cannot promise to not be what you saw in your vision, but I can promise you that I will be here if you need me, and I will be here if your friends need me.
And I will be there for them.
That is good to hear. You're a good man, Numat. And he lets go, and you walk in. The rest of you are gathered there as they walk over to Cassian's room. And you can see that Katarina's hand shakes as she tries to reach for the door handle. And eventually Dimitri is the one who reaches out and opens it. And you see Cassian with his head back, eyes staring at the ceiling, just a tiny bit of drool coming out from the sides of his mouth. And his arms are laid at his side, completely devoid of any kind of twitching muscle movement or anything. He looks catatonic. And Cassian, at first you don't see it when they open the door. You don't break free from the vision. Just as you're about to reach the peak of this final mountain that you're climbing, you see a light. And you've only been climbing upwards, ever upwards, always to find the next thing. The light that you see, just as you're about to reach the top, is all the way at the bottom. And it's so bright. Do you want to jump towards the light or keep climbing?
I'm gonna roll a d20, and 10 or lower is go towards the light. 10 or higher is keep climbing. 11 or higher is keep climbing. It's a 12. I'm gonna keep climbing.
You see Dimitri looks at his son, and the second he realizes his son hasn't snapped out of it, he runs over and kneels down hurriedly, and he starts looking for something amongst this person. You see Katerina has this like hand over her mouth expression, kind of frozen at the door, and Cassian still isn't moving. He doesn't see any of you. He hasn't acknowledged the fact the door has been opened. And Dimitri is like, fuck, where is it? Where is it? I know I had it prepared. Ah! And he's reaching through this bag and he's throwing, you see him crashing vials everywhere. And he finally pulls out this one and just and then pours it down Cassian's throat. As you're climbing this mountain, Cassian, you start to suffocate. Like you can't breathe. You're choking. And you just, something's wrong. Something's wrong. And slowly the mountain begins to fade. You're losing your grip. You're slowly scraping down the side of this mountain, and that light is getting brighter, and it just keeps getting brighter, and you keep sliding, and eventually the mountain starts to disappear, and you begin to fall, and you're choking, and you're dying, and you're falling, and eventually that bright light overtakes you, and you wake up to the bright light of the room that's now completely filling this area. And you see your father with hands shaking, an empty vial just above where your mouth is, a bunch of glass shattered on the floor. Your mother standing at the doorway with her hand over her mouth, and your group of friends just behind her.
Cassian takes a big gasp of real air, not dream air. He grabs his father by the collar and shoves him against the back wall. And he yells, "You're not real! I'll kill you!" And he gets very combative.
All right. You have your whip on you.
Yeah, the whip is drawn, for sure.
All right. Dimitri is shocked. So is Katerina. They appear to be making no movement to stop this happening. What did the rest of you do?
I speak up and I go, Cassian, before we entered this room, you said you will be here once it's all over. We are now all here for you. Calm down. Take a breath. It's over.
I will use message and I'll cast it on Cassian to get inside his head. And I'll be like, stop. It's us. It's your family. It's not an illusion anymore.
Cassian drops his whip and looks down at his hands. He looks up at his father, who was just smashed into the wall. Looks over to see his friends looking at him. He's shaking, like withdrawal shaking at this point. And he just collapses to his ass, knees bent, head between his knees, hands on top of his head, and he's just sobbing.
I'll walk over and just kneel next to him and just put my arm on his shoulder.
You see Katerina at this point walks into the room and kneels down next to her son and just hugs him. Dimitri is still just where Cassian let him go. You see a dent in the padding from where Cassian shoved him into the wall, but he's still just not moving. And your mother says to you, I'm so sorry. You've never had this reaction with this trial before. I'm so sorry. I can only imagine what you must have seen. I'm so sorry. And
It takes a long while before Cassian lifts his head and says anything. He's like full like mascara running, like leave Britney alone. Like he's a fucking wreck. And he gets to his feet. He quietly gives his mother a hug and a kiss on the cheek. He walks by his father, almost ashamed to look up at him. Just outstretches an arm and kind of kindly and sorrowfully brushes his father on the shoulder, and just walks out of the room.
before you walk out of the room, you feel a tug at your sleeve as you turn away from your dad, and he has your arm in his hand. And you see he hasn't cried, but there's tears in there, like, and he opens his mouth like he's gonna say something and closes it, opens it one more time, closes it, and then he pulls you in and gives you a very, very warm hug, almost like the sorrow he's attempting to drain everything from you and leave you with only happiness. And it doesn't completely work, but you know the intent is there.
Cassian receives the hug well, and he hugs back, and more embarrassed than anything, but happy to see the people who care about him, and he cares about them, and he knows that he's not in the dream state anymore, and he, by whatever small chance, made it out through the night. And he goes around to each of the party members and puts a hand on a shoulder and says a quiet thank you. And he goes up to Newmont. He grabs Newmont by the back of the head and pulls his head into his forehead. And he just says, thank you, my friend. Turns to Kazir. Looks at him in the eye and he says, none of us are alone anymore. Gives Kazir a nod, and he's just going to walk past the group, wants to be alone for a little bit.
All right. In the wake of everything that's happened, as the rest of you are standing in this room, Dimitri eventually moves away from the wall, still kind of looking like he doesn't know what to do, fairly unsure of what happens next. And then kind of snaps back into it and is like, well, I'll need to need to clean up this mess. He gestures at all the potions on the floor. And he's, feel free to take some time. This trial is one of the harder ones to recover from. You can begin the hunt whenever you are ready. It is the last stage of the trial, and we will talk about it when you are ready. But for now, rest. Gather your thoughts, talks amongst yourselves, figure out what you want to do for next steps. And, yes, I will be cleaning this up now. And awkwardly, he kind of brushes past you pretty quickly to grab some cleaning supplies. And Katerina stands up and just looks at you all and says, "Thank you for being there for my son. He is going to need you now more than he ever has." And she gives a slight bow of the head, and she retires to their own bedroom. And I think this is a good place to take a little break.
Sounds good.
Very well done, everybody. Good, cool role play. Everybody get an inspiration. I liked it.
I can't because
We're
I don't
capped
have
out,
opportunities
baby.
to use my inspiration.
Wait, how many did you say we can have? Three or
Three.
two?
Three.
Have up to
Oh,
3.
well, now I have 3. I don't think I
Yeah.
used one, but
I have 3.
Everybody should be pretty close to having 3 at this point.
yeah.
Tony, how many do you have again?
I have 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already had 3.
Yeah,
Wow, that was
don't be
heavy.
afraid-
Alright.
Jesus.
Don't be afraid to use those for,
Yeah.
attack rolls or
Mhm.
rerolling damage or saving throws.
Initiative rolls because I think this
Come
is
here,
like the
Mia.
5th session where I've just been last.
Yeah.
Come here. Everybody must see you and how fucking
Is
cute
that
you are.
Mia?
Momo.
After our shared emotional trauma.
Therapy dog.
One part that I really like about that is you guys don't know if, with all these shared experiences out of game, you still don't know if those are memories, altered memories, or just fears, which is very interesting to me.
Dude,
I was gonna say if
Did we-
Cassian passed his after like fainting, I was like, this will be interesting. If he just, oh yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
did we experience we experienced those individually, but as a group we still don't know what each other experienced, correct?
Yeah.
No, I mean, after the
Mhm.
break, you guys can get into more of what that is. That was just a chance for you guys to know out of games more in depth about what the other characters think. And in game, you can then explain what your fear was. You could lie if you want to. I don't know why you would, but that was just more of for an above board cool role play. Let's see what the other players think about their characters' fears. Get you more in the headset of your character.
That was cool.
That was fun.
Thanks. Yeah, so we'll take like a we call it a 15-minute break,
Sure.
and then we'll get back to it.
Sounds good.
Gotta pee so
I'll be
bad.
back.
Let's go, Fluffy. Let's go.
Josh. Is he alive? That is a question.
He's muted.
Goosh. Bro, if he missed my monologue, I'm gonna be pissed.
I doubt he did. I saw him unmute during it, I think. So I think he might just have had to dip to the bathroom real quick, which is what I'm going to do.
Dog squats. Did she get brushies already, bro? He can't hear me. Newmont, I love you. Kaiser, I love you too, bro. Hello,
Hello.
Newmont. I love you, bro.
I love you too. Also, webcam is going to be back on after Christmas break because it's currently at Mikasa and I haven't been home in a hot minute. So
Yeah, you're good, bro. You Gucci
I
Brucci.
fucking miss it. I love seeing all your faces. Oh shit, we're still on Twitch,
I
bro.
can see your face.
Yeah.
Hello,
Speaking
Dave.
of seeing people's faces, I've noticed that Joe's camera and Zen's camera have been off the entire night.
Yes.
I honestly think I might just go buy another webcam so I could keep one at home and then have one in Philly.
Oh, Jesus.
Why not just
'Cause
bring it with you?
Yeah.
Listen, you talk to Joe
Planning.
about it. Every time I travel home, which I did like quite often, like a couple months ago, I would always like migrate my PC and I always fucking forget something. It's insane.
There's not
Numat's
that many
dumb in real
PCs.
life too, bro.
No, it's just Newmont smokes hella weed in real life.
Look, I didn't smoke in a month and a half.
Wow, I'm proud of you, bro.
Yeah, that's the first thing I'm doing when I go home for Christmas break is fucking rolling a fat one.
I'm so proud of you. Yeah, don't be for long.
I'm so proud of yeah, right. That was dope. I like how
That
you
was a
made us.
very, very deep.
I
set,
like how
bro.
you
I
didn't
know.
give us a warning about that,
Mhm.
so we really had to like think on our feet of like what
Yeah.
we actually feared. That was cool.
I thought about giving you guys a warning, and then I was like, nah, it's more fun on the spot.
Yeah, it,
Yeah,
it definitely was. That was cool.
It lets us flex that RP muscle, you know? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's like-
and it
yeah.
flushed out a lot of backstories as well without like, oh, let's talk around the table again or
Yeah.
Yeah.
sit around a campfire. So that was a unique way of doing it. That was dope.
Yeah, I was trying to think of because this doing the trials is tricky because it's meant to test you, and I was like, well, they can't all just be combat. That would be boring.
Yeah.
Fair.
So I wanted to find some other stuff. So I mean, the next part, the hunt part, is you're gonna have to think about what kind of creature you want to fight, and then you got to think about where to find it and how to track it, and then you can have the combat. So there's gonna be more thinking, but there's RP thinking combat, and then
Yeah, for sure.
that's more how I like doing things. But yeah,
Jacob, Dave, and Josh, I want to snag you guys at the end of the session just to sit and chit chat about an idea that I had.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where the private channel is anymore. The
there
private
one?
VC.
I don't know. Josh can add one.
Yeah,
If
I
Josh
know.
is so
I know it
willing to do
exists because you dragged me into it earlier this session, but I don't know where
In the abyss.
it is. Is Josh alive? Question mark.
How many drinks has he had?
I don't know.
I heard him giggle
Oh,
at
did he?
like right before we left about something. When Zen fucking made the Britney comment, I
Oh.
think
when he made the what comment?
when Cassian like first came to and he was like leaning into his knees and he was crying and I said that he was like mascara was
Oh,
running
yeah.
like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Leave Brittany alone.
Hollywood man.
yeah. Weird. I'm not seeing the private VC. Weird. I hope Josh is alive tonight because he's supposed to be taking note sessions, and there's a lot of notes to take for this session in particular.
Oh, jeez. God bless your soul.
I'm gonna ping him just to be sure.
I don't have one. Got red hair, bro.
He does have a big week. He's got some family stuff that he's got to do this week, so I'm sure he's doing logistics. Nice princess cup, bro. Pog.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Hey, look, it's
Eh,
Aurora.
Oh, shut up. You get that
No,
from
for
like
real,
fucking
that one's called
Yeah.
Aurora.
Oh.
Wait, really? Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
You get that from like a Burger King Happy Meal when you were 12?
No, I got it from the dollar store like 12 years ago. You can see how I don't know if you can see how faded it is, but I've used
Yeah.
this
Oh
cup.
shit.
My family had those collectors Disney movie cups
Yep,
that
mine
we
too.
had for like
Oh yeah, they have like all the
15
facts
years.
on them and shit.
No, they were, well, I don't know if I had that, but it had like movie posters on them, like Lion King
Oh,
and shit like
it was
that.
different. Do you guys remember the plates
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, I had the plates.
Like the Hercules plate.
Yeah,
and
the Hercules plate was my
Mhm.
favorite as
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
kid, bro.
dude. Dino chicken nuggies on that bitch
Yup.
every day.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
Yeah. I always liked the I don't know if you guys had these. I didn't have them. My cousins did. It was the bowl for cereal, but it had the straw built into the bowl.
Yes.
Hell yes, dude. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Drink the
Zoomers,
milk.
man.
Have that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you
Yeah,
Yeah, I
drink
didn't
the
have it
milk
either, but my
after?
friends did.
Peasant.
Yeah. My parents were like that. Nah, no.
Nah, that
I
ain't
mean,
it, chief.
this cup was like 25 cents at the time, so
Worth.
Yeah, my parents were very cheap spenders. It was always like, we need new glassware. Okay, we're going to the Dollar Tree. Everybody
Yep.
get in a minivan.
Yep, that's same with my family for sure. I was taught the power of saving up for one thing that I want to get that's going to last me for forever, or just getting a couple of things that are really cheap that I know are just, to have because I can abuse them. I would
Disney
like to
Princess
mention
Cup.
my 25-cent cup that I got 12 years ago. I always drink out of these two. Oh wait, hang on, I got this one. It's Olaf.
Nice.
And I've got some other ones. There's one with I think cars on it, like the movie Cars.
Yeah.
Lightning McQueen.
See, Zen, I kind of wish my dad was like, he would go out and buy cheap things because he buys like quality products, but then they break and it's just, no, I'm fixing it. And there's no if, ands, or buts. And then we just have half broken shit all over the house.
My dad never once in his life, when I was living with him, never once hired a repairman. If something broke, whether it was the car,
Yup.
something on the house, it was always fix it yourself. He's like, I'm not spending $300 to call someone for something I know how to do.
Dude, we still have a fucking tractor from like 97 that's been in the lumber mill plot for like 10 years. And it's trash. And my mom's like, Mart, why don't you just get fucking rid of it? And he goes, well, if the new tractor ever breaks and I need to replace the blade, I'm just gonna take it from that one. And I'm
Yep.
just like, oh
That's
my
my dad.
god, man.
Yeah.
This bookshelf right here was something my dad made when I was like 12 years old. It's kind of hard to see because I got a short wire here, but it's like a pretty good sized bookshelf. And then I have got I wanted to start using my computer at my at a desk that is currently the one that I'm using. And I was like, can I get a desk? And he said, no, make one. And I was like, okay. So I just made a desk.
I approve of this.
Anybody else got a bucket of scrap wood that's like 90 years old? And it's like, no, this is still good scrap wood. Don't throw that shit out. Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
One thing that I found scrap wood, because I work with exotic woods a lot, never throw anything out.
Oh,
I
yeah.
figured I can take those like tiny cutoff pieces and I turn them into like wands. You can sell those things for like $80 a pop.
Yep.
Ooh, that'd be
Coasters,
sick. Like
too.
make like a
So many
fucking Harry
like-
Potter one.
Black walnut coasters that sell on Etsy for like $60 a coaster.
Yeah, yeah.
We had these
That's the thing.
huge, hulking, ancient trees in my property when I was a kid. And we had an ice storm that was really bad one year, and trees were literally exploding. And I did a number on them. Some of them we had decided were no longer safe to have around the house because they were so big that if branches fell, it would just literally demolish the house.
Yeah.
So we cut them down, unfortunately, but they turned them all into lumber, and my dad built a tree house out of them.
Sick.
And it was like 2 stories tall.
That's so awesome.
And then we had a shitload left over, and he just like opened up our front porch. It was treated. He opened up our front porch and put it underneath, and we just had like hundreds of boards of wood sitting under our porch for God knows how long. I don't even know if they're still there. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe we sold them or something.
I just posted some pictures. I made these training knives from scrap wood as well, and you can sell those.
What the fuck?
You
The
can
Karambits,
sell
bro.
Oh, nice.
randomly.
Dude, that's low float. Those will go for a lot, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Those look dope.
I regret when I was like 12 years old, I would be making those and I would be selling them for like $12. It would take me so long to make,
$12
Yeah, that's
for
worth
one of
way
those?
more.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no,
bro. In
I
2023,
could-
that's like a $200 practice knife, bro.
I know. I didn't realize the value of what products I was making until my dad came in and was like, you could make a lot more money off this. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. So
They go quick. No shit, you're
The
selling them
friends
for
and
12
family
bucks.
discount's $12 though, right?
yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Just add a zero on the end of it and we're
Shit.
getting close.
Boom. He
Those
learned.
are
There's Josh.
sick karambits though. Those are
What?
I told you,
fucking
he
tight.
just giggles every so often.
Josh is here.
Who, me? No, I've been here.
You have not been here.
I've been here for the last like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, for
Oh,
the last
yeah.
5 minutes.
No, yeah, I was saying
Right.
hi to family that's in town.
Yeah, and
Tony's
these are
Zen
schmoozing
called
his, Tony's schmoozing his girl. When he gets back, we'll start.
this is the some pictures of the wands that I've made that sell pretty well too whenever they go up. You can get good money for those. And a lot of those are just literally firewood. I turn firewood into those wands.
Oh, those are sick.
Yeah, that's fucking dope.
Nice.
Let me tell
I'm
you,
sure
you
when
get
the
to, like,
Harry Potter craze is going nuts. those
Harry
sell
Potter.
like
Harry
fat.
Potter. Yeah. Harry
Harry
Potter.
Yeah, those are great.
all you gotta do is go to like a pagan festival where people who like believe in actual magic. Dude, you can make so much money off of those things. A
fucking Renaissance fair.
no, I mean Ren Fair too, but like a pagan festival, that's where it's at. Because all you gotta do is make up some story about it being struck by lightning or blessed by a witch, and then
What?
Elena's already sold, bro. I'm telling you. She's all in.
$100 a pop. Easy.
Handcrafted, blessed by a witch. Let's fucking go.
Yep. It's me. I am the witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bless it.
Yeah, I put it in the sink once or twice.
All right, so let's get back into it now that everybody's here.
Yes,
No?
Tony
sir.
said no.
No,
Tony said no.
Fuck you, Tony.
All right, see you,
Oh.
Tony.
Tony's got to go poopy.
You
And
go
guys-
masturbate.
gotta drop a dookie.
Oh wait, he's
You got that blue ball.
He cannot hear us.
He
Alright,
said
yes.
no. Jacob, I can't tell you how badly I wanted to roll a 10 because I knew I was gonna be fucked if I rolled a 10. I was like, please
Yep.
roll a fucking 10.
I
please
wanted you to roll a 10 too. The
Shut
only way that any of you would still be in like a haze afterwards is if you rolled a 10.
Yes, perfect.
So because
Appropriate.
like a normal rest is 8 hours,
Right.
and I wanted to give you guys like you went in as soon as it was dark and you do it until it's light, which is usually more than it's wintertime, so it's more than 8 hours. But yeah.
I thought my almost one was gonna fuck me, so I thought it was the other way around. I was like, oh
Yeah.
shit, I must roll the one. I was like, oh god, no.
See, that's the fun of it. I know what happens and you guys don't. Although I gotta say, round of applause to everybody, because not knowing what was going to happen there, you guys were able to come up with stuff. That wasn't like me giving a spiel about each person. That was you guys doing it. So well done.
Like when you go to class and it's a pop quiz, you're not expecting
Yep. Hopefully not quite as stressful, but
more.
more stressful. All right.
Much angst.
And that was really entertaining, though.
Tony.
Oh my god. It's the sound of him sucking me
Sounded
dry.
like a Sprite
I'm back.
commercial.
God damn.
You got yourself a war crime there, buddy?
No,
I'm trying to
it's,
find pictures of my woodworking, and all I'm coming across is like baby pictures of me for some reason.
We'll
That's
take
your
those
mom
two.
woodworking, bro.
I was gonna say that's your parents' woodwork.
Dude, come on.
What the fuck?
Bro,
Now
I
your
had
character's gonna die.
Kyle and Sass as a baby. I will have you know. All right. So, let's get back into this by saying that you guys have all found your separate ways. You know the next part of the trial is coming up. How long do you guys want to wait before you start recuperating, starting to plan about what you're doing next?
May I ask, in the Norhaven Keep where the Greys reside, is there any chapel or like place for prayer?
There is.
Could I wander there and after like this would have been right after we got done with the whispers. I just want to go there and kind of see if I feel the same feeling as I did in Penting.
Sure. You walk for a little while. I mean, this place is huge. It's meant to house easily over 100 people. So you've had a week or two to walk around and get familiar with most of the campus, and
Mhm.
you know that there is an offshoot. It's a small building because not all of the Greys are religious, but small chapel can seat probably about 10 to 20 people. And
Yeah, I like over the course of everybody doing their own thing as well. Like that's kind of where I went, I guess,
Mhm.
throughout our time.
You can see at the very back end of this chapel is an altar of some kind, and there's also a podium before that. So it's almost like you could have types of religions where there's like here's preacher, podium, and then congregation, or it's like there's the altar over here behind where the speaker would be if your thing is more sacrificially based. As you walk in, you feel a cold draft and you get a chill. And you realize there's no open windows, it's just stained glass in this building. So where did the draft come from?
Where does the draft go? Could I like see where it's flowing to?
Mm-hmm. It's coming from behind you, and it felt like it was leading more towards the altar.
All right,
Or
I'll
the
walk up
podium.
on the altar.
It's not like a altar you would stand on. It's more of like a stone table of sorts. And you walk up to it, and just as you get between the altar and the podium, you feel a cold spot, like a cold sink.
I'll kind of just sit there, and that's where I would do my meditation stances whenever I went there and found a cold spot. That's where I will nestle down.
Okay. Do a religion check for me.
Okay. 14.
You feel like there's something to what is trying to be conveyed here. Why is the cold spot specifically between a podium where someone would speak and an altar where something would be sacrificed? Let me just think about that for a little while.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's everybody else doing?
I'm going
Jacob,
over.
above table, real quick.
Yep.
The debuffs we suffered from the whispers, are those permanent or do those
No,
go away now?
They go away as soon as the madness ends, so you guys are all officially fine. That's why I said trust me when I said you didn't really need to use the
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, I'll roll with it.
At first, when you said I couldn't speak, I was like, fuck, this session's gonna be boring as shit for me.
No. I wouldn't have done that if it was like a session long or like couple days long effect. That's not fun for roleplay.
What do you mean? I don't remember anything.
Yeah. I was very quick. So the effect.
Hi, I'm Dave. Hi, I'm Dave. Hi, I'm Dave.
Like,
The
oh, God.
effect for the effect for Kai, if Kai had rolled a 10 for what he did specifically, was when the door opened, he would have immediately been hostile to everybody because
shit.
he doesn't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that he's in a room that the last time he left, everything was on fire. So his immediate reaction would have been to fight. And then you guys could have roleplayed that out, however. But
That'd be interesting.
Knocking his ass out.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Yeah, but
I cast dragon pussy. I mean breath.
No, I was like, Kai was going to do something really similar to Newmont.
Hey.
He just wanted to go sit outside and pray. Just somewhere cold, because he was very sweaty during his exposure to that mental fire. He's like, I just want to sit outside and just meditate.
okay. Yeah, you feel that same warmth from the shiny cube as you pray. And it's comforting to know that that warmth is still there, even in the cold.
It's not this big, but it's like in his hands.
Yeah. I like that, Matthew. Nice.
Damn, girl, what that
You doing
cube do?
props now?
All right.
I'm going over to Cassian. How soon after is this?
This, I mean, however long you guys say. Newmont said he did that immediately after the trials, or after the that last trial.
Yes.
Likewise.
So, I mean, you could wait. If you guys want to wait days, you could wait days before you go on the hunt. If you want to wait like a couple of hours to give Cassian some time,
Well,
you can do that.
I
yeah,
wanted
I
to
also
wait until
Go ahead.
Cassian looked normal. Like he seemed like himself before asking him to help me with something.
Okay. Was there
Certainly
something you
before the
wanted to
hunt would be my vote.
know about? Newmont?
I was just gonna say, like I don't need to wait long. I just wanted to make it clear that like I was doing that the whole time. Like they were making potions and
Oh,
doing that shit.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
But I agree with Sid that I would also like to wait and give Cassian a little bit of space to collect himself.
All right. Cassian, seems like
Yeah.
a lot of this is up to you. What are you doing?
For 3 days following the whispers, nobody knew where Cassian was. No one has seen him. No one has heard from him. If anyone in the party was to have been curious to ask Dimitri or Katerina, they would have reassured you that I was fine and that I will come around when I was ready to come around. But just for some insight, I would have spent the 3 days in solitary in my old room that I shared with Aurora, spending time reflecting. The first day was spent wondering why I had the reaction that I did. As that time passed, the second day became much more of the I knew that this was exactly what was going to happen. I'm not surprised that this is how it happened. And the third day again morphed into my mission is more clear than ever. It was a healing experience. It needed to happen. I'm glad that it happened. And kind of pushing my pride behind me and realizing that I am a wounded animal that is working on becoming better and facing those unnamed demons. And the first time that you would find Cassian, he would be in the training yard, mercilessly beating the shit out of a training dummy and working himself basically dry.
I'm gonna say that in that case, Sid, you're the first person to notice that Cassian is around because you are going to the training yard to start to do some work yourself, and you hear some heavy grunting.
So I'm gonna approach kind of off to the side in his periphery to see how he's doing. And kind of step into his field of view slowly, kind of just like eyeing him up, and wait
The
for
first
him
thing
to.
that the first thing, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. The first thing that you notice about Cassian is that there's actually visibly a couple of gray streaks in his hair, which before was oil slick black. A slight physical appearance has changed about him. He seems okay, but he seems highly motivated.
New hair?
Not my choice, but we have to live with the scars we are given.
I didn't know being a gray was literal.
Anyone else would be catching a fist right now.
Glad you're back.
Glad to be back.
I have a favor to ask.
Of course, I'm in your debt.
I saw how well your parents read you, and I was wondering if you could read your parents, if they were telling all they knew or withholding information based on a question I have.
The Grey coffers once overflowed with wealth, of course, to give back to the city, but I would be willing to bet their former wealth that they are not telling us everything. They are shrouded people, but it's always for a good cause. I wouldn't be concerned if that is what it may be. Would you enlighten me a bit more? What is it that you're thinking?
The vision that I had in the room, I wanted answers, and well, I I still do. I kind of put it off for fear of not wanting to know the truth, or I don't even know why, but I need to start asking everyone that I can. And so I want to start with your parents since we're here and see if they can help me with a question.
My parents are teachers by nature. If they are withholding information from you, it is simply because they feel like you need to learn it a certain way. With that in mind, it's also important to remember that they are here for our benefit and they want us to prosper because whether you like it or not, you're a Grey now. Well, at least soon to be at the very least. I can grant you an audience with them. It's not that it's my audience to grant, but they are more than happy to sit and speak with you. And if they have something that can be served helpful to you, then I'm sure they will do that. But it's just a matter of asking. It could be me or you. Either way, they will see you.
I'd happily ask. I would use your presence more to gauge after the fact whether you feel they were withholding anything for one reason or another, or if they were outright just being themselves and telling me what they know.
Forgive me, Sid. It seems that you're a bit mistrusting, and I understand we've all seen and done things that we want to keep private. It's not a judgment, it's just an observation. Of course, I'm willing to help you, and I will do my best to, as you say, read my parents, but I want to just make an oath to you personally that we're here to help. It's not like they're going to deceive you or try to hurt you.
No, it's not that. It's I when I started asking before all of this took place, before I met you guys, my previous life had a pretty nasty scar, we'll call it, a memory that's kind of burned in there, and when I tried to investigate, it didn't get me anywhere. So to reopen old wounds, I just want to make sure I'm at least doing it for a reason, and maybe mistrusting is a good word, but I know it's more of a misplaced feeling on my end than reality because of everything your parents have done.
If my mother or father have something to offer, they will offer it, and I will be by your side during the conversation, and I will give you any insight that I glean myself.
Thank you. And now I guess Sid's gonna step back, kind of like crack his neck a little bit, draw his sword, and start whacking at a dummy.
All right. So some time passes. What are you guys doing? Are you kind of trying to tag team a conversation here?
I would, yeah. So my next intent as Sid would be to talk to the parents, but I want to, let the group also do their things.
What else are you guys doing while this is going on?
Bless you.
Thank you.
Newmont?
What's up? I'm sorry, my dad's texting me, so I kind of zoned out for 2 seconds.
What is Newmont doing? Because I think you said you wanted to speak with Cassian at some point. Or did I imagine that?
I think you imagined that.
Okay, never mind. So if no one else has anything else that's going on, then you guys could go ahead and
Did
find.
you have something?
Not a whole lot. I would say I went to my room and just kind of contemplated the thoughts I had for a while, but it wouldn't have took days by any means. So I would say I'm just like lounging around, practicing my magic.
All right. Yeah, you're lounging around practicing magic. As you guys are exploring, eventually you find the basement, which is not the same as the space past the labyrinth, where there is a secret hallway that they show you as well that bypasses the labyrinth completely to get to where the alchemical setup is. You find the basement, which is completely different than that place, and it is vast. There's a lot of empty space here that you could imagine was filled at one point with books and other kinds of magical weaponry. You can see that basic weapons have been left. They are very, very nice in make. More expensive than the typical weapon would be. of every kind here, but all of the magical weapons have been removed. You also see a massive fuck off adamantine vault. Huge, like the size of a house almost. That is in this basement.
Are we all like together seeing this?
I would say that's up to you guys. You could have explored as a group, or you could have just done some individual exploring. All of the grounds are open to you guys to walk around. Nothing's off limits per se.
Is this the locked vault that they don't have access to anymore? I'm assuming.
You would probably be able to guess that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to make note of it being there. Okay. So some time passes with you guys sparring. Cassian and Sid just kind of training in silence. What are you doing?
After some time, kind of half panting, I'm gonna step back and let out a big sigh and say, "I'm kind of hungry. You want to go in?"
Yeah, that's fine with me. And see if I can ring my parents
All right,
with
cool.
my Obama phone.
Yeah, you guys make your way to the kitchen area, and you see Katerina and Dimitri probably had the same idea. They're there both cooking separate things, getting ready for a good lunch.
I grab one of the loose steak knives that's in the kitchen and I chuck it at my dad. But before I do that, I say, Sid, watch this. And I throw the knife super fast at my dad.
Roll an attack roll.
A natural one.
A natural one. So he is a fighter like you, and you missed. So he's going to use riposte and throw it back at you as he catches it and then throws it back. Let me see if that hits. Yeah, 23.
It sinks into my shoulder.
All right. You take the damage doesn't really matter here. You guys are going to be able to rest up beforehand, but it definitely sinks into your shoulder a little bit. And he smiles at you and he says, "Good to see you back."
Old
So
dog
just
still
like-
has it. And I yank the knife from my shoulder.
So just like dumbass.
All right.
Father, while I have you, I have our friend here has some questions.
Yeah, Katerina, Dimitri, I had a question for you, more personal in nature, or the reasons for it are personal in nature. The question is not. Some
Sure.
time ago, some time ago, over a year, my wife went on pilgrimage from Marveled to somewhere I don't know. And when she came back, the party was fewer in number, and she wasn't herself. The night she came back, she murdered our child and had this look in her eye, empty and soulless, and left. I can't get any information on that pilgrimage, and I was curious if you've heard anything similar. Anyone else with stories of people returning from places not being themselves?
You immediately see their faces have gone from like, "Hey, our son's back to being himself, and we're having a good time cooking," to "You just destroy the mood." Like their faces fall. This is a much more serious conversation than they were expecting. And Dimitri speaks up and says, I know that people make pilgrimages to Arkin fairly frequently. It is a very, very religious place. That would make sense for a pilgrimage. Marvel does not strike me as a place where people would be coming from for such a pilgrimage. I mean, Marvel, we have had discussions with some of the higher ups there, but it's probably the city that we are best connected with here in Norhaven. It is the most northward city in Torlandir, and several of those soldiers come here at points, or used to. to train to become Greys as well as soldiers of Marvold. Not very religious people. So my only thought for a pilgrimage would be Arkan, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Do you know the intent behind where she was going or why?
No, it was orchestrated by the vassal of Marvold, and she was one eager to volunteer. I really didn't know much.
General Dane, he sent her on this pilgrimage?
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know Dane to send people on pilgrimages very much, more likely skirmish missions. Perhaps it was and he looks towards Katerina, and Katerina just kind of shakes her head and says, I used to run in circles that were slightly different than the ones that I run in now, but you know my history of poisoning, and I don't know if I told you this, I told Vicar, but there was a situation where I was supposed to poison a higher up, and it wasn't Dane that gave me such a mission, but normally when people go on quote pilgrimages and they come back fewer in number, it's because they're performing some sort of less than savory activities. Something's a little off about the story that you're telling. I mean, apart from the fact that what happened and that's horrible, but do you think that it could have been magically influenced? You said she didn't look like herself. Is it more of like she went mad, or is it more like she was under a curse?
I don't know the difference, to be honest. I was not kept in the loop. I was a guardsman for Dane, but and any time I asked details about it, I was dismissed, and he was just very blunt and rude about my wife. I trusted her and her intuition. She was one who wanted to go on this pilgrimage, and now I get the feeling I'm being lied to at the time. So I don't know if it was or if there were other things going on.
I mean, people from Marvold tend to take their military prowess very seriously. If she was sworn to secrecy for some kind of mission, it is entirely possible. I mean, I do not know your wife, but it is entirely possible that perhaps she needed to lie to you to try to keep you safe.
Maybe.
My thought process as a woman who has been in those kind of fields before is that I would want to protect my loved ones, but I cannot tell them what is happening, so I would come up with some sort of story, and I would be eager personally to prove myself, as it were. But beyond that, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like it could have been a curse or madness or something, but it strikes me as very assassin behavior as opposed to, upfront fighting, which is what Marvold is typically known for. But perhaps Dane has gotten sly in years.
The part that I would believe that up until the point of her murdering our child. I don't know why she did it, but I know that she wasn't herself when she did. Or at least the version of her that I knew.
Well, if fewer of them came back, how many left and how many returned?
The party was at least 2 wagons worth, and it was less than 1 that returned.
It sounds like they lost. It is possible that perhaps maybe, and this is just me spitballing here, I mean, there's plenty of different things that could be happening, but perhaps some sort of spellcaster won and then magically seduced the rest, or tried to magically seduce all of them at once. It didn't work, and he killed the ones that it failed on. I don't know why he would have been targeting you specifically or your child, that does not make much sense. But
That's the part I can't wrap my head around.
yes,
We were nobody in nowhere.
I don't know. I don't know. I would have to think about it, but
Of course. I know it's a very dark question and certainly not one you were expecting. So I don't expect an immediate answer, of course. But if you do think of things, I would be eager to hear them.
of course, they look at each other, and Dimitri says, "We will talk about it. See what we can come up with. See what we might be able to learn. Unfortunately, most of our books on monster hunting, monster slaying, their abilities, their features, etc., they have all been burned. So we do not have access to the knowledge that our forefathers gained through sweat, blood, and tears. But we'll put our heads together, see what we can do."
I appreciate it.
I'm
Jacob,
very
during that
sorry
time,
about that.
I'd like to make a general insight check, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll insight with advantage. These are your parents.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. All right. Dimitri, they're both extremely forthright about this. They haven't spoken a dishonest word. They're trying to come up with ideas. They're trying to figure out what it could be. You sense that maybe they might have a creature or two in mind that they haven't said anything about, but probably just because they're unsure if that creature can really do what they think that creature can do, and they need to talk about it first. Because they don't want to just be giving out misinformation.
This whole time, Cassian's been kind of just like cooking up some soup or something.
All right.
Chilling.
A little
After
sore in his shoulder area.
Yeah.
after the conversation, Sid's gonna grab like a little brick of cheese and some bread and say, I'm gonna take a stroll.
All right.
Would you like some company, Sid?
If you'd like.
Sure.
You
Yeah,
might
let's
want
go
to
together.
take some more for your friend, Sid.
More food?
Yeah, I mean, he looked hungry when he tried to eat my wife, so he kind of gives you a smirk and then throws another loaf at you.
He says thank you.
Once we're out of earshot and on our stroll, Sid, I got a pretty good bead on my parents. I believe that they're telling the truth. They may have something cooking in their head, but I'm sure once they discuss it and things come to light a little bit more, they may share with you. But it was very genuine the way they spoke with you.
Do you believe in fate, Cassian?
In fate, of course. My whole fucking story arc is built around fate.
Cassian walks into a fourth wall.
Nice.
What if the only reason I'm here is because of whatever happened to my wife, and the reason whatever happened to my wife is because of the reason that I'm here?
I wouldn't call you crazy.
I can't wrap my head around her doing what she did other than being possessed, cursed. I don't even know, but I can't imagine the magic to do so is found regularly. And we just so happen to be chasing somebody who is very powerful in magic. And I can't help but wonder if it was just a little test for them in a random part of the world, and it just so happened to be where she was. That's a
Sid,
stretch, I
Go
know,
ahead.
but like that's the one thing that I can maybe put my hat on, which is only going to make me want to find this guy more.
Sid, the further along we get on our journey, the more I realize that we are, not just you and me, all of us, are tied very tightly in a weave. The pain that you've experienced, I will never know. And I'm sorry that you had to endure it. I know you're not one for emotions, but an apology is due. No man should ever have to experience such a horrendous thing. As you know, I too have experienced pain, and it's becoming more apparent every day that our party members are somehow caught up in the same story. I can't give you an answer because I don't have any myself. And the things that I saw in that room a few nights ago have motivated me more than anything before in my life.
Yeah, I've never felt such rage and burning hatred since I left that room. And now
I don't
just
blame you,
want
and I
an
support
answer.
you. And I understand you want an answer, and I wish I could give it to you, but the only thing that I can tell you is that I promise to help you find one.
Sid kind of just like stares off into the garden and takes like a long controlled breath to refocus, and then he kind of like looks around and says, we should actually connect with the group and talk about what we're gonna do for the hunt.
Okay.
All right, you guys circle back around through the garden, make your way back to the manor. You're trying to keep mostly out of sight from the front gates because you were told to be discreet. You can't have a bunch of people walking around, obviously doing trials for the Greys. So, mostly keeping out of sight. Head back to the room. You guys kind of snagged some food and left for a walk. At this point, the rest of you are sitting down at the table, getting ready for lunch. Dimitri and Katerina have like a pot of hearty stew. It's nothing fancy, but it is food and it is filling.
Better than mice.
Why, thank you, Vicar. Katerina looks at you with like this slight hint of "you bitch."
I love mice.
Katerina,
Oh.
I get 2 bowls, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And she like pretends to be nervous, handing you a second bowl. So, what is your plan? What are you doing for the hunt?
Well, we've done a lot of trials, and those trials have taught me to be calculated, and they've taught me to be precise. But I'm going to be fucking honest with you, mother. Give me a name and give me a location, and I will bring you their head.
Well, I do have a suggestion. And she pulls out a map. And Josh, could you send them the map with all the locations?
Yeah, I gotta find it.
Yeah, it's fine. Josh will be posting a map in the map section
I
momentarily.
didn't
But she
realize
pulls
that's
out
how
this
we were doing this.
map of the general region of where Norhaven is and the ice caps that are even more northward of Norhaven. She points to there's several purple dots all over the map, and then there's one red dot. And the black dot is where you guys know Norhaven to be.
As she does this, I'm going to take out the map I've been keeping and just kind of update it so we have it with us.
Yeah, good idea.
Jacob.
You realize you're going to need a hell of a lot more paper because this is a really big. It's basically like a continental map.
Jacob, the black and red were what again?
The black is Norhaven, and the red and purple she hasn't explained yet.
I see. Okay.
But she pulls out this map, lays it down, points to where Norhaven is, and says, "You know where this is. Obviously, this is you are here on the map. This," and she points to the red dot. "This is where we know the location of the Nine Hells portal to be. As far as I know, it takes you to the first layer of Avernus, but do not venture into this domain. The odds of your survival would be almost zero. That being said, all of these purple dots all over the place are random portals to the abyss. See, the hells are structured. They have a portal that remains constantly open. But the how does it work, Dimitri? And Dimitri chimes in at this point and says, I have dealt with the Horizon Walkers. As Greys, we have close ties with the Horizon Walker Rangers, they are designated to protect the space between different realms. These are purple lightning storms, all of these different locations, and for every single lightning storm of this purple weird clouds and lightning, when it strikes the ground, a random sized portal opens and a random number of different demons
Hmm.
appear. It is very within a demon's nature to be chaotic, which explains the randomness of all these locations. There seems to be no rhyme or reason that we can come up with. And it makes sense that the Nine Hells portal is always open. However, our problem is, since we have been outcast, we have not been able to openly get the support we need to hunt down these creatures. I know that several of the Grey members that were forced to leave did venture northward to try to head off this threat, but without the supplies and support they need, they will be stretched very thin, which means they'll probably be picking up odd jobs and won't have time to dedicate themselves to our craft, which means there's going to be an overwhelming amount of fiends in this area. And I don't think that most of Norhaven really comprehends how much work we put into protecting this land. It is not an easy task. So, I would recommend trying to take on a fiend for the hunt. Get rid of it, that's one less problem we have to deal with. And seeing how capable you are as a group, I could recommend something more strong than your typical Barghest. And Cassian, you would know a Barghest to be a bestial-like fiend that is by no means easy to take on, but by no means a real big challenge for someone like this group. Perhaps taking on a more intelligent or stronger fiend would be good. Devils would be my recommendation. They tend to be more intelligent, more calculating in their attacks. If they can find a way to weaponize the chaos of the demons against the city or against surrounding villages, it could be catastrophic. So, what about trying to track one of these? And he does have a book on some of the different fiends. It looks singed, like he probably had to stamp out a fire that was caught to the book. And he opens up to a page, or opens up to the table of contents, and he goes to the part where it says C, flips over there, and C. So here it is, Cambions. Cambions are devils that are humanoid in shape. They have wings. They are known to be very charismatic, very intelligent. And they have horns of varying lengths and sizes. Usually the more interesting the horns, the more dangerous the Cambion is. They fight with a variety of different weapons, but they also have some spellcasting abilities. I would recommend taking one of these out so they cannot try to organize the less powerful devils around its area.
Is that typical for devils to coordinate?
Yes, it is within a devil's nature to have a hierarchical structure, which makes them, in numbers, more dangerous. The demons, in numbers, are dangerous, of course, but usually they are just killing machines. They have no rhyme or reason. More bestial, almost. When a devil gets a hierarchical structure that it is in control of, it can make more calculated moves against things like towns, cities, the like.
Got it.
So, I'm assuming at these portals, we're not guaranteed to find one of these more upper echelon demons.
Well, that is why it's called a hunt. No, you have to track the creature that you are being tasked.
Which leads me to my next question, which is, what are there different markers for following this more advanced kind of demon,
Devil.
devil?
I'm sure you can come up with ways to try to track this devil. It has horns, it has wings, it has talons, and it has humanoid features, meaning it has mostly human feet. And I can promise you there are not a lot of human footprints out there. So, use this knowledge, come up with a plan, see what you can do. As part of the trials, we will be able to step in line if something is too far out of your capabilities, just like with all the rest of the trials, but we will need to be offering unseen support or assurance. This has to be you that does this.
Does this beast have a name, or are we just searching generally?
I don't know. I don't know if there even is a Cambion out there, but I would assume that there would be, considering we've been out of the game for so long. When we were more organized and getting the support we needed from the city, we were able to actually conduct more search parties to target Cambions specifically because of their charming abilities. They can get not only other devils on their side, but occasionally, very occasionally, other demons or even just regular humans who stray too far away from their beaten paths. So, to protect people, we usually go for the Cambions. There were many of them at one point, but then we got rid of them, and they probably will be back by now.
What if we
Understood.
run into something we don't expect that we clearly are not able to handle?
Like I said, my wife and I will be able to step in if things get too out of hand. We will be watching you, but we cannot support you unless if it is necessary.
Dimitri,
Yes.
you've been here a long time. This is your lay of the land. I don't want to pry into the Grey's weakness, but devils are extremely calculated, and I would suggest they would definitely attack from a direction that is easiest to access Norhaven. So, would that be north, south, east, or west?
Well, in order for the devils to strike Norhaven, they would have to get through the onslaught of demons that are definitely around the land as well. And then, assuming they can get organized past that, my guess is that they would be coming from the southeast.
I say we start there.
That would make the most sense. So, yes, getting through the mountain pass is far more difficult terrain, but not to say the area around is not mountainous.
Yeah, I was going to mention there's several portals fairly close by. Oh, I figured it'd be easier checking those. And if he says southeast, then yeah, there's one almost directly south of our location.
Keep in mind, those are portals to the abyss, not portals to the hells, and you are looking for a devil from the hells.
So
We want the red dot, not the purple dots.
north.
Yes.
But
So
there
we
are
go.
several purple dots between here and the red dot. We must keep that in mind as well.
Also,
Well, we
avoid the
can-
red
to clarify the map that you're looking at, the purple dots are not where portal locations are, rather where they were.
Yeah.
So the lightning, the storms that happened that seemed to open up a portal happen frequently and randomly, and so that's not like if you go to a dot on the map, there will be a map there. Rather, that's where a storm occurred in the past.
Yes, these portals close after a short amount of time, allowing creatures to slip through, but only for a few moments.
But the red portal, that stays.
Constant, yes.
So it sounds like that's the direction we should head.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
And did I miss something that I saw? Someone said that we should avoid the red portal.
Well, we shouldn't go
We don't want to
in.
go into the red portal.
I heard near. I was like, don't even go anywhere close to it.
No, if we go into the first layer of Avernus, we're fucked.
Yes, there have been
Might
some
never come
greys
back.
in the past that have gathered enough support to be able to venture into Avernus, which is how we even know that those hells exist in the first place. But not many of them returned, and they were strong. They were very well equipped, probably even more so than the two of us, and in much greater numbers than 6.
Well, if we want to look for a devil, I think knocking on hell's door is where you're going to find them.
Just don't go in.
Yeah, so I'll just take that back. I must have misheard that they say don't go near the red portal. Then I must have misheard that.
Either way, it sounds like we're going near it, so
Yeah.
might as well.
It's just the opposite direction of that they had, at least they identified that they would probably strike from. Almost
Well,
exact opposite.
yes, because they would have to travel through many more mountain passes to get to, even though it's shorter, the easier path of egress would be more down and to the right of this map.
Speaking of which, Father, if we are away and there was to be an attack on Norhaven, do you have contingency? I mean, surely, if our theorization of current world events is correct, then an attack on this place could be very imminent.
Could you say the first part of it again? I missed the first part of what you said.
If we are away and this place is to be attacked, do you have some sort of contingency, considering it will be just the two of you?
Norhaven will be fine. We don't have much sway, but we will let them know that they must close the gates. We can at least do that, but it might raise some eyebrows, so we would need to get you out of the city discreetly, and probably before we tell them to close the gates. And then we could seemingly remain behind. I am not sure how to go about this in a way that allows for Norhaven to be completely protected, or to allow you to be completely protected. But I will tell you that the city has stood for a very long time. Its defenses might be weak, but sometimes, or its defenses are not weak, but sometimes an even better defense is making sure to take on the threat before it approaches, which is what we are trying to do here.
Well, let's stay focused on the hunt then. Perhaps, fingers crossed, nothing goes south between now and then.
Indeed. I will, You've given me an idea. He takes something out of his pocket. It's a small stone with some inscribings on it. And you see him take his finger and place it and write almost seemingly on the stone. And he puts the stone back in his pocket and he says, I have let Nikolai know that the city needs some watchful eye over it. He will let me know if something happens, and we will all as a group make a very swift return, putting a pause on the hunt, if that is the case. And Cassian, you would know Nikolai was like an older brother to you. He passed the grade trials like a good many years, like 10 years before you did. And you kind of looked up to him quite a bit. He was very strong, and he always had a wolf by his side.
I'm glad to hear they didn't scare Nikolai off.
They could never scare Nikolai off. He's always been floating close to the city, but he is no longer welcome inside.
I can imagine. Well, from here, sounds like me and the boys must strategize. I'm sure we are eager to set off, all of us.
We will leave you to it. And the both of them stand up, and then Katerina looks back at the rest of you and says, "When you are ready to depart, let us know, and we will make sure that you exit the city discreetly."
Do.
Well, all right, fellers, we got a demon to hunt.
Devil.
Got a devil to
third
hunt.
time.
That is the last time I'm saying anything about it, and you guys are gonna do shit on your checks if you keep messing that one up.
You're muted there, nerd.
Nerd.
Fuck. I said, well, we're hunting demons and devils.
That's true.
We're hunting the
But,
Highly probable.
Burger Gast or whatever he said the first one was.
Barguest?
Yeah.
Some
So
burger gas.
Burger Gas is a canon monster now.
Just a big spooky burger.
Somebody start playing Rock and Roll McDonald's again.
I
It's just
think
Grimace is the Burger Gas.
I think we head north from here, guys, and if we come across any abyssal portals, we can handle the demons. And once we get closer to where we know the red portal is, we can start paying a little closer attention to possible tracks for the Cambion.
Numot, mind the map.
I
Would you
believe
say?
Dimitri said southeast is the easiest way out and in. So we want to
That's what I was
start
gonna
heading
ask.
southeast
Yeah, I was gonna ask
and
Cassian, like,
wrap
is there
around.
any route that's not
Wrap
that
around.
route?
DM.
Yes, there are many different routes. There's all different kinds of trade routes that lead to the sea, especially through the mountain pass. It is not an easy trek, but it is the shortest trek. There are routes that lead further in, as far as you know, to the ice caps. They used to exist, but since the Greys no longer travel those routes as much, you don't know what's happened to those villages. I mean, there's not as many Greys protecting the land as there used to be. But there used to be a string of villages outside the city along these different routes that led more northward.
Also, we know we're hunting devils and demons, and we've run into them in the past, and we know that they're weak to holy water. So I don't know if there's any of that we could get around here
Do
before
we
we
still have a
leave.
vial?
Yeah.
Or no?
Well,
we
We
used
gave that to try to help
Yeah.
figure out
Yes.
what. Yeah. So something to keep in
We
mind.
could go
I
ask
still
the
have a
church
few.
guy.
Well, that's kind of expensive.
Anyone up
Yeah.
for a little heist?
Little sticky cloaca over here.
Okay. All right. All right.
You said
Well,
it first.
I mean, I guess we could. I mean, hey, you don't have to twist my wing to get me to steal shit. All right. That's that's
right.
right up my
All right.
alley.
Well, before we steal
Alright.
anything, Castian, is there anything in this mansion that we're able to use that's I say lendable? And I was in the basement. There's kind of a lot of equipment down there. There is a large cellar there, but there looked like there was a lot of other equipment out there just sitting around.
At one point, everything in here was lendable, but it seems like there's not much left. Turns to his father. I'm sure the equipment is a bit sparse at the moment.
We don't have too much left in the ways of armor. We do have some that perhaps you don't have, but we don't have anything of the nature of like plate mail, per se. We do have many different weapons you could choose from. If there's a particular weapon that you would like to have for this, trying to think what else there could be. I mean, if you can get the vault open, you're welcome to something in there. But I don't. We have not been able to get into that for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't happen to have a spring of holy water somewhere, do you?
No spring. There is a small basin of holy water in the chapel, but it's used for the religious purposes of the Greys. if you were to use it, I would like it to be replaced in case we ever get enough greys back here, if we can persuade the city to be accepted again.
It just
You
so happens
wouldn't-
I know of a place to get a lot of holy water.
The Northern Light?
Is that what it was called?
Yeah, the Northern
Yeah.
Light is the church.
I believe so, yes. I mean, as far as I see it, Father, and forgive me if I'm overstepping, but we need that holy water now. And I think Newmont would be okay if we used his chapel water for a little, as long as we promise to return it at some point. Once this place is up on its feet, like I know it will be again, then we'll return it.
Yes, I don't have a, your mother and I are not strictly religious, at least not to the degree of some of the other greys, but it's always nice to have a place to come home where you can pray effectively. That being said, the choice is yours. I just remembered something that Dave, you said Kai was going to do, and we forgot to do it. So we're gonna real quick put a pause on this and rewind all the way back to when you were making the potions. One thing that you wanted to do was take that sample that you got, and you wanted to dissect it and see what it was, because it
Jesus.
wasn't just holy water. So I'm going to need Vicar to help you with this, as
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
taking
yeah.
a look at it too.
Vicar.
One of you roll a d20 with proficiency plus either wisdom or intelligence with advantage, or you can both roll individually.
My intelligence is just +1.
Wait,
He's a
with
dumb bird.
proficiency? Proficiency in what?
Well, that's
Just
just
your
your proficiency
proficiency bonus.
bonus. So
Oh,
mine's 3. I don't know what yours is.
Because this is using the skill check of your
Yeah,
actual
same.
tools.
Yeah, it's the same for both of us. It's level
Yeah.
based.
Okay. I mean, you can just roll it with advantage if you want.
I can try it. Yeah, can do. So we're gonna. Kai picks up the vial of holy water that we received. Right, that's what we're doing again. Sorry, I completely forgot about this.
Vial of holy water that you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
got
yep,
from
yep.
Seraphel
Yep.
because you wanted to see what it was all about.
He picks it up. He'd like to take approximately 1/10 of it on a glass plate. Maybe there might be another glass plate. We don't have a microscope, but those don't exist. He'd like to squish it between the two plates, kind of just squish it, kind of see if he can visibly see anything, see how deep he can actually see. Trying
Yeah,
to be
they
like a
don't have
microscope.
microscopes to the degree that we have them now, but there are like rudimentary microscopes,
Oh,
like those little things where you can flip.
Magnifying
Like
glass.
imagine like this tube you look down, and you can keep flipping different lenses
Oh,
to
I've seen those.
magnify
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
further.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that. So you're not going to
Yep.
get like microscope, but you're going to be able to see things pretty well.
He's squishing it.
I
He's
pull
gonna...
out my electron microscope, my fluorescent dye.
Yes, yes. All right, let's see how we do. That's his attempt. He's going to try to look at it somewhat. What is that? Biologically. So I rolled a 14 the first time. So let's see how the second one does. That's a 6. So we're going to take the 14. And you said wisdom plus proficiency?
Wisdom plus proficiency bonus. Yep.
That's a +7 to, what did I say, 14? So 21.
21. All right, that's a great roll. You're looking at this, and you have an actual vial of holy water, or you have some holy water within the Gray Manor even to compare it to. So you think to yourself, I should grab some of that too. You run, you grab some from either Vicar's Quiver or from the Gray Manor. I'm going to say for this experiment, you're going to use, you're going to use one of the 3 doses that you normally would get from a vial of holy water to coat a weapon. So now it can't be used to coat a weapon. It can only be used to coat ammunition because there's only 2 doses left of it.
Right.
And you need all 3 to coat a sword or an axe or something.
Okay.
But that could be handed to one of the people who uses range in your party. Conducting this experiment, you see the difference in viscosity. The holy water is just water. It's just been magically blessed, and that's really the only difference there is. So you see no difference between that and ordinary water other than the fact that you know it's holy. When you look at the other thing, you're like, what the fuck is this? And you're looking closer at it, you see a ton of different moving particles in it, like living bodies, like living antibodies, little organisms that are running almost like tapeworms throughout the entire thing. It has when you look this close at it, a much thicker viscosity. It looks like water. It tastes like water. It has the same mouthfeel as water. But this is not holy water at all. This is an antidote to a poison.
As Kai looks at this and realizes really what it is, he would like to go, "Holy fucking shit! What? Like this is not what I was expecting." I don't know if Dimitri's in range, but he would say, "Look at this! Look at what we just found out." I don't know if he is or not. I don't forget where they went.
Yeah, I mean, this is sure. He's in the area. He comes over. He's like, what are you doing?
As best visually as you can, look through these magnifying glasses and tell me what you see is the visible difference between these two test samples. I have a suspicion of what I think this is, and I would like your opinion, and I'd also like Vickers to see if this is all the same, just as a sampling visual appearance.
Vicar, you take a look first. I'm curious to see what you would find from this, and then I will take a look. You take a look at it, and you see exactly what I described Kai seeing, because this is like the two of you helping each other out.
Looks almost like an antidote.
And at this point, Dimitri has like this weird frown on his face. He's like, He walks over, he takes a look. He says, well, I can confirm your suspicions. This is 100% an antidote, but it's disguised to look like water. The same way that someone who uses a traceless, scentless poison would try to fool someone into. There must be some sort of scheme going on here. This is, you said you got this from the Northern Light.
Correct. Sorry for my reaction. I was a little pissed when I saw that.
Yeah, I would be too. It seems like Seraphel is selling an antidote. He's not blessing water or anything like that. This is not a holy process. This is an alchemical process.
That explains why he didn't want our help with getting any ingredients.
Yep.
That would explain it. He probably thought that one of you would recognize how to make an antidote of a similar caliber.
Ideally, that's what I'm going to try to do.
All right. If that is the case, I'm going to say that you trying to craft an antidote, Dimitri's going to help you with this. It's going to take like the better part of a month to do this. But
Not saying we're doing right
this
now.
is all happening beforehand. This is all time that's already been spent. So you guys have been at the Gray Manor, living there for close to 6 to 8 weeks at this point. When we jump back to modern day. But you have created, with Dimitri's help, similar, like a synthetic antidote. It's not holy water. It's basically the same thing that you crafted before, but it takes a weave fragment to make. He provided the weave fragment for you, but you do have one additional vial of that antidote.
Is just somewhat above table speaking. Is there any other way to make those types of antidotes in game? Like,
yeah, it would be the
always a
same as
fragment?
crafting a
Potion.
common potion.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, we should probably hold on to that in case one of us gets sick, or in
That's
case
very
we
true.
find somebody who really needs it.
I'm also just thinking how to mass produce this
Sure,
instantaneously. I'm like,
yeah.
what type of expedition I can go get some local demons to be killed and harvested, and then how fast I can make more of these.
It's a shame. It's almost like we had an entire force of people designed to do exactly that. Someone has thought well and hard about how to get rid of us and weaken our city from within. That is my strongest suspicion at this point.
It's seeming more calculated, for sure.
Well, let's go get some weave fragments, yes?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Yeah, we can try to get as many as we can. Going out on the expedition for the hunt.
All right. Well, I wish you all.
During the conversation about the armory and stuff, I wanted to ask them if they had a longbow.
Yes, we do have a longbow for you.
I would love to have a longbow.
Dimitri brings you downstairs and he gives you. Okay, a longbow is long for a human. You are a 4-foot bird.
Wait a minute.
This is a giant bow.
So you're essentially walking around with like something that is
A
twice
walking
the size
stick?
of you. Yeah, it's like a huge walking stick. It's a good like foot or
Nice.
two taller than you.
Holy shit.
And he's like, this I think I can do one better. I had a friend come from where Numat, not where Numat specifically, but more where Numat's region is, further west, very far west, and he showed me this new type of bow. I haven't seen it here in the east very much, but try this. And he pulls out a Mongolian horsebow. But
Mongolian?
that's like the modern bow that he gives you.
Oh,
Right.
But he says this bow is you know how most bows they just have this straight, you pull back, you fire, and it's just essentially a
Sure.
piece of wood. If you notice this bow, the curvature in this bow allows for greater draw power with a shorter, more compact bow. Similar to how a short bow works, except for the fact that you have more bow length compressed. I would recommend trying this.
I'll take the walking stick. No, I'm just kidding.
So essentially, it's the same size as your short bow, but we'll count it as a long bow, just so
Longbow,
it's
cool.
not like goofy looking.
Right.
gotta get a
Uh,
box to stand on to shoot it.
And he gives
Dimitri.
you. It's a very foreign looking bow. The designs look nothing like what you've seen before. It's got lots of fur on the bow, like around the handle as well, and it's made of this dark colored wood. And most of the bows that you've seen are like an ash or something like that, where it's much lighter color. And he gives you some arrows for it as well. He's like, these arrows would be better to use for it. It's takes unique kind of arrows.
We said
So
no
can I
plate
not
armor.
use my my regular arrows with it then?
No, you can. It's more comfortable to shoot with the arrows designed for this bow.
I see.
I'm sure if you take it to any Fletcher, they would be able to replicate it. It's not rocket science. It's a stick with a point at the end of it. So it's just about the balance of the arrow itself.
Gotcha.
And we said no plate armor earlier, right? I'm sure Sid and I might have been wanting to get our hands on that sometime.
I was
soon.
gonna ask Dimitri if there was any splinter plate armor around.
He said no plate, I think.
They don't have any plate or splint armor, but they have every other kind of armor. Yeah, giving you guys like 1,500 piece gold armor for free.
Yeah, I was like,
this
how do you?
early in the
Okay,
game.
that's you have to.
Yeah,
Okay, I
no.
was like, how much is that? It's not like it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, they took most of our plate mail and splint mail in order to melt down for different purposes throughout the city. Most of our armor is now being turned into iron gates or steel beams for buildings.
I know this is
Let's
also
get
going to take some.
fucking devil hunting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know this is
Yeah.
going to take some time, Vicar, because I know you mentioned it to me prior on the side, but I've been brewing some ideas on a special quiver for you.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely probably can't make it before this hunt, but I think once we get back, that might be something we'll be able to. I think I can come up with some concrete ideas. Look at how long uncommon stuff takes to make. Is it 2
It would
weeks?
take a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I was like, right, 2.
Before we head out, I know we said we wanted to go north because that's closer to the main portal. However, we did find out that southeast is Norhaven's weakest point, and devils could influence demons and even humans. We could always try to go the easier way, see if we come into contact with anybody that has become influenced, and kind of interrogate them to pinpoint the location of the devil.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm all on board with that.
Or we could just head. It makes a lot of sense to just, if you want to find the devil, just go knocking around its door.
How are we gonna verify they're actually a devil? Because they can like take the shape of a human, right?
I have detect good and evil. Question mark? Hold on.
Does it
I'm
also
checking.
detect demons too? Like if there's demons nearby? Like
I have
Because-
divine sense.
Because Kazir brought that up, I want Kazir and Cassian to go ahead and make a nature check for me.
Nature.
rub that grass.
Nature.
Oh, I should have used
A
my +20.
14. I got a 14.
You got
I got
14.
an 8.
14 and 8. Give me just 1 second here. Let's see if 14 is enough to know what I'm about to say.
Any knowers?
I gotta start using this.
You would know, Cassian, that it probably has some self-altering abilities, but probably it's not like a succubus that takes the most seductive form it can and can shapeshift. It's more of like it probably can change things about its appearance, but it's a different process.
Aha.
Interesting.
Well,
Like, do we think it's going to be blue or like just normal? You know, any.
You would know with the
tone?
picture that he showed you. Dimitri has like a
Mhm.
rough drawing of what it is. Well, not rough. It's more like the Leonardo da Vinci
Yeah.
like the different angles pose. It's like that, but for a Cambion, and you can tell that it's red skinned. It looks very much so like a typical devil, like we would think
Right.
about.
Yeah.
the
Okay.
devil.
And they cannot change their skin color, or is that something that we don't know if they can
You
do?
don't know with the 14. You would know that it probably has some form of self-altering ability, but
We
not
don't
a
know
shape
what.
changer necessarily,
Yeah.
and you don't really know much else.
we're going to have to strategize a bit here. Our lack of holy water is going to make this fight a bit more challenging, I think.
And we're not stealing from
North.
Seraphil.
Seraphil.
There's nothing saying that antidote would be effective. We know it treats one very specific thing, but
But it's
A
not
Cambion?
necessarily holy water.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
made
just
with
being
holy water?
sold as
Yeah.
holy water, but it's actually just an antidote from what we
I
found
see.
out.
Which it may not even work at all.
I think
don't
our best
so.
bet is to make a promise to replace the holy water that we take from the Grey household.
I agree.
Think so. I mean, we know
Yeah.
where there is a fountain we can get more. It's just not near here.
Hmm.
It's going to be another notch in the list of things that we have to get done, but it's going to be an uphill battle going to take this thing on without any holy water at all.
We can always bring it and then use it if we need it.
I agree.
Yep. Just keep in mind, you guys would only have 2 uses for a projectile for using that holy water.
Yeah, the one we bought.
No, the one that you would get from the Greys. Victor has his own from the one that you guys bought. That's just an antidote. That's not
Yeah.
holy.
Okay. That was like.
We have
So
two. We better make them count. Don't miss your shots, boys.
We have 1 antidote and a 2-dose vial of regular holy water. Correct?
Yes.
Is there any other planning that you think that we should do now, boys? We have a tracker in Numot.
I mean, food. We got food.
We have food. We know that Vicar can take to the skies and be an extra pair of eyes with a better vantage point.
What do we do when we come in contact with our target? Do we need anything, any special gear from the Grey household to help with that, or are we just going in for the kill?
Also, do you want its head? Do you want it alive? Do you want it dead?
Well, it is a devil, so once you kill it, you will not be able to take parts of its body except for ash. But proof of death would be necessary.
Do we need a container to scoop up some ash?
I would recommend bringing one, especially if you want to extract any weave fragments while you're out there. I would take some extra vials with you.
I should
Yep.
have some.
Good idea.
So let's say that you guys go to the store and you spend 10 gold, you have 10 vials. We don't need to do the role play for that.
Jacob, above table,
Yep.
is it narratively is one thing, but like actually rolling the dice, is it even possible to get a high enough roll to crack that vault? Are you leaving that as like that a hypothetical thing, or do we take a crack at it? Like, would it be worth our time to try it before we leave?
I would say for the sake of above table, you're not getting it open.
Okay,
But
that's
for the
fine.
sake
No,
of
that's what I
role play, it could be kind of funny for you guys to be banging at an adamantine wall for a while. We could even say that you guys attempt to try to get it open in a variety of different ways, and Dimitri and Katerina laugh at you as you try because they've tried everything.
Not a problem. It was worth a shot. But for the time being, let's get on the road.
Agreed.
And Cassian, you would know that the only way, I'm just reminding you, I think this has been said before, but the only way that Vault can ever be opened is if you know the password to get in, and that information has been lost to time.
Okay.
Also, partial above table question.
Yeah.
Were we trying to do the entire hunt now? I didn't know what late meant to everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. So before we actually get started on like rolling to see how you guys are tracking it, a couple of different interactions and then an actual encounter, we will probably stop before the actual encounter happens because that's probably going to take more than an hour to do. And I don't really want to go past 10 for Numat's sake.
I'm good until like 11:30. I just can't like go past 12 because then I'm gonna be rocking on like 5-6 hours of sleep.
Yeah. So how's everybody else feeling here? Because we have had like a full session at this point. If you wanted to call it, we can, or we can keep going.
Nah, I'm good until
I'm good till
11:30.
11:30.
All right. Everyone else feeling that too?
I'm here, baby.
Alright.
You guys know me. I'm not working.
Fuck you, Dave. All right.
So, yeah, I think you
All
guys
right.
would be
Dave's
fine.
character dies. Everybody kill Dave.
Although we
Kill
probably
Dave first.
should kind of figure out what you guys are doing pretty quick here. I'm not going to say Elmo just yet, but you might want to start thinking about that for the time crunch.
Elmo?
Like speed it up.
Elmo isn't enough. Let's move on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think we head north, and we use the holy arrow. Who else has a ranged weapon that they even like to use? Is it just me?
Darts,
You have
but
darts?
your arrows are like bigger darts that do more damage. So
Are
you
there any-
So
take it.
eloquently put, Numa.
there any heavy crossbows? I just
Hmm?
don't remember that.
What'd
Well,
you
you
say?
didn't ask.
I know. I just remembered that. Yeah, I have a crossbow light, but I'm like, are there any heavy crossbows?
Yeah, they have heavy crossbows.
They a 1d10.
They
I
are a
would be
1d10, but you have to take your bonus action to reload them.
Oh.
They are big
Heavy.
boys.
Hmm.
I think that's how that works.
Nah.
It's a D10, but you also get what's it called?
I mean, it's fine. I'll skip it for now if I have to.
You can use yeah. I actually don't think I can use the longbow because I'm not proficient with it. So if somebody else wants it instead, it's probably, I don't know if it's any better than your crossbows. It's a D8. So probably not.
That's what the light crossbow
Light
is. a
crossbow is,
1d8.
yeah.
Yeah. I have it just in
Proficiency
case.
with longbows.
No, I don't have it. It's because it's a heavy weapon. So it
Is it?
yeah.
Oh, I might not even have proficiency with the heavy crossbow.
Yeah, it says martial heavy range two-handed, and so I only get +4 instead of +7 to hit.
What's the difference in damage? It's from a D6 to a D8.
Yeah, D6 to a D8, so it's not significant.
Let's call this a special unique weapon that you
Like
are
a
able.
compound.
Yeah, it is its
Gotcha.
own thing. I flavored it that way. It's cool. Go ahead and
Fuck
take it.
yeah! All
It's,
right,
it's a difference on average of literally 1 damage.
1 damage. Yeah,
So
it doesn't really make a difference.
we're good.
Nice. Never mind, you guys can't have it.
Okay, no, yeah, we're good.
Victor's getting all the toys.
And then
Load
more
me up,
when we get
baby.
back too.
But yeah, I think that we just head north and keep our eyes out for what we're looking for and use the holy. I guess I'll take all the holy water and use the vial if I run out. Numa, do you want to just have it? I think because I have, I think, 7 or 8 left.
Yeah, I could take it.
Yeah. or anybody else who thinks they're going to use ranged, at least even to start a fight.
Vicar, if memory serves me correctly, the last time we fought one of these fuckers, they weren't exactly happy that you were pelting it with holy water. So if
I'm
we
gonna
spread
keep
the
my
wealth,
mouth shut this time.
if we spread the wealth as the
True.
attacks are, if he's being berated from different angles, he's less likely to single you out or
I
whoever
think that's
is
a
using
good point.
Yeah, very
So,
true.
With
I
that,
also-
with that in mind, anyone
I have-
who's got the ability,
Yeah. I'm okay.
Yeah, I'll take it then.
Mhm.
I have a generic question though, if we don't know it as a group. Do we know what other weaknesses devils have or demons have besides obviously holy? That seems pretty reasonable, but anything else like
if I'm given the opportunity to, I will be able to tell what its vulnerabilities are, but it is
Right.
situational. And if I am successful, we will know. But if I fail, we will not.
I mean, I'll test a few. I know. I mean, I can try some. See if it likes being cold.
Well, it is in the middle of the coldest place on this planet.
Cassian,
Yes.
do a nature check for me.
Nature.
That
I'm
grass.
unironically fucking garbage at those. So I have a +0.
Trash.
Better than my -1.
A natural 18. I'll take it.
All right. You would know that fiends in general are more likely to have resistances than vulnerabilities. So if you were to land an attack on that, it might be better to go for the resistances.
Resistances.
And I'm only going to tell you that once, so you better make a note of it.
You said fiends, right?
Fiends
Yeah.
usually have resistances as opposed to vulnerabilities, so it'd be better to know what their resistances are.
I mean, they were definitely, I think, pretty resistant to fire last time. And being from hell.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Magic items.
Your mom's a magic item.
I don't know anything about his family to that extent. Okay, so you guys. So we're saying we're going north rather than southeast. Go north.
Yeah, we got to go
Yeah,
to
I
the
say
red
so.
dot.
Most direct is fine. Yeah, that's fine by me.
Sure.
That's never backfired.
Katarina, I
Here we
think
go.
we're good to leave.
All right. So, this is how we're going to do this. There is a way that I can help distract the political eye of you leaving, but that will require me to be off doing my own thing. You will need to find a way to slip out of the city unnoticed. Leave this manor from the front gates unnoticed. If you can manage that, that would be ideal. I don't want to start any trouble, and I will keep the political powers that be from watching your coming and going as a sign of recruitment.
Do you guys want to leave one at a time in staggered intervals and meet outside the
We
main
probably
gate?
should, yeah.
Is there only one way out? Is it
Nope.
only the main gate?
No, there's 2 or 3 ways out. It's in the maps
Oh yeah.
category.
Map. Back,
Through the map.
You could
Oh,
do
yeah,
that.
There's 5 ways out of the city.
Yeah, I say we all go out different ways so it looks like we're going in different directions as well.
Yeah, let's all just meet on that northern road about 100 yards from the city wall and the tree line and reconnect there.
Sounds
Is
good.
Is it possible to get up and over that back wall from the Gray Manor?
That's what I was gonna ask actually.
Yeah, just don't be spotted doing it. It's because that's going to be hella suspicious.
Mhm. Unless you left it like the cracker.
That's what I was like. Kai tries to remember looking outside what time it is. In
Uh,
I don't remember.
Right
what
now,
time
it's
it is.
about lunchtime. You guys were talking about your
Yeah,
plans over lunch, so.
I think that if we left cloaked and individually and
Mhm.
separate exits and met up in the north, like Tony said, or like Sid said, that would probably be all right. I don't think anybody would be suspicious about that.
If I can request, I'd like to take the shortest route because I kind of stand out, even with a cloak on.
He's a bit of a dragon.
Sure.
And shiny.
I know my way out, and I just look up.
Yeah, that's fair.
As I leave my own way as well, since I am kind of in raggedy clothes and look kind of homeless, I will kind of just have an empty cup and kind of make it seem like I was just searching for food or a place to sleep and kind of wandered around the area.
All right. So you guys are all gonna go through your various exits. I'm gonna need a group stealth check. Everybody roll stealth. Let me know what you get.
Sir,
Is
yes,
it a
sir.
Stizel,
D20?
baby.
Well, it's
D20 stealth.
stealth,
And I
yeah.
believe I
Good
have
luck.
disadvantage.
Tony.
Let me
So
just-
if we
Oh,
have proficiency in stealth,
I
do
have
we add our
disadvantage.
proficiency bonus to the
You
roll?
Yeah.
should
So
be.
if you look on your
Okay.
character sheet, it will have a little plus number that you can just click on. It will roll it for you.
Yes, but I want to
Okay.
use
Okay. Then you can just add that little
Okay,
plus after you roll the
thank
D20.
you.
So
There you go.
I got a 15.
I got a 10.
15.
I got a 21 plus 7.
Got me.
I got a
21.
28.
So you got a 28. All right.
Yep.
That's almost impossibly high because a 30 is considered like nearly impossible.
Thanks,
I
Vicar.
can get a 30 if I hit a d20. If I get a nat 20.
And that will only go up because you're going to get higher dexterity
Yeah.
and better proficiency bonuses.
Mhm.
So
I got a 9.
9. Okay. Dave?
Good thing he rolled high. I got a 4.
Ooh. um,
He is a
hang on.
dragon.
Quick maths. It's very close. The 4. You see, all of you see Kai leaving the Gray Manor going, I'll be quiet. Clunk, 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 clunk. Just jolting away, and you kind of like do a face palm. You're like, thank God, that's the shortest route. Unironically, if you had chosen if you hadn't said that you want to take the shortest route to not stand out, you would have failed. But I like that you said that, so I'm gonna count it as giving you that one extra point you need to pass the DC.
Jesus Christ.
Because it would have felt bad.
Dave almost burying a 28.
Yes. I mean, a natural 1 and a natural 20 in my mind kind of cross
I
things out.
see, yeah.
Yeah, you guys barely make it out of the city unnoticed using your various different methods, and all meet up outside the northern gate.
Disadvantage.
We heading north then here, fellas, right?
Furball, what are you
The
doing?
Gronk meme.
That was the first thing that came to mind. When you said Kyle left.
That's good. That's a good one. All right, fellas, what are we doing?
Heading north.
We march.
On the road
You guys are
again.
heading north, but you don't. This map is pretty big. It's not very detailed in terms of what paths you guys can take here. So I'm gonna need you guys to roll. Someone roll a nature check or a survival check with advantage with the help of the party.
I can roll survival
Go for it.
with advantage.
Oh, nice.
Do it.
What's your survival, Tony?
+5. So that's a 20.
Well,
20, nat 20 or just 20?
Dirty
30.
20.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Just
Dirty
get
20.
action.
You realize that there are 3 different paths you can take here. 2 of them branch off and lead more towards trade routes, and one of them seems to be leading more northward where you would want to be headed.
We want to go to that one, guys.
yeah, trade routes are gonna have some people on it, so I say less eyes on us, the better.
And more direct north, probably also the better.
Yeah. So you
Agreed.
guys head north, and this is a big map. Like you going from Norhaven to that portal would probably take a good several days of travel.
Yeah.
But if you're making your way, you're at least headed off on the right path, and you come across another intersection here where there's 2 rows to pick from. I need someone else to roll with it. Someone who isn't Tony this time. Roll with advantage. I'm gonna
I
say
got
Numa.
it.
Numa.
Yeah, my survival's +6, so advantage as well.
Yep. because you got a map with you, you're just trying to decipher the smaller details.
So that is 22, or it will be 22.
22. 100%. You know that there's another road here that branches off more towards hunting grounds, and another road that branches off more towards what looks like a small town, but that one is the one that's most easily accessible through.
Okay.
What was the first option?
The first one is one that branches off more to the left, taking you more out of the way towards like hunting grounds, like animal hunting. And the other one goes more towards what looks like is probably going to be a small settlement, but it leads more to where you want to go.
Could be one of those gray
Do
settlements.
Do I see the settlement in the distance, or kind of know just it has a lot of foot travel toward that way?
You can see not much foot travel here because it's Norhaven in wintertime, so there's a lot of snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it's not.
There's a sign.
Yeah, there's a sign.
Hey.
There's a sign that says this town facing this way.
Well, gentlemen, we could go to town and stock up on some more food, see if we could get any leads, or this way kind of seems like it's an open area to hunt. I could always get us food in the wild, and we could still stay away from prying eyes.
Cassian, are you curious about possibly checking on any of the Greys villages? Do you think this might be one of them?
Cassian, you would know that all the surrounding towns and villages are purposefully designed to be built a day's travel apart from one another, specifically so that the Greys always had a place to sleep and always had at least one day, at most 1 day's travel away, where they could rest, heal their wounds, and have like a small little section where they could plan for their next attack for trying to preemptively protect Norhaven.
So is
Yeah,
this
I
too
mean-
close, or is it right on target about?
You would know that it's a day's. This is a whole day's travel it took to get here.
Right.
So,
Okay.
this is the end of the day. You're on track, headed in the right direction, but you're unfamiliar with all of the landscape surrounding this entire region because you didn't usually go strictly north. You would kind of
Right.
be more like a day's travel generally from all the places around Norhaven.
It seems correct. I'm willing to risk an encounter here.
Well, there's a lot of
Because it
snow on the ground, and sleeping outside sounds a lot rougher than sleeping in a tavern.
Agreed.
Even if it is abandoned, the roof over our head would be helpful.
True.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Town it is.
So you guys
Settlement.
head into this town, and
I'm gonna pee real quick.
all right, yeah. Let's
In the
take
town.
let's take a break here, and then we'll come back to this in just a second.
Sure.
My cat wants to interrupt my rolls for some reason. Hello, April. April, no, stop, stop. Damn it. You can't just push the mouse away. I know it's a mouse, but what are you doing? How's Tony?
Good man, how are you?
I'm doing okay. So what, you had a date the other day? What happened?
Say again?
You had a date the other day?
The Friday? Saturday? Friday?
Friday? You and Lady Frank doing stuff? Doing stuff, fun stuff?
Yeah, we went to a Christmas village. It was like an hour
Oh.
away.
Like the one in the city, or like a...
No, north.
Oh.
It was nice.
Nice. Is it like big? Or like...
Not really. It was honestly like as big as a block within the city. So it wasn't even wasn't even huge, but it was big enough where they had like a bunch of decorations and like
It's a decent
kiosks.
size.
It's not bad. It was good enough to walk around, see the sights, and then we hung out and listened to music in my car for a little while and talked.
Yeah, because the one in the city's small. Like it's like you can measure it in like feet. Like I don't want to say it's like half of a block, but it's
Small.
not big. Yeah, that's fun. Right, just
Back.
you sit
I'm back.
there. Hello.
Hello, it's me.
Did you pee in the town?
Yeah, I did. I peed off my
Nice.
deck. The benefit of living on a farm. I can just piss off the deck.
You don't have to make me jealous like that, Zen.
Sorry, buddy.
Wait, if I roll this, how does this work? Oh, I get it. April, you okay?
That's a dog.
Is it? Oh.
I want to pet that dog.
Can't pet that
So
dog.
flat. Don't touch me. How did Mia do with the move down there? Was she cool with the?
Yeah, pet that dog. Yeah.
Lordy.
I could imagine.
She's just like her mom. I'll put it that way.
Oh man.
Anxiety
bitch.
ridden.
She rips mad ass.
No, but in that way, she's not similar to her mom because Mia does not fart that much. Yeah,
All right,
actually,
Twitch,
it's
thanks for
moving's
tuning
rough
in.
on her.
Yeah, I completely understand. My cat despises going in the car.
And we moved twice recently too, because we
Oof.
moved down here to my dad's for a couple months, and then shit got real awkward before they even came back. So we got an apartment and had to move again.
That's fun.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know that animal stress is like a thing.
Ashley also being super anxiety ridden and using Mia as an emotional support / service animal, I think has made her more anxious as well. So she is just like shakes sometimes when she hears like loud noises and stuff like that. She used to have a really, really bad time in thunderstorms. But we worked on that with her, so she's...
Oh, nice. Yeah.
How? By banging pots and pans?
Yeah, I was curious. I was like, what?
They sang the
Get her
Fuck You
used to
Thunder
it.
song.
Just like comfort her during it, I guess. I guess she slowly gets used to it.
No, so Ashley used to gasp when there was thunder and lightning.
So it was Ashley's fault.
Like on
Yeah.
purpose?
Yeah, I think she just kind of gets excited about it. Or, I have a...
retarded.
Cat, what are you doing?
So
Just imagine-
Mia took that as this is something really bad, and
no.
then got scared about it. So we had to change it to whenever it thundered, we would get super excited
Yeah.
and like start playing with her toys and shit. And at first she was like,
What the fuck is happening?
"Wait, I thought this was bad. What are you guys doing?" I told you about how Mia started being afraid of flies, right?
No.
Yeah, so
What?
Ashley used to make a big deal out of like a fly getting in the house,
Right.
and then Mia picked up on that as this is something that's dangerous, and whenever a fucking fly got in the house, she would run upstairs and hide under the bed.
So
Aw.
The common denominator in all of these things
Is Ashley.
is Ashley.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I actually have been meaning to have a conversation with her about it too, because like the dog is one thing. I mean, I love Mia, obviously. She's a family member. Um, but I want to take that as kind of like a learning experience to try to not rub her. So
Forehand
that's
versus backhand. We know the
I'd
difference.
I'd let you abuse me, John.
well, you don't have to
Jesus.
worry about that because
Just
I'm not
abuse
going to
your
do
own
that.
dick. No one gets hurt.
That well, I wouldn't say no one.
Holy shit.
No, but I think that people should be aware of stuff like that. You know, like the bad things that
Mm.
their parents did to them
Mhm.
that, you know, gave them some of their negative traits. If you can realize them, you don't have to perpetuate it, I guess.
You know what they say? Realize, realize, realize. You know what I'm saying?
Hurt
Nice,
people
dude.
hurt
Tony,
people.
you're so smart, bro. Everyone's been talking shit tonight, but you have the real insight, bro. That shit is fucking crazy.
You
I'm
know
confused.
what I have?
Autism?
That is accurate.
All right, let's hop back in. So you guys, you are now approaching the village. You can see it off in the distance, and it's really cold out and it's snowing, so you don't really see anybody.
Here we go.
Can we look for a place that looks somewhat welcoming? Is there like some form of like inn, or is this just like a bunch of houses that
It's quite a few houses. There is an inn, but it is very small. And the light is on. The lights are on in the houses as well. It seems like this village is occupied.
Well, let's go see who's home.
in the
All right. You walk up to the inn, just walk in, and you see a lady there, and she's just kind of staring off into the middle distance. As you walk in, she's surprised to see you. She just says, "Oh, hello. How can I help you?"
Looking for a place to stay for the night.
Um, okay. How many?
6.
6. Okay, I don't have 6 rooms. I only have 3 rooms, so you'll have to bunk up, but one of the rooms is currently being occupied.
Okay.
That is not a problem.
DM.
Yep.
Does Cassian have any sort of recollection on how, assuming based on what you said earlier, the Greys have some sort of correlation with these towns? Is
Mhm.
there a code word that Cassian would know, or a sigil, or a something to communicate that we are Greys and we are here with a purpose and there's nothing to be worried about?
Not really. It was just like Greys would come in carrying a shit ton of equipment and armor and usually be decked out ready for a fight, and that kind of clued him off. She's looking you up and down like, there might be something more to this, but this isn't like an inn that you would frequent all the time, so it's not like she recognizes you on sight,
Right. So, but there was no like open understanding between the Greys and these villages. That it wasn't like a deal that had been made.
There wasn't a deal necessarily, but they always had a place to stay. There was usually a lodge house in these towns, and you know that there is probably one in this town specifically designed for Greys. But
this
you are
not it?
unsure.
Oh, okay.
How about we just start with something to eat? Do you have food?
Yes, and nothing fancy, but we can scrounge something up. Weren't expecting people. People don't usually come this far north. Yeah, I'll see what we can do. And she heads off into the back kitchen area, and you hear some noises like she's getting ready to make something from scratch.
Vicar, would you accompany me outside just for a moment longer?
Of course.
Is there a table that we're going to be able to sit down at really quickly?
Yeah,
Like opposite?
there's a couple of tables in here.
I'd want to
Can
at
you-
least. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you
No,
guys
no,
are
please
outside.
go, please go. I thought we were done here. Go.
No, you're fine. As we sit down and you guys walk outside, I would just want to kind of nudge Sid and be like, "Hey, if you need to detect anything, feel free at any point." That's all.
Oh, I'm gonna
I mean, he doesn't have to now.
I'm gonna chat with Cassian to see if he sees any signs, or has an inkling that this might be an area to start searching before I do that, because it's
No, yeah.
limited for me.
That's why I'm saying it, just as a
So-
thing.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You're good.
I'm Vicar and I are going to have us just step outside very quickly.
Mhm.
There's something on the top of my mind that I want to get off my chest.
Mind, but it's on
Oh,
his
well,
chest.
that
Vicar.
man making no sense.
We go outside.
Yes.
Vicar, stay in eye shot, but can you give me a once over? Look for a gray insignia or something that reminds you of the palace or of the keep.
Sure.
remember-
Yeah. I'll-
I remember that these cities or these small towns would have spaces specifically for us in moments of need. I don't feel like imposing on this person, especially worrying about security. We already are all on our edge a bit.
Understandable. So just basically looking for like
Something that shouts great to you.
insignia, something that shouts great. Okay. I'll see what I can find.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check for me, Vicar, as you take to the skies and try to get bird's eye view.
Okay, got it. So perception, I have expertise in, so I get double proficiency, right?
Yep. It will that whatever number is next to it, that little plus is what you add to your d20.
How the
Got
fuck do
it.
they
So
do
it
that?
is 16. Oh, I see. I see what you mean.
Yeah, you don't double that number. It's already doubled for you.
I see. So it's +6, so I get 22.
22. Yeah, you fly around, and there's a relatively large building compared to these other houses. Most of them are residences that are just like, single family homes, maybe with a small shop on the bottom side. There's one house that looks to be twice the size of all the other houses. And you fly down, you see on the sign right outside the double doors, kind of hanging out on a post, is a circular wooden sign with a wolf carved on it, but the wolf face has been defaced.
Ooh.
So I'll fly back down to Cassian, and I'll let him know. Well, I see there is a building with a wolf on it, but
Before you
Yep.
get too far into this,
Mhm.
roll another perception check for me as you get to the double front doors.
Okay. So I get a 9.
9. Okay,
Not great.
good to know.
This
Well,
this again.
so there is a building with a wolf on it, but it looks like maybe the people here have not the kindest feelings towards the Greys because
was-
it's a little beaten up.
I was worried that may be the case. Let's lay low for now. I wouldn't want to draw any attention by a pack of people going into that building, and plus, I don't know what's inside or if it's safe. But for the time being, we're not Greys, and we're not here for any particular reason besides hunting and trapping, I suppose.
All right.
We'll dip back inside.
Yep, dip back inside.
You guys make your way back inside. By this point, the food has been prepared. It's just a simple, like, well, not a pot pie. What's the other one? shepherd's pie, simple shepherd's pie that's made for you. Hearty, kind of bland, but filling enough. Warm. The
I
warm
fuck
as
with it.
well. So after you guys finish eating, it's fairly dark outside. You can tell the weather's starting to pick back up a little bit more than it was when you guys were traveling. What are you gonna do?
Gentlemen, it seems as if a pack of wolves would not be welcome in this town. There is a den up the street, and we can risk going in it, but probably at risk, to say the least.
I don't mind spending a little money to just stay here.
Place seems homey enough.
Yeah, I vote to stay here.
Let's. I'm gonna go up to the innkeep and ask them how much a room costs.
A single room will cost you 5 silver, but they are one-person rooms, and there's only 2 available. So it'll be a very tight fit. I hope you're all pretty close.
We like it tight.
All right.
I thought you had said you had 3 rooms available earlier.
One's occupied.
One's
there are
taken.
3 rooms,
Yeah.
but 1 is taken.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than outside.
Yep. Okay, we'll take it. Do you have an extra mattress or some bedding that we could lay down?
I've got 2 extra sleeping rolls, but other than that, no. I could maybe grab another pillow or 2.
I'm fine
Okay.
with the floor.
Yeah, I think we have sleeping rolls too, so we'll make it work. Thank you. I'll give her the 10 silver.
All right. She gladly accepts the 10 silver, and you guys can make your way up there. It is a small room. This is like
Fuck.
you cannot comfortably. Like Kai can barely fit comfortably in it if it was like a room just for him.
I'm
So
hella comfy.
I was like,
Yeah.
can I sit next to Vicar so we take up less space and we?
Yeah, we can share
Split
one
it.
of the rooms.
you do like a
Vicar just
little room.
Vicar just uses Kai
Yeah.
as his bed.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of scaly.
I mean, you could use Vicar as a pillow.
No, you can't.
That's so fluffy, though.
All right. So you guys find a not so comfortable night's sleep with no events taking place. When you wake up, you're cold because it's cold and it's a drafty building, and you've been sleeping on the floor, and your back hurts and your neck hurts and everything hurts. But you make your way downstairs. The innkeeper is already awake at this point. It's just starting to get daylight outside, and she says, "Hello, is there anything else you require? Are you planning on staying longer, or are you just trying to pass through?"
I think we're just passing through. But if you've got something hot for breakfast, I think that would be a good start to the day.
I've got just the thing. And she prepares the leftovers from last night.
Hey.
How about just some tea or something?
That could be arranged too. Oh, I do have this warm butter ale. It's I don't know if you'd be interested in trying it. I'm brewing some new recipes. So
I think it's a little early for ale for me personally. I think I'll stick with the tea.
No, I'm taking one. I want to try something new.
you Southerners, you don't know how to have a good time. And she goes back and she prepares one for Kai, plops it in front of you. Says, "I hope you enjoy."
Much obliged. Thank you.
The meals for both meals plus his drink is going to cost you about, let's say, another gold piece.
All right.
Is there anything going on around here? Just
Who wants to pick it up?
newsworthy?
I got it. I took the beer.
All right.
Yeah, and there was the 10 gold that you guys spent for 10 vials too, so don't forget that.
I will take 2. Yeah, I'll take 3 gold pieces out for that, and somebody else can pick up the rest.
Sid and I both approach the bar,
Okay.
Sorry.
and Sid says,
That Kai
That ale is
Kai
in.
downed the ale super fast, and you just hear a belch with some fire coming out of his mouth in the corner.
It's great.
You turn around, Kai. It was pretty good. That was that butter ale kind of hit the spot. Go ahead, Cassian.
I'm gonna
Sid and I
approach the.
approach the bar. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Sid.
approach the barmaid with Cassian and ask her if there's anything going on, anything newsworthy, or anything of interest.
Two
going on around
devilishly handsome men, by the way. Okay, like the hottest guys in the party.
Yeah, go ahead and roll persuasion for me.
I'm helping.
Okay.
A persuasion.
Yeah,
I have
go
a
ahead and roll
+6. I should roll
persuasion
it.
with advantage.
I have well, the first roll is an 18.
We love that.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay.
Roll for natural 20. Let's see where this goes.
It is not.
Okay. All right. 18 is still plenty good. You don't have a negative modifier, right?
No, +2. So 16 +2.
Okay. So you approach. You kind of got this suave air about you. You're both tall too. Like you're kind of rugged looking. And this is
John
like,
Wick and the Witcher just walked into this bar. Okay,
Yeah,
and he's
exactly.
dropping.
So she's the ale is not the only thing that's frothing right now.
Hey.
With an 18. She looks at you and she kind of gets these like bedroom smoky eyes at you and says, "Is there something that you need?"
I'm not gonna say it. Is there anything going on around here? Anything newsworthy?
Not that I know of. I mean, there have been talks. I know some of the village more northward from here has been nervous, but I don't know much more than that.
How far north? About a day?
About a day's travel. I mean, most of the villages from here are, if there is one, is about a day's travel away. I think that's how the nomads first designed it when they were. Yes, but if you're looking for creatures to hunt, there's plenty to hunt around here. The more northward you go, the less likely you'll find game, unless if you're going for more Arctic animals, I suppose.
And the nervousness hasn't crept down here. Folks in this
We're-
town aren't nervous.
I think we're fairly far away from most of what has been happening, but I do know that they have had some close calls, some sightings of different things, and it is putting them on edge.
Sightings of like.
I don't know. They say they see things. I don't know much more than that. There was a couple that came past here the other day, heading back to Norhaven because they didn't quite feel safe.
Interesting. Well, that's helpful.
Cassian reaches underneath his cloak and
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
and he's very, very sleight of handy, okay? Takes out his dagger and puts the point of it into the bar. And he looks deeply into her eyes and says, "You haven't seen any wolves, have you?"
You're intending for her to think grays, right? Like that is the
Correct.
meaning behind this.
But it's an intimidation check. I am not trying to be like, I'm a gray, haha, teehee. No, I'm here to kill grays. Have you seen grays?
Interesting. Go ahead and roll intimidation.
While frothing.
That is a 18 plus 6.
Jesus, yeah. You can see there's hesitation when she says this, like she doesn't want to give up the information. But she says in a whisper, like a barely perceptible, she says, "I think there was one at the lodge."
I slip out a gold piece and put it on the table. Say, "Thank you for your time." Slip the dagger back into the sheath.
She takes the gold piece. You can tell, based on how that interaction went, there are definitely people around that don't like the Greys, but she probably wasn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you. I'm gonna head back to the table.
She stares at the coin for a good while before she pockets it.
Let's walk through town, baby.
All right.
Last
Where you
belch of
guys headed?
beer.
Are you headed to the lodge, or are you headed to the next closest town?
That's up to Cassian if he wants to stop by.
We have a mission. Let's complete it. If you wouldn't mind me stopping just for 1 second, I have something I need to do at the lodge, but it won't take but more than a few seconds.
You can peek.
Yeah,
Let's
by all
take a
means.
peek.
To the lodge.
All right, you guys. Vicar, you direct him where you saw the lodge before. It doesn't take very long to get there. It's a small town. You're right outside the double doors that lead into this lodge, and Cassian, you see that carved circular sign, the relief that has been scratched, defacing it.
I'm going to walk up. I'm going to have the group continue on down the road, and I'm going to, as stealthily as possible, walk up to one of the wooden posts outside of or just right next to the door frame, and with my dagger, I'm going to scratch the words "the wolf howls again," and then keep moving.
Give me just a second here.
Zen's breaking the game. Ooh.
Well, there was a perception check earlier.
Perceived these nuts.
That's
Natural 20.
highly improbable.
You hear
Natural 20, you have testicular cancer.
Yeah.
That's a nat 1.
Well, we were
I'm just-
perceiving it.
I'm just
Yeah.
glad I went to a professional that could perceive something like that. Okay.
So, as you start carving into this, it starts making obviously carving sounds like you're scratching something. You hear a voice from inside the lodge say, or actually, you don't hear a voice, you hear a growl.
Diego, I know who it is. What was his name again? I think I know who it
Damien.
is. What?
Nikolai.
Nikolai.
But you hear the growl of like a large beast from inside.
How far along into the words was I?
The wolf.
I'm going to continue carving. I'm going to try and finish it in a rushed manner, and I'm trying to get out of there before whatever is growling at me gets to the door.
Do we perceive the growl? Or are we too far?
I'm going to say the intention here is that you guys keep walking so you wouldn't hear this. It was because he had a really high perception check.
I see.
I would say you're at a ge, and then you hear, "What is it, boy?" And then you hear footsteps coming.
Do I recognize the voice?
Yeah, it's Nikolai.
Give me a second to think about what I want to say. Hold on.
All right.
Very coyly, I just say, "Fear not, old friend. The wolf has returned."
You hear the footsteps stop just before they get to the door. And then there's this pause. And he says, "You sly little fuck." And then he opens up the door, and you see Nikolai standing there. He's all grizzled. He has not been taking care of himself very well. It seems like he's definitely more of the type to get pampered when he has time to go back to the Gray Manor, and he hasn't been able to do so for over a year at this point. But he looks something like this. About 10 years older than you, with his trusted little wolf companion, and you see the wolf goes from snarling at you to just going back to like normal wolf composure, not like happy panting and go lucky to see you, but just like very structured. And
Holy shit, that's uncanny. That's crazy.
That's who I thought of. I was like, what the fuck?
so yeah,
Nikolai can tell that I'm rushed, he can see that in my tone of voice, and I just say, we probably shouldn't be seen together, especially here. Do you have everything you need?
Obviously not. But you should get moving. It looks like you are busy.
We are on the hunt. But I will return. Not much longer now.
I will stay here. Find a way to see me again. On your way back, perhaps.
Stay safe. And Cassian turns.
He just nods. I mean, you guys, I would say that you saw that Cassian was speaking to somebody. You didn't really overhear the words. But this man looks a step stoic above Cassian stoic. Like, he's just like the very little emotion type. And he just kind of nods as Cassian turns away, and then the door closes.
I will scurry to the group.
Everything
This
good?
town is in good hands. We'll be okay. We should probably stop in on our way back.
Good enough.
Okay.
Onward.
To the north.
We're on the road again.
All right. I'm gonna say, since you guys have had some pretty successful checks in the past trying to navigate this, you can navigate without too much difficulty. There's less branch off trails here the further away you get from Norhaven proper, and it just leads to one town after the next. You guys travel and you get to the next town around nightfall, and the snow is really starting to pick up quite a bit more now, and you need to find a place to stay pretty quick. So
We're at the town, you said?
yep. There's another lodge about the same size as the one from the last town. It similarly has been defaced, but I'm going to say, Cassian, roll a perception check.
Perception. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You notice that it was defaced, and then it looked like someone tried to go back in and crudely with wood chisels or something try to fix it.
I guess we have to go to the inn, right?
Yeah, the inn at this place is it's not an inn, it's a tavern. There's no places to sleep, but you do find like the social hub area. And grab yourself some food, something to drink. It's going to cost you guys we'll call it another gold piece for everybody's food and drinks. Just one gold piece for everybody.
Got it.
Not per person.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
paid.
All right.
Top Tony. I mean, Sid.
What'd you say?
It's a good
He
job,
said,
Sid.
thanks, Sid.
The tavern owner for here is a portly man. Just kind of looks weathered. What do you
I'll
guys
walk
do?
up
Okay.
and I'll say, we came from. Did the other town have a name, like on the sign or anything? Like,
We'll call it the North Post.
okay, so just say we just came from North Post. They mentioned that there were some things going on up this way. I was curious if you had anything to share about what's going on in the area.
Yeah. We've been having sightings of fiends running around. And unfortunately, we don't have the Greys here anymore. So, let's just hope we don't get fucked in the middle of the night.
Is there a specific part of town, northeast, where the sightings are more concentrated?
Not particularly, just kind of around the outskirts of the town. It seems like they haven't got the numbers or the confidence yet to do a full-fledged assault, but I know that if they're this far south already, the village ahead of us, there's one more village northward before we start getting into the ice caps. And I fear for the worst.
When was the last sighting?
Last sighting was about 3 nights ago.
Understood. Any place to sleep around here?
We don't really get travelers this far north, but you could stay at the lodge, I suppose. As long as you don't mind being associated with Greys, but at this point I don't think everyone gives a fuck.
I mean,
I
if
think it
there's
used to
fiends,
be.
I'd rather be around a gray than not be around a gray.
That's what I'm thinking. I wasn't of the highest opinion of the Greys beforehand. They seemed like a bunch of drunken bastards walking through, praising themselves, and well, I'll spare you with what my opinions were of them, but one thing was for sure, we didn't have fiend sightings around, so I tried to fix the fuckery that happened with that sign just to show that I don't want my ass fucked in the middle of the night, but they haven't come back since, so
If there was an attack, would you or anyone around here have a way to defend yourselves?
I mean, we have some pitchforks and some kitchen cutlery. I think a few of us might have some short swords for basic defense.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll head back to the group and kind of report in on what he shared. And I'll look over to Cassian after sharing and ask if he thinks we should continue north or if we should kind of search the outskirts of this town for a day based on his experience.
Tracks to follow are always helpful. And plus, these people need us.
Plus, the snow's getting bad.
I was like, it
What
might be
about
kind
it?
of difficult now.
What about
So-
the next village? Is it worth checking that out?
Well,
Seems it may have already fallen.
if our hunt is for a Cambion or a fiend, it may be worth trying to find that here. While we're only a day away from the previous village and not too far from Grey Manor.
Yeah, I think that we can take a look around here since they've seen some things, but for tonight I think sounds like the lodge is our best bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys make your way over to the lodge, and there are some hay bales in here with some blankets and a couple of pillows, but it seems like a lot of you get the sense that this used to be a much more accommodating place, but has since become kind of dilapidated.
We should probably have somebody keep a lookout tonight.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
think
don't
that's a great
sleep
idea.
much.
We have 2 elves, so that'll cover 8 hours. They split up their time.
Yeah, I
we
could take
can
the
have-
first watch.
We can have somebody, with them for a couple hours.
I don't
You
mind.
don't want to double up, honestly.
Dynamic duo. I can stay up. We've traveled a lot, so it's fine.
So who's got first watch?
I do.
You do. Who's got? Are we doing a series of 4 different groups doing this so that you guys can spread out, or are we doing just the elves, like half and half?
I think just the elves and I'm gonna hang out a little bit. Just I would say just like old times, but when we used to travel together.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
So I'll do the
Yeah,
second
no
one then.
problem. I need who's taking the first one again? I'm sorry.
Numa.
Numa's taking the first one. All right, go ahead and roll a perception check for me. So you're taking watch.
Advantage if I'm there?
Are you with him, or are you going to be
Yeah,
with Joe?
Well, Joe is gonna be sleeping during this time, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll be chilling with Newmont for the first 2 hours, and then Joe would be up.
All right.
Ooh.
With me.
So advantage,
Yep.
then 24.
24. Elven eyesight, especially yours, because you can see 120 feet dark vision.
No, I think I could only see 60 to be honest.
All right. Still, you have dark vision, which is not a human's vision. And the humans spotted some fiends 3 nights ago. With your elven sight at night, you see several. They're not approaching the village. It's more of like a an outskirts. They're not encircling the village necessarily, but they are definitely around, running, hunting wildlife, killing each other, but not quite attacking this village.
Yeah, I won't wake the party, but I will keep an eye to see if any get any closer.
Yeah, a couple
And
of them get
as
a couple of them get a little close for comfort, but nothing that makes you immediately feel like it's a threat.
as Kazir kind of comes to take his watch, I would just be careful, Kazir. There's quite a bit of them out there.
I'm gonna watch with Kazir.
All right. And
Keep your eyes
both of you guys have 120-foot dark vision, right?
I have 120.
I have 120 as well.
Yeah. So you guys see even more than you guys see even more than Newmont. He was like, "Yeah, watch out for those 6 over there." And you're like, "What? You mean those 23?" And so
Why
you
do I
guys,
only have 60 then?
they have one of them is for a racial trait because he's an owl, and the other one is because of his subclass. He's a shadow sorcerer.
Okay, that makes
Ah.
sense.
Or yeah. So
Yeah, I do only have 60. Oh, I guess I missed a couple.
once
You don't say.
Yeah, so you guys keep a good eye out. Since Newmont pointed out what was going on, you know what to look for, and nothing eventful happens, but it is unsettling. And when daytime comes around, it seems like they tend to disperse a little bit more.
So how many did we see in total?
In total, you saw about 20,
Awesome.
but it's hard to keep track of because
They're all moving around.
the snow is becoming more like a blizzard.
Well, it seems safest to travel during the day, but we definitely don't want to be out in the woods at night, it seems.
They must be
Agreed.
getting ready to attack this village though, because we saw like 20 of them.
Well, it didn't seem like they were.
They seem more concerned with hunting
gathering.
wildlife.
Yeah.
Yeah, until they hunt all the wildlife, obviously.
But it is getting dense, that's for sure, which is concerning.
Another
So
thing
maybe
of note is a lot of these fiends that you saw were small. They were not like we're talking imps, maybe an abyssal chicken or two.
Oh, okay.
Which an abyssal chicken is actually a thing in D&D,
I was
and I
like,
find
what?
that hilarious.
What?
They make
But-
fire wings.
Yeah,
Son of a
Um,
bitch.
maybe a quasit here or there, but
What
these
the
are
fuck?
these things are like little demon guys that are running around. They're more known for causing mischief and mayhem and killing things like small wildlife. They probably couldn't take on a human.
These things look creepy.
They look so cool.
so not something that would need to be eradicated necessarily from
They
the
would
area.
need to be eradicated. I mean, they will
Okay.
kill or fuck up a child, and they will definitely eat your
Yeah.
pets. So
Fucking
Okay.
little chupacabras.
Well, so we'll share what we saw with the group, and definitely staying inside at night is a good idea. Making sure that we're not caught out on the road, but we didn't have a general direction of where we saw most of these guys.
yeah, there was a higher density in more northward.
Yeah. So we can go and take a look and see if we can't pick off a couple of guys in the daylight for our hunt.
I'm on board.
And
with
it
that.
does seem like we're getting closer to
Mhm.
some action, and that's what we are seeking out.
I don't know if Katarina and Dimitri would be thrilled if we killed an abyssal chicken and turned back.
Yeah.
No,
may
but
wanna,
as
like-
part of it.
Push past that and
You guys would know the hunt was explained to you pretty well, even if I didn't explain it very well. You were assigned a creature. Once you decide on a creature or assigned a creature, you must come back with evidence of killing said creature.
yeah, we want that
Yeah,
candy and
I'm with
bush.
Okay.
Sid. I think we just
Well,
go
we
straight
can-
for the throat. If we can. We're probably going to have to fight getting there, but I think picking fights, I mean, we could spend days getting to that village and finding the Cambion.
I
Yeah.
think if we see any,
Obvious.
yeah, I think we clean up as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, if they're on the road.
Yeah.
But
Fine by me. Let's push.
Cool.
Right.
Let's do it.
You guys push. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to throw a combat at you that's going to be trivial. You kill, I would say, about 20 to 30 different imps, quasits, abyssal chickens on your way to this next village. They're literally like a CR of like 1/4 or a half. So they're very easy to pick off. You'll have a few wounds, a few things that you need to, rest from, but nothing serious, nothing that's going to put you close to unconsciousness.
Are any of them harvestable? Or are they too
No,
weak?
these there's a certain
Too low?
threshold. They need to be at least
5?
a CR3 to,
Okay.
I think CR3 to 5 is the first bracket.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
they're
you're
not
right.
quite.
What would
Yeah,
our
yeah.
CR be? Just for like
What?
relation.
What'd you
Like,
say?
what would our CR be just for relation? So I know how strong that is.
5.
Yeah, like our level.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just your level. I see.
Yeah. So, but for monsters, the scaling is a little bit different.
Fuck them chickens.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys make it to the next village. This blizzard is becoming a bit of an issue at this point. I'm gonna need you guys to make a Constitution saving throw, all of you.
Con save, con
Hmm.
save, con save.
The
Not the
blizzard
snow.
is bad, just like in real life.
Tell me about it.
17.
18.
Nice.
4.
Get fucked.
Oof.
He's
15.
just a little guy. He's just
You
a little
frosted
bird.
your little cloaker off,
22.
pimp.
22 and
14.
Kai.
14.
Okay. Poor Vicar is not acclimated to this kind of cold weather. It is doing him dirty. He normally flies south for winter, and so marching headlong into this blizzard, you're gonna gain a level of exhaustion, which means that
Shit.
for going into this is like including after you sleep, you still have the exhaustion because of how draining it all is, and you're still cold when you wake up the next day. But that's gonna be it's not normal rules, it's my homebrew ones. So you're gonna have a -1 to everything for ability checks, saving throws, and attack rolls.
Gotcha.
And that's just to keep it simple.
Sure.
You're also going to have a -5 to your move speed.
Can I carry him and keep him
Yep.
warm?
Yeah, you could carry him, keep him warm.
Because dragonborns are like not naturally warm, but I am a warm dude and I can moderate my body temperature pretty well. So if he's like struggling, if he wants to, if he's okay with it, I can carry him and warm him up.
No
Yes.
need for consent. Just grab him and do it.
This is a funny point here, and Kai, you would learn this about yourself. This is actual lore, by the way. When a dragonborn opens its mouth very wide, it just radiates heat.
Yep.
So Kai just kind of opens his mouth as he's walking, and you get his hot dragon breath all over you, and it's actually kind of nice. Keep you
Should've got
warm.
that candle, bro.
I'll accept this.
Should have bought that candle, bro.
That's mainly why I was thinking about it. I was like, I'm good in multiple climates.
Yep.
He's just like a
So-
space heater.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly like a space heater. So
Warm
you guys
me
are
up.
walking, you all bundle up a little bit closer to Kai. Vicar's being carried like the beautiful baby he is. And
I am small but fierce.
yes.
it is the blizzard is definitely slowing your progress, so by the time you get to the next town, it's already dark outside. But you can immediately tell something's wrong. There are buildings that are no longer standing, that have clearly been burned to the ground. There is no sign of human life at all.
Well, that was fast.
This might be our spot, boys.
Oh, whatever did this wasn't a chicken.
Could I
Nice.
see if there's any human footprints around the snow around the town?
Yeah, go ahead and roll either a perception check or an investigation check for me.
Can we help him with that if we're
Ooh,
looking as a group?
that would be a 24.
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't even
No
need it. I
fine.
don't
need.
even need it.
Even with this blizzard going on, you can tell that there are some fairly the buildings themselves were burned down recently. This has been they probably weren't on fire any more than like 6 hours ago. At least some of the buildings. You see several trails of footprints going off in several different directions, all human. But a lot of them stop and lead to dead bodies that are cold to the touch, lying in the snow. there is a single set of human-ish looking footprints that trail off further north.
Can I look at one of the bodies to see like the wounds it has?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me as you're looking at this body.
I just did that online. That's fine. 12.
Okay. Un momento, por favor. You see scorch marks on a couple of the bodies and a couple of some kind of stab wound. You have no idea what the weapon would be.
Like a stab, not like a claw or anything.
Nope.
Like piercing.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, you rolled a 12, so it very well could be, but you're not super certain.
All right. I'll go relay that.
I kind of look at the party and say, well, boys, the bodies look frozen, but that's just because of the winter. But this fire's pretty fresh, and I only see one set of footprints that doesn't lead to a dead body, and that's headed more north.
Sounds like we have our target.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do we want to shack up or push forward?
I mean, it's
It's like nighttime.
night. We've been walking all day.
Yeah.
It's cold and snowing. The visibility is gonna suck, and in the storm probably
Is there
suck
any
even worse.
shelter still standing, or
Pretty much everything is burnt to the ground. You could probably throw something together, but you're gonna be cold through the night.
It seems like these things come out at night as well, so we need to be on our P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm.
we don't make a fire? That's probably a good bet. Try and make a big fire if we can.
Or maybe not to make it look like we're not here.
I think they're gonna know, aren't they?
They'll know anyway.
My
So
thought
if I-
is also we only need one. If they hunt in packs, or if they're maybe not packs, but if there are multiple here, we're going to have a fight on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can anyone
what's
think
the
of something
idea?
quickly? If there's a way for us to isolate one?
I
We could set
mean, we
an
only see
ambush.
one set of footprints,
Hmm.
so we may have one isolated right now. If we wait until the morning, we don't have a set of footprints to travel
Yeah,
to follow.
could
Yeah,
just
the
push on
snow's
through the
definitely going to
night.
cover it up.
I mean, if we get attacked, then our fight is here. We don't have to search anymore. Perhaps pushing through would be a good idea.
Either way, it's going to be in the dark with no shelter, so does it really matter where it is?
Right.
And if we
True.
stay here and wait, we could
The footprints
potentially
will be gone. They'll get blown away in the blizzard.
we
It
could
doesn't mean we
poten-
can't find new ones, though.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Newmont?
we could one could have just came and attacked the town, and they could be going back to regroup. So we
True.
could try to push forward since the fire's fresh and get them before they meet back up to where they dwell.
Well, is everybody able to see right now?
No?
Not in
Absolutely
this
not.
form.
It is
I'm a
difficult
human.
to see. I would say that yeah, Kai and Sid would not be able to see. Or
I can.
But
I can't do
then,
that.
don't we have
Catherine
an
could.
amulet that gives us a little bit of light, and then
5 feet.
I can just cast like a small little like fire thing. I think so.
I would say
Um,
visibility of any kind you have is cut in half. So if you have like 60 foot of dark vision, you have 30 foot of dark vision.
If we
have
can't
10 feet of torch
see,
light.
it's
Go ahead, John.
maybe not a fight worth taking.
Two of us have 60 feet still. But yeah, it'll be
I
difficult.
it can make it 3, and I can change. The symbiote has 120 feet of dark vision and 10 feet of blind sight.
I think if we stay here, we're gonna get ambushed anyways. So it's like if we push
Okay,
on, we might get our
let's track
target
it.
or get ambushed.
Let's track it.
Let's not waste any more time. Let's move.
Let's go.
All right. You guys push forward. Since you are doing this now and you have the tracks to follow, there's no additional rolls for this. You just follow. This blizzard is bad, and you're starting to hear the rumbling of thunder as you're approaching an area that's getting close. The footsteps are a little bit deeper.
DM, real quick, before you go
yeah.
on and punish us for this, because I know that you fucking will. 50 foot of hempen rope stretched amongst us, and we're all holding onto it.
All right, sounds good.
Ooh,
You guys aren't
nice.
I
gonna
like
get.
that. I like
Well,
that.
you know what? That gave me an idea. An avalanche happens.
Fuck! I can't win with this guy.
And
All
a
right.
tornado.
You guys are all tied together. I can't wait for that to go horribly wrong.
I'm holding on to the rope.
You're walking for what feels like another couple of hours, and you just thunder and thunder and thunder, and then you see a crack of purple lightning no more than a couple 100 feet away from you.
Give a little tug to the rope.
All right.
Head towards it.
These footprints are pretty close at this point. And who has 60 foot of dark vision? The two people who have 60 foot of dark vision, I need you to go ahead and roll a perception check for me individually.
I get a 15.
15.
I got a 10.
Okay. Vicar, you're trying to peer through the blizzard. You know purple lightning struck, and it was more than a couple of 100 feet away. It's super hard to see here, but you can make out a shadowy figure that's no more than like just beyond your field of view. And I don't
So
mean like shadowy figure. I mean like it's a figure, but it's kind of shadowed by all the
Right. So it's like 50, 60, 70 feet away, something like
around
that.
there, probably within 60 feet, because that's the limit of
Right.
your range, but it's
Right.
just on the cusp of the end of your range.
Okay. So I will quietly let everyone know that about 50 feet in that direction that I see something.
Well, I don't think any normal person's going to be out here on their own headed towards a purple lightning strike, so we may want to go push that.
Ready your weapons, boys. We have a fight.
Anybody want to throw something or shoot
See,
something
there's
at him?
It
green
might be
glow to the
difficult
sword.
at this range when we can barely see it. Maybe we try to creep up a little bit. So let's see if we can't close maybe another like 10 to 15 feet and see if we can't get a better sight picture.
All right, give me just a second here. I need to make a roll.
Trying
Alright,
to be stealthy.
You move another 10, 15 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're within like 45 feet at this point. Are you trying to push for closing the gap to be within 30 feet?
I am just trying to be able to get a better, like a less obscured vision on this figure.
I mean, did Kazar hit him?
Yeah, you guys, if you can see him with your field of view, then you can see him. What are the humans doing for this? Because y'all don't have much vision.
Following
I'm
the
staying
group.
in the middle of the rope.
Holding onto the rope. Yeah.
So, do you guys have a torch lit or no?
No.
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 can-
Okay. All right.
We can make
Question,
one.
Jacob.
Like I have
even
a
if
flame going, so but that's it.
even if we had a torch lit, you said it'd be halved, right? So 10 foot of light from a torch would just be 5 feet, right?
Well, a torch I think has 20 foot and
soft.
20 foot. Yeah, so
So it'd be-
20,
It would be
20
10.
bright, 20 dim. So
Dim.
you would have 10 bright, 10 dim.
Okay,
Which
might be worth it to strike a torch then.
I think
That's
in
fine.
the next 10, 15 feet.
Yeah. Once we get
Yeah.
up close.
this is going to be difficult terrain because you're moving through like Vicar would be submerged if he fell into the ground. He could like
Can I
skirt
walk on
underneath all
top
the
of
snow.
the snow?
You could probably walk on top of the snow, but no one else could. It's still going to be
Okay.
difficult terrain for you because it's not your climate, and I don't want to give you a different statistic than everybody else.
Sure.
Certainly, you
Yeah.
hop like a bird and you don't walk, right, Vic?
He does
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so it's going to be difficult terrain for you guys, which is costing double movement. I'm going to say you get within 30 feet, and I'm going to have this guy roll another perception check. It did really poor on the last one.
Do it again.
Oh my god, it rolled the same thing. It's another 4.
Yeah, get fucked, nerd.
Dude, the forest
Alright.
all day today.
All right.
You guys are
I'm gonna
within,
hold my hand up.
you're within 30
to the
feet
group.
at this point. It hasn't noticed you. It's trying to move towards where the purple lightning struck.
Mm-hmm.
I want to launch a holy arrow at its back.
Do we know what it is yet?
At this point, you're within 30 feet. Those of you with 60 foot of dark vision in this condition can clearly make out the creature that you were described to try to hunt.
Okay.
All right, with you loosing the arrow, since it rolled 2 4s on its perception check, I'm going to say you get that 1 hit off, and then we're going to start rolling for initiative here.
Okay. Can I? So do I have to roll for damage then? And
No, you have to roll to hit first.
hit.
So
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
remember, you get a -1 for this roll.
Right.
Does he get sneak attack bonus?
Yes.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, I'm going to say this guy hasn't noticed him, so by definition.
What is that? So do I wait? I am doing my sneak attack, but do I get advantage or?
I'm gonna say in these conditions you don't get advantage, but you can get sneak attack if you hit.
Got it. Okay. So I get a 12 plus 7 minus 1, so an 18.
An 18, you hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. So we're gonna use the D8 this time.
Hit him for 90, John.
I'm gonna try, Tony. So I got a 4 plus 4 for the damage. So that's 8, and then I get 3d6.
While he's rolling that, everybody roll for initiative. If you do it online, it's automatically put in my thing, so I don't have to do it manually.
I'll do that for you.
What? There's
2,
dice in my hand.
6, and
7.
3. So I get an extra 11. So
19.
8 plus 11, 19, and then whatever the holy damage.
Okay. Keep that in mind for right
Mhm.
now because I'm trying to track initiative here too. So Kai, what did
Sorry.
you roll for initiative?
Real quick, I'm gonna do inspiration in case anyone else wants to do that.
I'm gonna do an inspiration.
I'm doing inspiration too. Fuck that shit.
I saw some of those numbers.
We had a 5, a 7, an 8, and a 6.
I had a 6. I was like, fuck, I need to re-roll this.
I rolled another 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. Jesus.
Cassian, what's your roll?
No.
17, way
17.
fucking better.
Kai, what's your roll?
14.
14. Kazer
I just kept the 8.
and Newmont, you got 13.
Yes.
And you
Victor?
do not need. Do you need me to roll?
Yep.
All right, I'll just do it on the website for your sake. And I get 25.
Bang.
Awesome.
KC1 once again.
-1, perhaps. I don't know if you want to apply it to that.
It's a -1, yes. So it'd
Okay, so
be-
24.
Light check.
24.
You are still going to go first. The Cambion also rolled a 24 for initiative, but you were more dexterous. So okay.
Bendy boy.
Oh, so that means he
So
has a lot of
John's
initiative.
attack hit before the initiative starts. So John goes
Correct.
again.
Yes.
Did we decide not to use the map for this, Jacob? You never.
Oh.
No, we're using the map for this.
Okay, I didn't. Okay.
Get it together, Josh.
No,
Angry.
that's okay. Where do you want? Okay, where? Jesus Christ. Where do you want things on this map? Because there was just absolutely nothing for me to go off of.
I don't know.
Josh
I hear
had-
excuses, bro.
Josh
The
has. Oh my god! Just leave him alone.
the party is 30 feet away from the Cambion, and the other creatures don't matter yet because they're too far away from the purple lightning. I'll tell you when those guys come in.
That's okay.
There's other guys.
No, we don't know that.
Meta.
You do know that whenever purple lightning strikes, the portal opens up. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
Guys,
suppose.
let's
Put
set
that thing
up
back
in
where
a-
it came from. So help me.
Hit and run. Hit and run.
Kick it back to the portal. Fuck. Dude, why do we have to fight people with fire resistance? Oh.
you don't know they have fire resistance.
No, he does because we fought fiends before and his fire didn't do much.
Fuck. The big kitty guy.
Well, no,
The
also
Rakshasa.
the
That-
ghasts you fought. And
The fire kick
Rakshasa.
and fire
Yeah.
punch.
Gas are
It's-
undead. Gas aren't fiends anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
okay.
I mean, I'm still gonna fucking try.
Dummy.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So once Josh, this is a good time for everybody to have a break while Josh sets this up.
It's already done.
All
Because
right.
he forgot
So
and he's
fast.
slow.
Yeah, I wish
Josh,
didn't
don't sound
forget.
so sad.
I wish you didn't
think
forget.
You're
and
doing a
wasn't so
great
slow
job.
about it.
No, that was okay. It's not worth it. Never mind. I'm gonna keep my peace here because this is not worth. Okay.
It's always
worth
it, Josh.
We love you, Joshy.
I think you're great, Josh.
What is that? Oh my god! From far away, it
That's
looked like something
Cambion.
completely different.
Yeah.
Sick
Mizora.
map.
Yeah, so I'm going to move him down there. All right. So up first,
Vika.
Vikar. Yeah,
wanna
so you
apply
roll
my
how much
damage?
damage for the first one?
19 plus the holy arrow damage. I don't know what that is.
So roll a d4 for me.
4 isn't. I fell off my desk.
Weird number.
It is a 2.
Okay, so that's 21 points of damage.
Yes.
All right, you see Vicar loose an arrow and it sinks right into this thing's thigh, and it does not look happy about it. It turns around. It knows you're there now, and it just saw you shoot at it. It is going to.
Wait, don't I get a do I go again here?
Oh yeah, that's right. You're
Yeah.
at the top of initiative. I'm
Mhm.
sorry. Go ahead.
All good. So I'm gonna try again with a longbow at it with another holy arrow,
All right.
and we get 11 plus 7 minus 1, so I get 17.
17 to hit.
Yes.
17 just hits.
Oh boy, roll big, boys, roll big.
Yeah,
Yes.
really.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you see this thing. This is a good note. This Cambion is very well armored. You see that it has splint mail on, and it has a spear by its side, and there's definitely some sort of magic radiating from this thing as it turns to face you.
Oh, that armor.
all right. So with longbow sneak attack here, I get 5 plus 4, which is 9, and then my 3d6. Right? Let me make sure I'm doing that right. Plus 4, right? Yeah. So 9 plus 1 is 10. Plus 1 is 11. Plus 4 is 15.
That's holy.
15.
Plus holy. So we'll do another d4. And that is a 4. 19.
Total of 19. Wow. You see Vicar in the first opening rounds of combat lose 2 arrows and just one in each thigh. And
Hang on, I got a gift for this.
I think I know what it is. Oh,
All right, somebody else do it.
Oh.
So one in each thigh. Cool.
What's his name? Jim Carrey?
And
Yeah.
also, it's scale mail, not splint mail. I misspoke. But yeah,
Okay,
it
so
turns to look at you. Is that the end of your turn?
after I have double tapped this guy,
Oh, damn it. Sorry, Tony.
I am going to move 1, 2, 3. I'll move back here, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to duck under the snow and hide.
To burrow a hole.
A white bird and white snow. Go
That's
ahead
right.
and roll a stealth check for me.
I mean, that's
Okay.
actually pretty reasonable shit.
Yeah. So stealth, we have a 2 plus 7 minus 1. So I get an 8. Not great.
An 8. It's gonna try to hit you. It's looking for you. I'm gonna see if it can perceive you. You won't believe this shit. I rolled a 6. It has a +4
This
perception, and
bird!
I rolled a natural 2 with +4. So
Damn.
it looks for you, and it can't see you through the blizzard, and you're just ducked under the snow. So it's gonna look at
love
the next closest creature, which is going to be
Oh.
Cassian. Bum.
Is that how we would have oriented ourselves?
No.
Okay,
Definitely not, to be honest.
orient yourselves right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I would have been in the middle. I said pretty clearly I was going to be in the middle.
Did
Yep.
you want me in front of you or
No.
me behind you?
You have exactly 5 seconds to figure it out.
4,
3.
3.
Okay, that's good. That's what we're going with. So it's gonna go for Kai first.
Fuck this thing.
You
Me.
What? We don't have a fighter frontlining?
I
Alright.
can't see,
couldn't
bro.
see.
Oh, true.
The hell you doing over there talking?
I can see.
Yeah. Hey guys,
Everything-
he's right there.
Everything's fine for me.
You do notice that this Cambion those were two really strong opening hits from Sid. Despite its hard to hit nature, it did take quite a bit of damage. It looks at you. What is it going to do? It's going to
I want to know.
look at you and it's going to say, "Come on, wouldn't you rather fight with me than against me? I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw."
Wisdom again. We just did this.
Be
Not my
strong,
Not my
Kai.
family.
He's a big wise
I
dragon.
got a 10. I don't know.
10.
Flat in the middle.
Okay. You must succeed a DC 14 wisdom saving throw or be magically charmed for 1 day. The
Oh.
charmed target obeys the Cambion's spoken commands if the target
10?
suffers any harm.
10 plus
Mhm.
wisdom proficiency? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's 14.
Fuck you.
I was like, wait a second. I rolled a 10. I was like, wait, I have to have proficiency? I was like, shit. Sorry.
That would have been really spicy. It's almost unfortunate.
All right.
It's ironic I have 18 wisdom.
Oh god. Enter
Sorry.
hard mode for this fight.
All right. Cassian, you're up next. All of you can hear chattering, like almost monkeys, but more guttural and high pitched at the same time. And it's coming from a direction that you can't tell, but it's definitely from the lightning somewhere. But other than that, you're unsure.
Where is the lightning?
The lightning struck.
Behind him? Like,
Yeah. He was actually more facing. So the lightning was actually more like over here. It was a good distance away.
Oh.
okay.
You guys were a couple of 100 feet, and then you kept moving to try to catch up with this thing as it was headed over that direction.
All right. Is the blizzard still ongoing? It's pretty blustery out, right? It's pretty loud, I
is.
would assume. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lean over to Sid. I'm gonna say, I can't fucking see this thing. And I'm gonna take a single step forward and end my turn because there's not a lot I can do right now.
Don't we have 30 feet of movement, right?
30 feet halved because difficult terrain. So if you dashed, you could move up 30 feet.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I mean, fair.
That's what you want.
You're gonna stack up.
More chattering and chittering from that direction.
Chitlin.
Kai.
Hello. Oh, I actually rolled well for initiative, didn't I? I would like to. Not that it's going to end well. I'd like to move up as far as I can, so that's 3 spots.
Okay.
Or at least if I would like to move up to. Can I see him yet? I only have 30 feet of vision. I'm assuming I still can't see him.
He's 15 feet away.
Yeah, you could see him if you have 30 feet of vision.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure if it was impossible to see or something. Okay.
Yeah, it's making it difficult to see. So your vision is effectively halved, but you can still see.
Okay, we're gonna just. Which one's better? I don't know. We're gonna do a little bit of weird stuff just because I haven't done one in a while. And I'd like to do a dragon breath, but it's specifically my monk-natured one.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it a. Just because he has it, I'm gonna do lightning. I'm gonna do lightning damage in a 30-foot line right at him.
All right.
And it's a 15 dex save, and I roll 2d4, which is not very high at this point.
15 dex.
So he can roll to see what he gets.
Ugh.
Please don't be shitty.
It rolled a 9.
Shit, I rolled a 4. Come on. What is that? Oh, fuck, 1. All right, so it does 5 points of damage to him.
It doesn't do as much damage as you thought it would.
Testing the waters. And I can't do anything. He's too far. He can probably hit me. Just for funsies, I'm gonna do a patient defense really quick, just because I'm right in front of him, and he tried to attack me.
Right, makes sense.
Yeah, and then that's it.
Question: Real
Yep.
quick, the arrow situation that John was handing out, was it just arrows or was it like one ranged ammunition per person who has range? 'Cause I
You
a
have to
crossbow.
dip it. It's in a vial. So whoever
I
has the
see.
vial.
Okay. Disregard.
So I moved up. I see this hill that's kind of toward his left. Um, upon looking at that, does the snow on it kind of look stable? Or
It-
like what necessarily is that? Is it just
It's
like a rock or is
powdery-
it pretty high?
It's powdery snow. It's about 15 feet high, and a lot of it is newer snow. So it's leveled out appropriately that it's not going to like cause an avalanche or something. It just might not be the sturdiest thing to stand on, but it's effectively the same kind of terrain that you're already fighting in.
Okay,
Just 15 feet high.
I would like to dip my darts in the holy water with a vial and chuck one at this dude's face.
Okay. Normally it would take your action to dip 3 pieces of ammunition, but since there are only 2, I'm going to let you do it with a bonus action this time.
Got you. So that would be a 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits.
And that is what is the holy damage bonus?
A D4.
Okay, so that 2 5. That would be 6 points of damage.
Nice.
6 points.
I rolled a 1 for the holy point
Oh
damage,
well,
bro.
it's extra. It's extra.
And so how many, well, I guess I might as well just use another one. I will chuck another dart. And that's only a 16.
16 misses. The dart whizzes past.
And I will end my turn.
All right. Ugh. Excuse me. Okay, Kaiser, you're up.
Okay. I guess I'll take a couple of steps to the side. Can I see around Numot there, or is it still obstructed?
Bum.
Or do I have to go here?
You
You could
you
have
could
gone-
see from there if you have that much dark vision available to you. So, yeah,
Yeah,
he's
you
45
should.
feet away from you. You got 60 foot, so you're good.
Okay, so I'll use that. I'll use Chromatic Orb. I'm going to use it in a cold type and see what that does.
Okay.
A 15 to hit. That doesn't hit, does it?
It does not hit.
Motherfucker. Okay. Then that is my turn.
Or no.
Oh no. Okay. Sid, you're up.
Finally. So I don't have dark vision as a Who man. How far
No.
am I able to see in this?
Currently, fuck all. If you use your interact with objects action to light a torch, it's not going to take your actual action. I would let you do that, and then you would have effectively 20 feet of vision.
Does me holding a torch change my like holding of a shield or holding of a sword?
Yeah, I would say you would have to choose between either holding a torch and a sword or a torch and a shield.
Got it.
Hold it in your teeth.
It's not hot.
me
Could
see.
Cassian hold it and you guys stand next to each other?
I
Would
should.
take-
My sword. Like I need to hold my sword. So I'm just trying to figure out my movement. So 30 and it's halved, and these are 5. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Yep.
move 3.
5, 10, 15. I'm gonna yell at Cassian as I'm moving to follow me. And I'm gonna go here.
That's only 10 feet of movement. You can move one more square. Okay.
I'm gonna go there. Yeah.
Okay.
And I
Don't you
will.
want to be close to people so you can use your skills? Up
When
to,
it says
just a
within
thought.
5 feet, like this block between me and
That's
like
10 feet.
because I see.
You would
So
need to be
then-
right next to him.
The
Okay.
adjacent square.
Yeah, we can go up there. We can go up there and smack him.
So then I'm gonna stand here instead.
Okay.
5, 10, yeah, 50, okay.
This man just
And,
moved like 80 feet.
Well, I thought I could.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna end my turn on that one.
All right. So you light a torch and then you stand there.
I'm not going to light a torch. I'm still gonna hold my shield and sword.
Okay. That means just keeping in mind, game statistics, you are blinded.
We'll
Just
get in
so
there.
you know.
We'll get in there.
He has the amulet. Technically, he gets 5 feet, right?
It's for flavor. It's 5 feet of dim light. It's not
Yeah.
going to do anything.
Oh yeah.
You ain't seen shit.
In a blizzard, dim light in a
Damn
blizzard
thing.
that's halved, so you
Yeah.
get 2.5 feet of dim light.
Yeah. So
You can
you're
see
can
the
see-
freckle on your cock, bro.
You
That's
can
it.
see your hands.
I will mention. I mean, it takes a whole action to activate your symbiote form. Just throwing that out there.
I forgot that was an action.
The
Fuck.
hardest battle we've had so far is versus the fucking snow.
Yeah, for real. Honestly. And so if I have a torch
mean-
and I want to drop that because the guy is literally in front of me and get my sword, I can summon that, right? Because it's bound to me.
Yep. You can summon it with a bonus action.
Oh my
Okay.
god, I love it when you summon me.
So I'll light a torch then.
All right. That is your interact with objects action. Are you using your action to change form or no?
No.
Okay. All right. Now he no longer has advantage on attack rolls against you because you are no longer blinded.
Sweet.
Yeah, you're welcome for that massive hint.
Yeah, seriously.
More cackling from a
love
direction
this.
that you guys assume is where lightning was. Vicar, you're up.
Sweet. Okay. I will pop my head out of the snow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
April,
7.
what?
Yeah, I'm within range, right? And so I don't really have to move. I'm gonna launch another holy arrow at this guy with the longbow, sneak attack.
Right? You're keeping track of your your holy arrows, right?
I was not, but thank you for reminding me. That's 2 down.
Okay. You already had, I think, 3 down.
I had 8 at the start of that, I thought.
I think that's your third one you're shooting right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am yes. So this one will take me to 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
So we will
rolled to
roll. Yep. I got a 19 plus 6
gonna hit.
essentially.
Burr,
All right. So we're gonna roll that d8, and we got a 2 plus 4 is 6, and then we get a 5, so 11, a 5, so 16, and a 6.
22.
The
So
Coriolis effect.
16 plus 6.
22.
You said, 22, and then the holy damage is a 1, so 23.
23 points of damage. Yeah, this thing is starting to look hurt at this point. You guys have been leaning into it, and it unfortunately used its action to try to command you, and it didn't work.
So I am going to move slightly, obscuring hopefully my vision of it a little bit, and maybe back 1, and then I'm gonna try to hide in the snow again.
Okay, go ahead and roll for stealth.
Yup. So I got an 18 plus 7 minus 1. So it's a
Yeah.
24.
Uh-huh.
Stupid high. Let me
Yep.
see if.
24.
Yeah, no, it doesn't see you.
Sweet.
That's a good question. What is this thing's?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Just double checking something so I'm not giving this thing advantages that you guys don't have. The Cambion is going to look at Kai standing right in front of him.
Shiny gold guy. Patiently waiting.
And I will
Defensively.
subtract a holy arrow from my inventory like a good boy.
Like a good cloaca.
You just like that word, huh?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Vicar has been
He
reduced to a
does.
bird penis.
It looks at you, Kai,
Mm-hmm.
and it very firmly says, "Flee." I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Yep. All right, but I'm so shiny.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Fuck, I got a 4, and that's +4, so that's an 8. So that is less than what is it?
14.
Yeah, it's a different thing, so I didn't know if it was the same thing or not.
Oh.
All right.
I
So
don't know.
on your turn,
All right.
you are magically compelled to use all of your movement to do nothing but run away from it.
Yep. Okay.
So
Good thing that bitch is halved.
Does
yeah,
it include like dashing? Like I have to try to dash, or I just run away?
you dash to run away. So you'd
I
be
would
back
imagine
where
so.
Cassian is.
Yeah.
Basically.
I would imagine he would try to dash.
And
Wait. What? Where are we?
Yeah, damn.
yeah, so you would
No,
just need to move from here to here.
Well, that's not if don't I have 30 feet of movement. If I dash, wouldn't it?
It's difficult
Yeah,
terrain.
15 feet. So you'd be where this marker is. You'd be right beneath Cassian.
No, I don't know. I thought I'd go further. Okay.
And that happens on your turn, so it hasn't happened yet. So
Oh.
put yourself back up where
Oh,
Sid
yeah,
is,
sorry.
just in
Yeah,
case.
get back up there, pimp.
In case anything wants to
Josh.
smack me.
Yeah.
Could you throw 2 cacklers about 30,
Man.
15 feet away from the Cambion? So like 2 of them right here.
What the heck?
Rolling in on these bitches.
Scrolling.
It's like a little demon puppy.
Damn it. I had to fail. It's a 4, right? Yeah, it's a 4.
Hey, at least you made the other one. Jesus. If we were fighting a dragon too.
Cassian.
Am I up?
Yep.
Okay. DM, would you allow me to use a dexterity check to try and light a torch and throw it tip down into the snow in front of me?
Tip down? Or
Yeah.
Bottom down.
Like
base down.
yeah.
Okay, tell me the rest of what you want to do as part of this action.
I want to light the path kind of in front of us. I want to light a torch and chuck it as far as I can, but try and spin that bitch so it lands with a point down so the fiery part doesn't get snuffed by the snow.
Why not just run up and place it?
Because I can't move, bro. I got little human legs.
Well, the torch has 20 feet, right? It's giving 20 feet or no? 10 feet.
Yeah, it gives 20 feet. So it's 20 feet when everything's half. So it gives 10
20
feet
and
of
20, so 10
yeah.
and 10.
It gives 10 feet of bright light and 10 feet of dim light.
Yeah, from Sid.
And that's what you want to use your whole action to do that?
No. If
Okay,
that's
what
the
else?
case, I can move to here,
Yeah.
right? And then that's 5, 10, 15. So the Cambion would be illuminated by my torch if I was to light one. At least by dim light, right? Because you said 20 total. So I'm
Okay,
going to use
action dash using your interact with option to throw a torch.
no, I would just move. I would take my 15 feet, right? Because my movement is 30 halved. So that would get me to next to Kai.
Okay.
And then I would use my action to light the torch, correct?
No, that's your interact with you can light the torch for free.
Oh.
Because he is gracious.
Because I'm
Okay, so I'm finna light the torch.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fuck.
I would say throwing the torch would cost you a bonus action.
I see.
Because it's not technically an attack roll, but it feels cheap to give that to you for free.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Is that even is throw a thing?
Throwing is
Do you-
technically an action, but it kind of sucks to.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
suck.
that's what I was checking. I was like, oh.
Do you need both hands for your whip? Can't you just hold it?
Yeah, I can just hold it. I'm thinking
Yeah.
here. If I dash, I don't have to take the full extra movement. I can if I want to move one square with my dash, I can do that, right?
Yeah.
But that would be your
Be his action.
action. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move to here and light the torch. That's what I'm doing.
All right. You see Cassian dash up and then light this torch. You guys can all see pretty well now, including Sid. And you look at your buddy right behind you and you're like, you ready to be in this, Kai? And you see just like this determination in Kai as he starts to turn around, getting
Now that
ready
you're
to
here.
sprint the other way.
Actually, I think you've got this one.
Josh, can you throw 2 more calculars? I'm going to need them around here.
Oh, hey, Fluffy. Oh, man. I was literally setting up for this.
I don't think Cone of Fire is going to do much to these guys based off of looks.
I've got lines.
All right. Kai runs away, but you, after that command, you feel the effects fade from you. And you're like, why the hell did I do that? Newmont, you're up.
I will move in between Cassian and Sid, and I will chuck a dart at the one directly to my right.
This guy.
Yes. Ooh. That's a nat 1.
Catches it.
Unfortunately for me, Sid wasn't directly in the way of that, so I can't make you hit him.
All right. I will take my second action. Since that just happened, I will use my second action to cast False Life on myself.
So you can cast a spell or you can take an attack. So you don't get to I think you have 2 attacks that you can use on your turn, but you can't substitute one of those attacks to cast a spell unless if your feature specifically says.
Oh, so if I get 2
so
attacks per action, I have
Yeah.
to use either 2 magic or 2 attacks.
1 magic or 2 attacks. So your action, casting a spell costs your entire action or your entire bonus action. The attack action.
Oh, okay.
Full action.
I understand that a lot better now. Then I would chuck another dart.
Okay, go ahead.
That one will be a 14.
14
hit.
is going to miss barely.
Oh boy. And that will end my turn.
You can just hear Newmont say, "Oh boy," throwing 2 darts into the snow.
Yo, there's a downdraft, all right?
I was honestly wondering. I was wondering if that was going to be a thing. Oh, thank God it's not.
Yeah, the ACs are effectively high in this to justify the weather. So it's not like you're getting additional penalty from the weather. It's they have more guarding as well just because of the natural weather. That's how I'm explaining away why they have higher ACs, but naturally these creatures just have higher ACs.
Okay.
It just seemed thematically appropriate to give them give you guys creatures with a little bit higher of an AC.
That's reasonable.
Kazir.
Okay. No, go on.
Never mind.
Okay. I will start by using Quicken Spell.
Nice. Meta magic, baby.
Yes, sir. To
Can't wait
cast.
for you to roll another nat 20 and wipe out 2 of them at once.
Do
I'm gonna cast Minute Meteors with them. So for everyone else, I'm gonna have like 6 little fireballs basically spinning in a circle around my head. And then for my action, I will use Twin Spell. To use Chromatic Orb on the main guy and the one directly to my right.
Did you cast Milf's Minute Meteors?
Yeah, as a bonus action.
So you can't cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn. One of them has to be a cantrip.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you could do most minute meteors and then throw like a firebolt or something, but
Hmm,
I didn't know that.
I see. Okay, yeah, we'll still do that then. I won't twin spell it though. I'll just do a normal firebolt.
okay.
I guess we'll do it on the one to my far right.
The one to your far, okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
A 26.
26 is going to hit.
Barely.
Barely.
Oh my god, we would be so fucked. I'd be leaving.
Oh my
14
God.
for damage.
14. Okay, you hit this thing square in the face and you blow its head right off of its shoulder.
Damn.
Clean.
Bang.
Good
dirty.
lord.
They may be a little bit harder to hit, but they are pretty squishy.
Now with the firebolt.
Firebolt.
I think he said this one.
Oh, then watch this magic. Ready for this? Ready for this?
Wow. Saw that coming. God damn it.
All right. Hang on. There was no creatures within 10 feet of it, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Then that doesn't matter.
I'll
His
end my
buddy
turn.
was I think his buddy was within 10 feet.
Yeah,
his
they were
buddy, his
like.
buddy wouldn't have had any negative
Oh, okay.
effect to this. It's just you guys.
Oh. Oh.
Oh wait, hang on. How much damage did you do?
14.
14.
14. Okay. I fucked that up a little bit, but I'm gonna keep rolling with it. Technically you didn't kill it, but you killed it. Woo!
I mean, it got his head blown off, so we're rolling with it.
yeah. You notice that the spell didn't do as much damage as you thought it should do.
That's why I asked.
And you said you used your bonus action to cast minute meteors, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sid, your turn.
Would me placing the lit torch sturdily into the ground count as an action?
That is you using your interact with object action. So no.
Okay. So I'm going to go 5, 10. I'm going to
Ooh.
stick it down in the ground real sturdy like here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take my last 5 feet to be up in this guy's guts.
Get in them.
And I'm going to swing him real strong like with the divine smite. And the sword of vengeance.
Let's see if you hit first.
Hit. Nat 20.
Nat.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, this dude's
Oh,
fucked.
That's gonna be a problem.
Yes.
Roll for damage.
Yeah. Roll for damage.
Hell yeah.
And that 20 always hits.
That is going to be 17 damage plus the divine smite, which is 2d8s.
Which would be 4d8 because the critical hit.
I'm just going to do this online and make it easy. 1, 2, 3, 4d8. 17 plus 24.
My
Wait, what?
Santa.
All right. This thing was already looking a little bit hurt. You see Sid
Just did 40
like,
just
gingerly
Shit.
walks up, gently places a torch into the stand or snow, admires it for a minute, and then just like waltz over to this thing, holding up a sword of vengeance, and it just starts glowing with this radiant energy. He comes down and you cleave off its left arm completely. It is screaming out in pain. It is badly, badly hurt.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm going
Jacob.
to action surge.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not
Okay.
over. Oh no.
Jacob.
Okay. This is why balancing encounters is hard, guys.
There's no such thing as the perfect balance encounter.
Yeah.
I rolled a 13.
13 to hit. I mean, you do have an inspiration still.
I was literally going to say I'm using an inspiration.
All right.
I instead of a 13, I rolled a 14.
14 misses.
Wow.
No takesy back skis.
No
He
takesy
swings at the
backsies.
arm he has already cut off.
And
Yeah.
then I have action surge is not a bonus. Okay.
It's its own thing.
It's like a limited thing. Yeah.
I don't actually have good bonus actions.
That is a yeah.
Me neither.
Hold on, what is this?
You did 41 damage though, so
This, so I used a spell for Divine Smite. Okay. I will. I'm gonna use Shield of Faith as a bonus action.
Okay.
It's just gonna give me a plus two
2
bonus to AC.
Yep.
Hey, puppy.
All right, sounds good. Now you're just really fucking hard to hit. That's awesome. That's so cool for me how you do 41 points of damage, 22 AC, 21 AC. You guys complain about a 19 AC. He's sitting over here like a solid wall. Okay.
I
Alright.
end my turn.
All right. Fuck you. All right, Josh, can you throw another cackler on the board for me, please?
Yeah. Where?
So,
We'll call it right here.
you said right on top of Sid?
Yeah, I was originally going to be more down here, but
They coming from me, boys.
they're coming for you. They're officially on the map now. Vicar.
Excuse me.
all right. How is this
Not good.
like real bad?
Like, if you got a good enough sneak attack roll on it, you could probably kill it.
Okay. I will expend one more holy arrow on this guy and hit him with the sneak attack, or try to. I get a 9 plus 7 minus 1, so I get a 15, which is not going to hit.
15 does not hit.
All right. So, I'm gonna move up to here, and then I'm gonna hide again.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll? Yes.
He's a little bit distracted. I think.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Well, it's a 19 plus 6 anyway, so I think we're good.
Yeah,
Should have
because
saved
just
that roll.
fuck me. That's why.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, yeah. All right. Then that's my turn.
Okay. The Cambion looks at you, Sid, and it so badly wants to hit you, but it sees you covered in you cut off its arm, and now you're covered in a holy, vengeful light that it's not sure it can break through. So it looks towards someone that's going to be easier. Shit. It's going to look towards Cassian. That's the next closest person.
Got me.
And it rolls a 17 to hit.
That hits.
You take 8 points of fire damage,
Yes, sir.
and it's going to try to hit you again. That is a 9. That's going to miss. So you see it reach out its hands or hand, and what normally would have been 2 hits, it can only get 1 shot off because its other arm is cut off completely. So 1 hits and 1 doesn't.
Feels bad, man.
Yep.
God.
It is going to then. Oh god, this is a mistake. Oh god, this is a mistake. I should have done this sooner, though. I'm going to risk it. This thing is intelligent, but it knows it's not going to last long anyways. Sid, you see this thing frightfully look around, frantically, just trying to find any excuse to get out of here alive. And it only sees up as an option, and it begins to fly to try to take off. You get an opportunity to attack against it as it leaves your immediate field.
Good.
I just roll an attack roll.
You get to roll a free attack roll as it tries to run away from you.
15.
Thank God. Okay, so it is now. It flew 30 feet in the air because its flying speed is halved in the storm. But now the Cambion is above all of you. Still looking pretty hurt.
I was about to end its whole career.
I'm sure you were. One of these little cackling creatures, these little tiny demon spawn, runs up to you, Sid, and it's going to say, "Do you know what's funny? Your face." And you have to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Didn't ask. It's a 20. Dirty.
Damn. Okay.
Oh my god.
It just cracks this really shitty, not prepared joke, and you don't think it's that funny. The second one comes up and says, "Do you know what's funny? Your face." Trying to do the same joke, hoping it will work on you.
These guys are so good.
Roll another wisdom saving throw.
14.
Oh.
God damn, that's exactly the DC that you needed to make.
Didn't ask.
The cacklers look at themselves and they're still laughing at their own jokes, but they're kind of confused as to why you're not laughing at them because that was a funny joke. And that's going to end both of their turns. Cassian.
All right, I'm going to take my movement 5, 10, 15, and I'm going to make a whip attack against this first fella right here.
Okay.
That is a 15 plus 7 to hit.
15 plus. Yeah, it's going to hit.
Okay, and I'm going to what am I going to do here? Yeah, I'm just going to do a straight whip attack.
Okay.
It's just going to give me 6 points of damage on that feller.
6 points. What kind of damage is this?
It's just my whip damage, which would be
just slashing.
Slashing, yeah, slashing.
All right. 6 points, you said?
Yep.
All right. Is that going to end your turn?
No, I'm going to make another attack against the further one. The whip attack. That is a 19 plus 7 to hit.
That's going to hit.
Where's my D4? There it is. That's max damage. 8 points of damage on that fucker.
Okay, that one's looking real bad. Okay.
And then I'm gonna look up at the Cambion.
Okay.
Spit on him.
Do Cambion speak Infernal or Abyssal?
You
Infernal,
would know
right?
that a Cambion would speak Infernal. It is a devil.
So Cassian opens his mouth and it sounds like glass is breaking. But the Cambion can clearly hear Cassian say, "It only gets worse for you." And that ends my turn.
All right. The cackler that you just hit looks at you and says nothing. It's going to take out a spiked chain because you guys clearly don't like its jokes very much. And going to try to hit you with it.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit?
It hits exactly what you need it to.
I'm gonna react with the protect.
Fuck.
When you were making our characters, Jacob, you knew us shoulder to shoulder was going to be a problem.
I designed it to be effective. Yeah, I meant for this to happen to give you guys good synergy. Unfortunately, the second one's higher. It was a 19. You take 5 points of damage, Cassian.
Okay.
And that one's dead. Kai, you're up.
Okay, so if the dude is flying in the sky,
Apple pie.
Apple pie. How is it even possible to see him, or like how close do I need to be able to actually see him with these
You would still. He's
torches?
30 feet in the air.
Yeah.
So as long as you're within, what's your field of vision that you can see?
Somebody break out the
It's-
Pythagorean theorem.
Whatever
A squared plus
humans
b
do.
squared.
It should be. I don't know what humans are. I don't know offhand, but I can just Google it. I don't know what Dragonborns can see.
Yeah, you need. Do you have dark vision or no?
No.
Okay.
That's why I was like, it should be pretty close.
I would say, yeah, you would need to be much closer to see him because the torch also only lights up 20 feet. So technically, Cassian and Sid can't really see him because he's 30 feet in the air.
How far away are you?
I'm
Kai?
30 feet from him.
You're 30 feet from him?
Yeah.
30.
He is 42 feet
Yeah.
away from you.
The square root of 18.
Thanks. Okay. Well, I can easily make that
Right? 4.2
15. What are we?
or 180.
It won't change one for one because that's not how triangles work, but if you tell me your new distance from him, I can tell you what
42.
you can see him.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think I'm trying to see if there's a way if I can try to shoot him.
All right. How close can you get to him?
You can always try to take a shot and give your best guess, but you couldn't. Like you'll shoot with disadvantage.
Kai, you can get 15 feet closer to him.
That's what I was like.
Technically.
If I bonus action dash, I can get
Well,
up there.
If you got 15 feet, which is half your move speed, closer to him, he would be 33 feet away from you.
And I'll round, so we'll call it 30 feet to make it easier.
Okay, I will then step of the wind for a key point and go 1, 2, 3, which I'll be like right next to him.
Yeah,
basically.
You're 30 feet. He's just out of your field of view still because he's 30 feet in the air, but and you only have 20 foot with that.
Oh well, you're within 5 feet of him now. Dude.
No, he's 30 feet straight up in the air.
Well, right. I mean, but yeah, so that okay, never mind. Don't worry about it.
It's like just outside of the vision. So just roll disadvantage still.
Yeah, you can. Okay. You know where he is. You just can't see him in the blizzard, so it's hard to get a beat on him.
Yeah, I've got 2 inspiration, so we'll see what I can do. First one's an 8, so that's not really gonna do anything.
Nope, 8 misses.
Yep, and the second one's 17. So I'm gonna try to re-roll the 8 with inspiration and see what I can do.
A 17 hits the Cambion though, so why would you need to re-roll?
Is it disadvantage? You always take the lower.
Yeah. Oh, right.
I was trying to re-roll that one. I mean, it was a 2, so that's worse.
Okay.
Far worse.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I can't think of any reason how to get away with that. I mean, there's no way I could use a Breath of the Dragon at him because that's not even a hit.
But he's 8 feet tall, so technically the Cambion's 22 feet away.
Shit.
I mean,
y'all are measuring inches, and when Jacob starts measuring inches, we're fucked.
No,
okay?
yeah, leave it as is.
I don't think there's a way
he gave you a couple of.
I think
feet.
Cassian saw the look on my face when I was contemplating letting that slide.
Yeah.
Just
No,
so
don't
I
do
could
it.
use it against you later.
Don't do it.
I can't. Yeah. But just as a second question for if he doesn't die by the time I go again, would I have been able to do like a Breath of the Dragon at him? Because that's not you don't even hit. Like it's just a save.
If it's a cone attack, I would have said you can do it, and he would need to make the saving throw because it's a wider area.
It's fair. A line is too direct.
Mine is too direct.
That's fair. Okay. Fair. That is my turn then.
All right. That ends that. Newmont, you're up.
I will run to my right, get up in this dude's face, and swing my quarterstaff.
Yeah, fuck him up, Newmont.
You dead ass.
That would be 25.
25 is gonna hit.
Barely.
Shut the fuck up. Where is my D8? There it is.
This thing is looking pretty bad. This is the one Cassian hit earlier.
That would be 7.
7. Yeah, you crack this thing. How do you want to do this?
Just like with Kazer's fireball, I'm just gonna swing right at its head and hit a fucking home run right out the park.
Baseball bat that bitch.
Yeah,
Beach.
you crack it right across the face, and I'm going to need, as this thing
Mm-hmm.
dies,
Yes.
last laugh. When the cackler dies, it releases a dying laugh that scars the minds of all nearby creatures. Each creature within 10 feet of the cackler must succeed a wisdom saving throw. So that's going to be you and Cassian.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw.
Here we go, boys.
Ooh, nat 20.
Natural 19 plus 2.
I'm glad you guys wasted that because it's 1d4 psychic damage.
Damn.
Fuck. Fuck.
And I rolled a 1, so you neither one of you take 1 point of damage. You're fine.
Thanks. Thanks, 19.
Amazing.
Fuck.
All right. So it dies. It explodes, but it's laughing really, really loudly at this as its skull is getting crushed by this swing.
Had a great joke.
Since my movement speed's 45 and I only
You
move
just used 20.
20,
Yeah.
would I still get 5 more feet or no?
I think, right?
Well,
Oh, I
it's
see. I see.
half,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna
not
say we've been
really.
rounding down
Down,
everything in
yeah.
this.
Down.
So
Okay, then I would take a dart and chuck it at the one that is adjacent to Sid.
gotcha. Go ahead and roll to attack. This one's also hurt pretty bad.
Why that?
Oh my
Now he's
god.
popping demons.
This plus 6, so that would be a 22.
Is your minimum damage that you can do more than 4?
No.
Okay, then go ahead and roll.
Well, I guess so, because it would just be a 1 plus 3, so it would be 4 if I do roll 1. And I did roll 1, so it is 4 damage.
But it has 5 hit points, so it's got 1 hit point left.
Oh
shit.
no!
You throw a dart right into this thing's eye socket, and it just starts cracking up laughing.
A little sadistic
A little
bastard.
fucking kinky over here.
Yeah. It is on death's doorstep. Is that going to end your turn?
Yes.
All right, Kazer, you're up.
Okay, so I will take 1, 2, so 30 feet of movement there. The question for you, I can't use 2 leveled spells in a turn, but like minute meteors, I can use that with a leveled spell, right? Because I've already
Yeah,
cast it.
after it's been cast. So you cast it last round. Now you can use it and cast a leveled spell.
Okay, sweet. So I will do twin spell, chromatic orb. So that will take 2 of those. I'll cast 1 at the Cambion, and then I'll cast 1 at the far little end thing over there.
Right. The far one hasn't been touched yet.
I'm using cold type, by the way.
All
So
right.
the first one was a 26. That was for the Cambion.
Okay.
And then a 9 for the other one.
Okay, 9's going to miss. The one for the Cambion hits, you said you're using cold.
Yeah.
Well, thank God it doesn't do as much damage as you're hoping it's going to do. Let's see if you can take it out.
It was
though.
worth a shot. 10 damage.
Okay, we're getting into... Okay. You see the chromatic orb go right through one of its wings, and it falters a bit. It is holding on barely. This thing is looking just about as bad as the one that Newmont threw the dart in already. That was despite the fact it took half damage, it's still looking real bad.
Okay, then I will throw both. I'll throw 2 of the minute meteors at it.
Okay.
Which is, I think it's just a guaranteed hit as long as it's in 120 feet, but it's a 15 dex check to have the damage.
No, you make an attack roll, I believe. I don't think anything just automatically hits. It's usually a saving throw.
Magic missile.
Magic
Magic
No,
missile.
I think it just does, because there's no actual roll for it that I can do.
Give me
It's the
just
same as like hold person, like it's just the check itself.
Like it has a hit DC for the saving throw.
Yeah.
Give me just a second here. I don't want to. Okay.
Yeah, it just says send them
Oh.
streaking toward a point or points you choose within 120 feet of you. Once a meteor reaches its destination or impacts against a solid surface, the meteor explodes. Each creature within 5 feet of the point where the meteor explodes must make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah, you see
so,
that?
yeah, it doesn't automatically hit. It's like they need to make a dex save, and they take some damage and then half damage. Some damage if they succeed, and all of it if they don't. So, dexterity saving. It doesn't have any special dex saving throws, but I'm going to enjoy telling you what happens next. You said you sent both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. You see one of them impacts it, the other one goes streaking off into the distance, but the one that impacts it just leaves a char mark on the armor, and it looks angrily at you and smiles. It didn't seem to have any effect.
Okay. That's my turn. That's my turn.
Sid, you still did some damage to it.
I sure did. Is my turn now?
Yep.
I think
Sid's
it's.
turn.
Isn't it my turn?
Okay.
Wouldn't
Numa,
that be-
Kazir, Sid.
Then you, right?
Oh, or are you
Yeah,
last
you're
in the
top-
order,
you're
Tony?
I'm
top
last in the order.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, go for it.
Yep. So the Cambian's directly above me,
Yep.
and I have
Just
to
outside
read.
of your
I
vision.
have to read this real quick.
Tony's cooking. Let him cook.
Well, it's just I have to use the sword, or I have
If
to attack
possible.
the same guy.
Yeah,
So
you
it's-
can't
it-
attack anything else.
While attune this weapon, you have disadvantage on attack rolls made with weapons other than this one. Okay, that's what I wanted to read. Okay, so weapons other than this one. Unwilling to part with the sword, keeping it in your person. Well, okay. In addition, the sword. Okay. I'm going to swing. Actually, I'm gonna chance it. Fuck it. I'm gonna shoot the light crossbow at the Cambion.
All right,
You
go ahead and
can't-
roll
can
an
you
attack
see-
roll with disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yeah.
Risky business.
The first one's an 8, so I don't have to roll again because it's not gonna hit.
No, it's not going to hit. All right. Is that your entire turn, or are you doing a bonus action?
Bonus? No bonus. No bonus. End.
No bonus. Okay. The one cackler that's completely fine is going to have enough movement to get up to here. It's going to look at Numat, and it is going to try to hit you with a spike chain.
Rude.
Natural 19 for 24.
That hits.
Mm-hmm.
And you take 11 points of damage as it strikes into you.
Reaction Sentinel, please.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
17 plus 7.
That's going to hit.
5 points of damage.
5 points. All right. This thing looks hurt, but it's still going. Top of the round, Vicar, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna move forward 10 feet, and that'll put me within sight and range of this guy. And I will try to shoot him with another holy arrow.
End him! End him,
Okay.
John!
And we
Finish
get
him.
it
If you
ain't happening,
connect with
fellas.
this,
Inspiration.
Nope, I couldn't do it. Oh wait, yeah, I'll use an inspiration. Yeah,
Tony.
nice, big bird.
We're burning
Okay,
them, boys.
yeah.
We're burning them.
Burn it. And that one's
when I
off the
said
desk.
you guys could use them, I didn't think all of you were going to be dumping all three all at once, all in one combat.
Well, I only got a 3. on that
Well,
one.
Inspiration.
No,
Gonna miss.
I think we're gonna leave it
I mean, if
there.
Jacob, what are the house rules on that? Can we burn multiple inspirations to correct an inspiration?
No, not in the same thing. So if you have advantage and you fail the advantage, you could use an inspiration, but you can't like use an inspiration, fail, then use another inspiration.
Right.
Got it.
Yep. So that one's gonna miss there, fellas. Dowie.
Good try, John. Good try.
Action surge, John. Action surge.
Okay, rev it in.
Yeah. All right. It's the Cambion's turn now.
So what's he do?
Come back to the ground, Pimp.
Now the Cambion can finally fucking see Vicar because he didn't say he.
Oh
wanted to run away like a
shit!
bitch. It's going to aim right for you and throw both of its fire rays at you, Vicar.
That's that fucking bird.
This is some
First-
bullshit. I missed my last two shots.
First one's a 17 to hit.
That one's gonna hit.
Second one is a natural 1.
He
What?
kills himself.
God damn it.
He takes out a revolver and swallows it.
You take 10 points of damage, Vicar.
I am
And
going
did
to
you say-
use.
Did you say
Un-
he shit himself? Who said that?
He said he kills himself.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to use uncanny dodge and half it, so I only take 5.
Guitaros.
Awesome. Yeah. It's like every time I try to make a balanced encounter, it goes wildly one way. Or the
Either we get fucked or you get fucked.
exactly.
It's just how it
All right.
goes.
That's going to do it for the Cambion's turn, I think. Please, is there anything else they can do? Like anything?
Fail.
To run away.
Survive.
You could make us chase it through a blizzard, Jake.
Don't! Oh, I thought he was gonna do that. I thought he was gonna run away. I was like, "Fuck."
It flies closer to Vicar because it missed one of the shots and it definitely wants to kill Vicar. Or Kazar, because those are the two biggest threats to it at the moment.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
So
Is he still flying?
Yeah.
He's still flying in the air.
he's still flying 30 feet in the air.
Okay, we're
But he's just closer to you guys now.
I couldn't even hit him with a fucking cone. It only goes fucking 15 feet.
This cackler going to move over here, try to hit Kai.
Right.
Boop boop boop. That should do it. 16.
Nope.
Fuck.
Sorry.
It misses. No, it's good. It's all good. Other cackler, the one with 1 hit point left that Newmont kind of fucked up, is gonna look at Newmont. Okay, another 16 to hit. Does that hit you?
Yup.
Woo! Got a single hit. 8
They
points
did
of
it.
damage to you. And that is going to end its turn. Cassian, you're up.
Jacob, this is completely outlandish, and I'm totally okay with you saying no. Can I make an acrobatics check to jump up into the air off of Kai's back?
I knew you were gonna say it.
Okay, here's what I'll say. You have a feature that was designed for you to do shit specifically like this. If you use one of your maneuvers to do it, then sure.
Okay, so we never got a chance to sit down after the last session to sort out the features because they're a little all over the place. So I've
Okay.
been rolling with these 4. But I know that there is one that I said I was going to take. I just don't remember what it was. We were supposed to sit down and talk about it. Do you remember off the top of your head what it was?
I don't remember.
Okay, so that's
Backflip,
fine. Then
whip
we'll
slap.
roll with it and I'll fix it next session. Not a problem.
Okay, just if you expend a superiority die, then I would say you can do that.
Do you want me to
Okay.
like do like a
Now,
hand, like a
hold
thing,
on.
like
I want to make sure we do this right. So
Okay.
he's 30 feet in the air, but he's also 10 feet away from me at this point. So I don't know if I'll even get close enough with the whip.
I can tell you,
sound like this again?
31.6 feet away.
So I would have to jump really high in the air and still reach out with the whip. I don't know if that's even fathomable,
Right.
Jacob.
You would have to get 15 feet in the air.
It's okay if it's no. I know it's crazy.
So Kai, go ahead and roll a strength check for me.
Yeah, like do something like that.
Athletics.
Athletics or yeah, I'm like I can help with this.
DC is 15.
Fuck. I got a 9.
So you jump on where Kai has his like arms held out like this to give you a boost, but it's snowing and it's a little bit slippery and you lose your footing a little bit. Your form is really good, but you're not quite high enough to hit him with the whip.
Okay, not a problem. Since I move that way, I'm pretty sure I have to take 2 opportunity attacks against me.
Yes, you do. And I'm going to say that you got closer to it. Like you're here. You jumped off of Kai, so you can be that way.
Okay.
Wait, hang on. Did I fuck myself with this?
Hmm.
No. I didn't. Okay. Yeah, they're both going to make an opportunity attack against you. One of them rolled a 3 for a total of 8, and the other one rolled a the other one rolled a 4 for a total of 9.
Negative Ghost Rider.
Jesus.
All right. So, is that going to end your turn? What else are you trying to do?
I'm not within range to attack anyone, so unfortunately, I jumped up in the air for fanfare and did nothing. That's my turn.
Sorry.
It's okay. It was worth the shot.
It was fun.
So,
I had a pretty shitty roll.
this cackler is going to come over here, and I guess I'll wait for the other one's turn. It's going to try to hit you, Cassian.
Okay.
Because you're running away from him. You got it. Another 3 for a total of 8. Misses.
Nope. I'm going to expend a superiority die for a riposte.
He's gonna regret this. So am I.
It's not great actually. A 7 plus 5.
Oh.
That's not going to hit.
Okay, so I miss.
All right. Kai, your turn.
All right. Cassian, now me. You throw me. Not really.
Oh God. I have 0 strength, bro. Help.
An 8-foot tall gold dragon pounding your way. 370 pounds.
Just because we can't hit this dude, I'd like to try to shoot him, but again, there's all these little dudes here too. I'd like to try to shoot him again, even though I know it's awkward. If I do that, if I do this, I'm gonna take 2 opportunity attacks, right, from each of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. You saw Cassian move like 15 feet away, and he took 2.
That's oh right, because he might be in range. Yeah, I would like to move here. I'll move, and then take the consequences.
You see this one right here is the only one that gets an opportunity attack because their chains are actually 10 feet long.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, 18 to hit.
Hey, I have a 19.
Seriously?
Sorry.
All right.
Whoa.
No armor. From now on, only naked combat.
Might have to go back
I
on
was
my
so happy with that too. I was like,
Sorry.
finally hit one of them.
Big damage.
Pick the only dude. And then I'm gonna move 5 feet more, and I'm gonna shoot at him with disadvantage again.
All right, go ahead.
I can't do the cone. The cone only goes 15 feet, so like it wouldn't reach.
It
him
won't
anyway.
touch him. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, that's damn it. Never mind. There goes that idea. All right, come on. 2 high rolls. Well, the first one's a 3.
Good. So that's not gonna hit.
And the next one's a 9. So yeah, I'm not gonna. There's nothing else I can do. He's in the air. Yeah. Okay. Nice try. End turn.
All right, Numat, you're up.
Do it, Numat.
I'll move up, look at this one at my left, and swing me quarterstaff. That will be a 23.
23 is gonna hit. If you roll minimum damage, you don't kill it. Anything else will kill it.
Yeah, I kill it.
All right. How do you want to do it?
Kind of just bash it into a pulp like you're making lemonade.
All right. You see Numat just continually bashing this thing's head in until its cranium becomes a bowl of soup. Is that the end of your turn?
No. Oh, I forgot to do this last time, but I need to make a wisdom save.
Yes.
That'll be a 19.
19. You feel this urge, but you're able to suppress it.
I will then look at the one directly to my north and swing my quarterstaff at that.
All right.
That will be a 16.
16's gonna hit.
Cool. And that will be
How do you want to do it?
Same thing, but I keep
Alright.
going for even longer.
Make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit! It rolled off my desk. 5, 6, 21.
21. Yeah, you can still resist the urge.
Do they both explode?
They just both have their heads completely caved in, and then
I just keep going back left and right, just smacking the left one, smacking the right one, and I don't stop.
Right.
it's like a grotesque drum display. You know. All right. Second end your turn.
Yes.
Kaiser, you're up.
Do it.
All right, we're doing another chromatic orb.
Do it.
Awesome.
All right.
Finish this fucker.
You twin
Fuck
spell
my
it or
darts,
is it
man.
normal?
I got a 15 to hit, but
Ooh.
but I still have all my inspiration.
And he's not at disadvantage.
Yeah, so let's do another one of those.
All right.
Oh my god, it was on such a good roll. It's even worse. It's 13.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Chromatic orb whizzes past this Cambion as it smiles
Nice.
at you.
I will use 2 of these meteors, and I will throw them just above this this top one here, so they don't hit Sid.
Okay, so yeah, you're going for the one next to Sid.
Yeah.
Okay. Go
So
ahead.
Yeah, 15 decks.
Oh, 50 decks, right. Ugh. Okay, that was a 21.
It passes, so half of 23.
Half of 23 is going to be, we round down, so 11.
Mhm.
And then it takes half of that, so it takes 5 points of damage.
Damn, the double round.
And it's still looking, okay. Um,
And I will. Sorry, wait. I'm gonna go.
there should be only one cackler on the field at the moment.
I'm gonna go there and end my turn.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
the
the
one that was
one,
right.
the one up from Sid.
Yeah, let me get rid of this guy. Okay. All right. That ends your turn?
Yeah.
Sid.
I am going to attack the Kagler right in front of me.
Okay, go ahead.
Sword of Vengeance. It's a 25.
That's going to hit.
Rack 'em.
And a 5 damage.
Oh, that reminds me. I need Newmont. Newmont and Sid both make 2 different wisdom saving throws.
You got it,
First
balls.
one, 17.
17 succeeds.
Ooh.
Second one, 14.
14 succeeds.
I got a nat 1 for the first one.
You take 8
Like-
points of damage as this thing starts laughing hysterically and you cave its head in. It continues laughing after you make its head an innie and then continues laughing even more once you pop an eye socket out. And then eventually it just dies laughing, gurgling on blood. But it's kind of the vidges are just throwing you off. Make another wisdom saving throw.
That would be a 14.
14 succeeds. The second time you kill one of them, it doesn't have a reaction. Go ahead and roll your damage for the one that you hit, Sid. Sorry.
It was 5.
5 points. All right.
Wait,
I need both of you to make another wisdom saving throw as Sid cleaves into this thing.
If I didn't have that thing that
15.
gave me fucking temp hit points when I killed a thing, I'd be dead right now.
Damn, really?
Yeah. 19.
19. What do you mean? You still have 22 hit points. You're fine.
Yeah, but I burned up 16 hit points with
false
temp
life?
HP.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Nah, I killed one, got 8. I killed another one and got 8. Because I get 8 hit points every time I kill.
Gotcha. Okay.
that's a lot.
Or temp hit points, I should say.
All right. Yeah, so you finish off the last little boy.
Day.
I'd be close to death.
Vicar.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm gonna move as well, just at the end of my turn.
what is my can I fly up to him unimpeded and strike him with my rapier?
You have half your fly speed.
Okay, so I am gonna need to dash to get up to him. So I'll get 50 because I have -5 from the exhaustion. So I can use 30 of that to get up to him, and then I'll have 20 left.
All right, sounds good.
So I'm going to fly up there, and I'm going to strike him with my rapier.
I was just
as a
about to say
sneak
you
attack.
can't dash and attack, and then I remembered you're a
I
fucking
can.
rogue.
Yeah. And I get a 11 plus 7 minus 1, which is exactsies,
Okay.
if I
Oh, it
remember
is.
correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right, so we get a D8 here.
Bring him to the ground.
We have a 2 plus 4 is 6. A 3 makes 9. A 6 makes 15. And a 3 makes 18.
How do you want to do this?
Fuck that dude.
Hell yeah.
Get that wake out.
So I'm going
Is that your new
to...
favorite word?
Yeah, it definitely is. So on his uninjured wing, I'm going to sever his... not completely, but just break it off so it's not functioning. It's like hanging limp. And then he falls from the sky, plummets towards the earth, and Sid cleaves his head off as he comes down into his sword.
Fuck you, Cambion bitch.
As you cleave its head off, you see it mouthing at you angrily with fury in its eyes, unable to speak due to the vocal cords being severed, just before it turns to ash.
Didn't ask.
And then we're gonna
Spit on him.
collect. We're gonna collect.
Yes.
Yes.
Harvesting time,
Yes.
Quick,
baby.
catch it! It's raining ash.
So what can we get anything from the little guys that we
The little
smelt?
guys aren't enough.
Yeah.
Okay,
They aren't big enough, but you
So-
can get something from the Cambion.
cool. So we're gonna get the
What's the
Cambion.
theme?
Who are our two best here? Because it's
I do survival mostly.
Yeah, what type of check is it?
Yeah, I don't.
So
So
it's
is it
we can
Cambion?
here's our options because it is
Yep.
11:30 and I know
Yep.
Scott needs to go. I don't want to stretch it too long. We can pick up with rolling for this stuff, or we could do
That's
it
fine.
now. And Scott, you can dip if you need to.
Oh,
Yeah,
Let's-
could
let's
I?
pick up. Let's pick up with it next time.
Yeah, let's pick it up.
Yeah, that
Alright.
works for me.
All right,
Just
sure.
nobody.
Yeah, you guys could do it
Boys,
without me.
we
real
did
fast if
it!
you
Yeah.
wanna. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off. I fucking need some sleep.
Yeah, I gotta get to bed too.
Bye,
I'll make a
Scott.
note of that guy.
All right. Good session,
All right,
everyone.
yeah,
Yeah.
GG's.
Yeah.
Really interesting one. I liked it.
Good.
If
I'm
we don't
stuck.
talk before Christmas or game, Merry Chrysler.
Yes.
Mary Chrysler.
Chrysler.
Did we
Merry
level up?
Christmas.
Holidays.
Did we level up from that?
No.
No.
You guys were boosting through levels so quick, so we're slowing it down and kind of scaling it so how it was supposed to be. So it's going to be quite a bit slower going forward when it comes to level ups.
Roger
Totally
that.
fine. Love you guys. Merry
Yes.
Christmas.
Right.
All right,
Talk
Yes.
good night,
soon.
gentlemen.
Thank you guys. That was a lot of
Chrysler.
fun.
Yeah.
Go to work,
I-
Tyler.
Definitely needed that.
Bye.
Catch you guys later.
Bye,
Peace.
friends.
Peace.